back to the Games Done Quick channel. This is the Games Done Quick Hotfix. This is our weekly content. We have shows all throughout the year on the Games Done Quick Hotfix. We are showcasing speedruns throughout the year. My name is Church and Sarge. I am your specials host. For the most part, I will host weekend specials, showcasing a bunch of different games and communities. Today we are doing the Showrunner special. So we are showcasing a bunch of our different hosts so we can talk a little bit about the hotfix and the kind of shows that we bring to you throughout the year. Just a quick thing. Huge shout out to everybody involved in the event, all the donators, everybody watching. We raised $2.5 million for the Prevent Cancer Foundation. Absolutely fantastic. And good job to everybody involved. With that said, Showrunner Showcase, I've got a fellow host here who's going to be running our first game. I'll hand it right over to you.
Hey there, everybody. My name is Cutie. You might know me as the host of Perilous Paths here on GDQ Hotfix. Quick plug, my next episode is tomorrow, 7 to 10 p.m. EST, so definitely stop by if you're into Souls-likes, roguelikes, and or Metroidvanias. We got quite a good show for that, so we'll talk about more of that tomorrow. Today, I'm going to be running Neva. Neva is a game, it's the spiritual sequel to Gris. So it's mostly known for its incredible artwork, as you can see from the title screen, and it follows the story of a woman and her young wolf companion through various stages of their lives. We're going to have plenty of time to talk, though, over the next few hours, so I'm going to go ahead and get started. Time can start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And of course, thank you. And of course, we are going to skip all the cutscenes. They are beautifully animated, so if you like the look of this game, definitely check it out. We are going to be playing as a woman named Alba. Now, Alba is the woman in the red cloak here, and Neva is the young wolf. As you saw at the beginning, the game takes place during different seasons, so every season Neva is going to grow older. So right now she's a bit of a puppy, and we're going to have to kind of teach her how the game works. So it's actually sort of a reverse tutorial where we learn and then we teach Neva how to play. So I'm going to wake Neva up. And if you don't know her name, you are definitely going to know it by the end, because I'm going to be screaming Neva constantly. Now, what's interesting about screaming Neva is the intonation and the way that she says it is going to change constantly based on what's going on in the game. In terms of movement, we have a jump, and we have a dash, and then a double jump. Now, what you saw there, and what you're going to see through a lot of this game, is going to be this kind of like short hop dash, to use Smash Bros. Terminology, basically. But like, you want to jump and then dash as quickly as possible, fall back down to reset your jump and your dash. So I'm going to be doing quite a lot of this. And then, since we do have a little bit of time as we teach Neva how the game works, I do want to say that the reason I run this game is, on a personal level, I have an all-white husky at home named Kira. If you check out my Twitch channel, she's my profile and my emotes for some of that. Now, Kira is, at this point, quite old. She's about 16, and she's kind of towards the end of things. And so this game, when it came out, obviously I was drawn to kind of the life cycle of an all-white wolf. I call this the 117 deer because this should be about 1:17 in load remove time. But so I'm going to dedicate this run to my dog Kira. She is still currently with us, but for who knows how long. Hopefully that will be the last time we have a little slightly sad note, but if you're curious why I play this game, that is why. Neva can't figure out how to jump yet, so we're teaching her that she can go over this hill. And I always do the little grandma dance when I have a little bit of spare time. So for the next little bit, this game is basically introducing us to the movement tech, and then kind of the artwork style and what we can expect. The themes of this game... Oh, I am supposed to go up here. It didn't cost me any time, don't worry. You have to wait for Neva on pretty much everything. The themes of this are really around like parenthood and growth with your children and how things change. So over the course of the game, Neva is going to get a lot of different abilities. She's going to learn how to help us in combat. Yes, there will be combat. Unlike Gris, which I believe did not have combat. Whereas our character is fundamentally going to stay the same. In contrast to most games where the main character levels up, we don't really, but Neva will. This section is a bit of an auto-scroller. We have to follow these butterflies, and we have to tag every trigger point as they move. I have not found a way to break this yet. If anyone out there wants to figure out how to not have to do this at the start of every run, please do let me know, because yeah, it wastes about a minute and a half, but it's a good way to warm up into the run and get used to the movement tech and stuff again, if it's been a little while. Yeah, so we're just gonna follow these little butterflies around for a bit. And I keep yelling Neva because she needs to stick with us too. So Neva's gonna just follow us around, and I promise later on she'll become a little less of a hindrance and an annoyance like she is right now, but as with all children, she has to grow up first.
Now, Chad has asked the important question.
What's up?
Can you pet the dog?
You know what? Alright. You can pet the dog constantly. Oh, she did not. Neva's got a mind of her own. You can definitely pet the dog anytime you want. And this was actually my second submission period game. And one of my donation incentives was pet the dog, of course, because you have to do that. So I will try to find a spot where Neva is not running around, and I will try to pet her. But we'll have to pet her several times throughout the game. Because, especially in this beginning part, she gets really scared once we start getting into the enemies. If I pet her down here, I would show you right now, but it starts a cutscene that we don't want to do, so I could pet her, but let's see if I can get her to come over here first. There we go. Yeah.
Aww.
Good doggo.
There you go, Chad. You can pet the dog.
And this is where the world first starts to open up, and you can kind of see, like, and they'll come back to the same location throughout the game, and you'll see how this area shifts. So right now, everything is beautiful and nice and whatnot, and we're gonna soon run into, for lack of a better term, a corruption. I'm not sure what the official names are. They keep a lot of the lore kind of vague intentionally because they want people to be able to interpret it and put their own spin on it and figure out if it's, you know, about the hero's journey, if it's about parenthood, if it's about loss and grief or different things, and there's lots of different metaphors at play. The one that I've seen most frequently referenced is climate change, because obviously we're in nature and corruption and nature and all that. But this is going to be our first encounter with it, and it's going to get progressively worse as the game goes on. And it can, you know, make trees float, because that's a thing. But we're going to get into our first use of weaponry here. We only get one weapon, which is a sword. The important thing to note with the sword is whenever you hit something in the air, you can dash again. And so we're gonna be doing that throughout to kind of amplify our movement and just kind of speed things up. So we're gonna start here. We have to break all these things. And then what the game is trying to teach us right now is, you can see on the bottom, I have 3 health. And I lose a health every time I get hit. And then I get that health back by getting, I think it's 6 hits without taking damage. So that right there, they had me take a hit so that I know that I can heal back up. Now, 3 health does seem like a lot, and a lot of the time it is, but this game, especially in certain sections, can be surprisingly unforgiving. Oh, I went too early. Come on, Neva. There we go. And this is what I mean by some of the triggers are very finicky. But see, we have to hug her every now and then. Show her it's okay. It's gonna be okay, Neva. And then it's just, she'll be a lot less scared once she gets into her teenage phase. Come on, Neva. I'll just start yelling her name again, because she didn't want to cooperate. So, when in doubt, yell at your child, I think, is the... and that's facetious. Do not yell at your children.
It's not a great life lesson to learn from this.
And then there you can see I did a dare or a down attack. Again, Smash Bros. Terms. We'll be using that anytime we have to fall, because naturally that's faster than falling, because we get to kind of put some force behind it. Now here, oh, missed it. We're gonna take that. if you get the placement just right, you can actually hop through all of those without breaking rhythm. But I just missed it. But we're all good. And one nice thing is, in the event that I do die, and here's our first little group of enemies. These guys, throughout the game, the enemies are going to be a little bit RNG in terms of where they pop up and when they disappear. Our primary tech is we're going to be trying to gather them and kill them before they can do that. Now, how many times they disappear and stuff will drastically impact your time, and there's various fights throughout the game. So we try to manipulate the AI as best we can, push them all in the same direction, standard speedrunning stuff, but, there's only so much we can do. And of course we fade to black on a puppy hug. But unfortunately, when we wake up, things are going to be just a little bit worse. So we're gonna start finding our way through this scary new world. Now, I don't know if you can hear, she kind of like whispered Neva there, like, hey, wake up, wake up. But now everything's dark. Now, this game is also heavily influenced by Studio Ghibli, if you haven't already noticed. So there is a lot of what we call no-face, and you're going to see a giant no-face and a boss fight no-face later. So if you've watched things like, like Studio Ghibli, some of this may be kind of recognizable. There we go. Oh. And then if you do the short hop and you mess up your spacing like that, you just run into something and you look really stupid. So every now and then that's gonna happen. And then we're just doing, some of this is like not quite skips, like not skips in the traditional speedrunning way, but skips in terms of what the game wants you to do. Which is, we're gonna be trying to avoid, of course, as many platforms as possible. And then here we're gonna get to see our first glimpse of a big little guy back there. We're gonna see him more later. And actually our first encounter, or I guess second encounter with that guy, is going to be my main reset point. I don't know what it is about the chase sequence with him that I just struggle with, so we will hope that we won't die. But, in full disclosure, that is my toughest section of the game. So, thankfully it's at the beginning. And we're just, some of these enemies we do have to fight, they're triggers, but some of these enemies we can just ignore. These enemies we do have to fight, so we're gonna try to manipulate these spawns and keep them as close to the middle. That should have been a little different. As close to the middle as we can. And this guy, the last one, I'm going to push over towards the right side of the screen because that's the direction we're going. And we're just going to keep moving. But Neva does not like these random things, so you can hear her howling over there, and we're going to say, hey, oh. Some of the platforms, their detection is a... Maybe it's my fault. Maybe the platforms are a little skinny. I don't know.
Maybe it's a combination of both.
It could be. Here we are actually just gonna run right through this. This is not what you're supposed to do, obviously, but we're just gonna, do that. And then he's gonna get progressively more frustrated with us and come out to play directly. And this is the part that I was talking about where this has probably killed maybe a third of my runs, this section. I don't know what it is. If you get hit like even once, it can throw the rhythm off pretty bad. So we're gonna see what's gonna happen here. But good old No Face is gonna say hi, and we are gonna run. We are gonna run fast and far and hope for the best. So I might be a little quiet here for a second. Run. And now if you roll off the ledge, like I'm trying to do here, you can dash right after that roll. So if you're near the ledge, if you're near the ledge, you're almost always going to want to dash off of it. Most of this game is about maintaining your momentum and just trying to always move forward. The jump dash is slightly faster than the roll, but you don't want to lose your movement tech by jump dashing off the edge. Oh no, oh no. Die. Oh, that was close. I would say we're home free, but not quite yet. I have died on this part. Okay, now we're home free. And dive. Now, the only intentional death of the game is coming up. I will keep it a mystery just in case I die earlier, but I don't believe I will. But now this section, I'm just gonna... Okay. If you do it just right, you can just keep moving without stopping, but clearly I did not land in the right spot for that, and we do not want to die, so I'll take those super safe. Obviously, in a PB type, record type setting, you would just go to the right and hope for the best, and that's normally what I do, but we missed it there. And then now Neva is above us. We can't help her, but she's getting chased. And then if you listen, there's a little yelp there of Neva getting grabbed. Now this section's gonna be, I only have 1 health, so this section's gonna be a little spicy. Hopefully not too spicy. Normally I do boost here, but I'm not sure I'm gonna be able to. Okay, that worked out. That was close. Yeah, normally I would deboost through one of those vines to try to line those guys up a little bit closer, but it's all good. Now Neva's trapped. I don't know what happened to, this has always plagued me, I don't know what happened to the thing that was chasing her. She just ends up there. Now this here, these little guys, you have to kill the faces to kill the corruption, and you gotta do that little dive thing to get that guy to pop out. This is going to be the only intentional death of the run, which is going to be right here. We're going to try to use the spikes to damage boost up to hit the one that we actually need. There's about 4 in this room. Let's see if I can get it. And there we go. And we die. Now, naturally, if you don't get that pretty close to just right, you will fail that room and have to do it again, and that's also a reset. And then the last heavy reset point in the first 20 minutes is going to be the boss fight with No Face. There's 2 strats for it. There's a safe and there's a, let's take a book from Bloodborne and call it a YOLO strat, where you deboost through basically everything and you try to face tank it by recharging your health by attacking him. I'm going to try that one first when we get to him, and if it doesn't work, then, you know, it doesn't work. That guy on the head on the left there is going to attack, so we gotta try to keep these guys down here for the attack. That timing didn't work out. Take that hit intentionally. If you get those things to all fall down to the bottom where the big one hits all of them, you can do that quite a bit faster. And by quite a bit, I mean 10 seconds, but that's an eternity in speedrunning time.
That's forever.
So there's a lot of little variables like that can make a run, you know, plus or minus 10, plus or minus 20. And we can do little things to manipulate that, like trying to get them to all fall down that ledge. But then sometimes our little no-face friend over there doesn't attack when he's supposed to or whatever. So this one is also a pain because after the I want him to go that way. After these, the floor is going to become spikes, and it's going to make it a lot harder to juggle them. Oh, you were supposed to go up there. So we're going to just keep doing this. Oh. Now sometimes you can stop them. I don't quite know if it's pixel perfect. Oh, that guy won the spikes. I don't quite know if it's pixel perfect or how much, but you can sometimes tag them before they fall down. Now, what we're going to be doing throughout the game is you can see these kind of flowers. We're going to be opening them up and grabbing these white orbs that then explode, I guess, pollen or seeds or something. But it helps with the corruption. I'm sorry, I'm not a botanist. But we're going to be doing that. So anyone in chat, if you know the exact technical flowery terms there, let me know. So I'm a little bit more educated on the topic, but we're going to be opening those up, and you can see little mushrooms and stuff in the foreground. Oh. And then this little spiky thing is in our way. Naturally, if something is black in this game, it's going to probably damage you. So anything that looks like a black root, a black spike, a black enemy, anything like that, it's probably going to hurt you, but one of the things that takes getting used to as you play this game is figuring out what is in the foreground and what is in the background and what is, actually in the playing area and you can interact with and what is just, kind of pretty artwork. So that's like the first step to kind of figuring out this game. This is a little skip that I don't know if I was the first person to do it. We do have a pretty active community in Neva, and so I won't take credit for it, but that little sword swipe on the end there gets you to just enough space that you don't have to hit that switch again, and saves a nice little chunk of time. Now, obviously, if you've played a Souls-like, which, again, hosted Perilous Paths, I know a Souls-like when I see it, this is going to be a boss arena, big, open, flowery field. I'm gonna, like I said, I'm gonna do the YOLO strat first. I'm gonna try to tank as much damage as possible and just charge through it. High likelihood I die. If I die, I'll do the safer way.
I believe.
And then, of course, I have iframes on my rolls. So I come back here. And I just keep trying to... Now, he has a... I say he, I don't want to assume the gender of the no-face, but... they have a very wonky hitbox. Like, some of it is a hitbox and some of it isn't. So far, so good. Oh, there we go. I was able to skip that last phase. So that worked out pretty nice. And now we're gonna stab him. And in my live split, I actually just call this stab no face. But this is the last that we're going to see of puppy Neva. And after this, Neva is going to grow up a little bit. She's going to become an ornery teenager that is not going to do anything we tell her to do. So she's just going to be kind of running around. But Neva has the ability to cleanse the corruption to a certain degree as she howls and fights it. And I think that's maybe a metaphor for like how children make your life better, or children are the future, or however you want to interpret it. But she has the ability to clear some of that corruption. We're now into fall, so we're actually going to start at the base of the exact same tree where we started the game originally. And you can see Neva is just a little bit bigger here. And rather than us waking her up, she's going to wake us up. Eventually. We got to zoom in real close first.
After the cinematics.
Yeah. Oh, the cinematics in this game, like, it has fully animated cutscenes that we're just skipping, but the artwork in this game is fantastic. If I haven't mentioned it already, this game was up for numerous awards: Game of the Year, Best Indie Game, Best Art Direction. It did win Games for Impact at I believe the Game Awards, and it's up for a whole bunch of other awards. It came out late 2024, so it's still alive and well in award season. And you can see some of the no-face enemies here have been turned back into forest. There's some creepy imagery in the foreground and background. And Neva hates them, by the way, so she's going to attack anything and everything that she sees. We have lost some sense of control over Neva for now. She's going to kind of do what she wants, but she will help us out from time to time. And thankfully, later on in the game, she'll be a little bit more cooperative as she gets older. But she's, 15, 16 right now in human years, so she's just not going to want to do anything that we tell her to do. As you can see there, she's just going to go right into battle and be like, I hate these things. I don't care about my safety. I'm young and made of rubber, and it doesn't matter. as usual, we are just trying to hit them towards each other. And so at the beginning of the game, our sword will get a little bit stronger. Thankfully, Neva will become our literal and figurative spirit animal and will essentially go into our sword. I know she's attacking on her own, but it looks like she's inside our sword. So right now we have to do 6 regular hits and then a jump dare to kill them. Later on, we'll just be able to do 3 regular hits. This is the field we saw before. Now it's filled with a bunch of bright red roses. That floating tree is still, floating. So, the damage that the corruption does is permanent to some degree. You always have your scars, I guess. And then we're just gonna start. Oh. This is where, if you're not careful about your jump dash management and everything, you can find yourself without a jump in just random spots. So if it looks like I do something really stupid and I just run right off the ledge, that's what happened. But we're just very carefully managing our little jump dash thing to make sure that we always have the resources we need to keep moving. And then there's a beautiful, I don't know if that's, I think that's sunrise. I think it's going up. And then again later on we will go back into the dark times, but right now it's all good. And then I'm skipping those, so just I-frame right through it and just keep on doing some platforming. And some of these platforms will be on cycles. You'll see a number of these little rocks will start floating up and down, and we're gonna try to do stuff with them. There's not a very easy way to mess with those cycles, and then Neva is kind of helping us a little bit, clearing the way. She's got oh that was close. I don't know why I didn't grab there. This is where Neva is actually not helpful because she throws that thing right at us. But this is one of the cooler sections of the game right here, because I'm going to take the right side, and Neva's going to take the left side. And we're just going to knock them off. And then... whoop. And there's a couple of sections like that, where they start to show you that you and Neva can be, a really good team if you want to. But you got to get Neva to cooperate. And this is where they're going to start floating up and down a little bit. This cycle, or this section, doesn't have a cycle issue, but some of the other ones, I'll just be standing around for a little bit. Oh no. I went a little too far there. That's why I said, where you see me just run off the edge sometimes, that's gonna happen. But thankfully, in the platforming sections, this is one of the cycle sections. Oh, come on. I was about to say it's unlikely that you die, but I am going to put that to the test apparently, and try my absolute hardest to die here. I won't say it's never happened before. I know that's like a GDQ mantra, but it's definitely happened before. I'm just not proud of it. But we're gonna try not to die. And then, of course,
I don't want to admit it, but...
yeah. And then these little, I don't know what they are, these like artwork water fountain things are kind of where we save and where our checkpoints are. So you could see that it refilled my health. Here, all the no faces, no face eye, whatever we want to call them, they start to merge. And now we get our second type of enemy in the game. Second type of regular enemy. And they just kind of throw Neva aside. So we're going to have to take care of this. And they fight very similar to how the other no-face fought. Oh. He headbutted me on his way back. And there we go. And now we gotta wake Neva up. Sometimes when you're a teenager, you run in head first, you get hurt. And Neva will stop doing that later on, as she gets older. But we will see more of those enemies throughout the game. And then here we get to the first of a couple of sections where we have to go left and right to unlock stuff. So there's kind of there's a lock in the middle of what I call the plateau over there, and so we're gonna unlock it by getting 2 of those flowers. So I always go to the left side first because it's closer, naturally. And then we're just gonna keep making our way through this, and As you can see there, I just dared right into... Oh, there's a guy there, because of course there was. I just dared right into an enemy from the top, and we catch that, and go down. And this is another one of those platform sections. I've been watching AGDQ too much. I almost said if there's any donations, now would be a good time. I caught myself, and then I had to explain. Oh, no, I ran out of a dash. Caught myself, and then had to explain that I caught myself. So, did I really catch myself? That is the question.
Mostly.
Mostly.
You know what? No, you caught yourself.
Okay.
It's fine. We make the rules here.
And now
No one can tell us that we didn't.
Now we got a nice little fight section here again. You'll recognize these. What's going to be different here is he's gonna have a friend, and Neva's gonna help us a little bit more. So now we start getting into sections that are a little tougher. And that will become a theme as the fights get a little tougher. We'll have to start doing 2-on-1s and things in later portions of the game. For now, we basically just do that. And Neva will help us more. Come on. Sometimes she doesn't show up right away and you have to yell for her. But so the fights will get progressively a little harder. What's great about this game is if you're looking at this and you're thinking like, I don't want to play a Hollow Knight or something that's, you know, difficult and has combat in that way. I want to enjoy this kind of like Gris and kind of as a colorful, beautiful platformer. This is adventure mode, but there is also a story mode that lets you play through this, you know, with a little bit of an easier time on some of the enemies and some of the platforming. There is also, they just patched this game, like, I think a week ago, which changed a few things. Now I'm going to try a little skip here, 1 second. Oh. Come on. Alright. I'll do it the right way. It's a bit of a swagger skip right there. It saved like all of a half second if you get it, but it looks cool when you do it. So naturally I had to go for it. But they did recently patch the game where they added some more accessibility options and made it easier to see your character and different things. So if you are watching this and think it rightfully looks beautiful and you would like to play it, but maybe you're not sure if the combat is quite your cup of tea, there are options to adjust for that. But naturally, you know, being the host of Perilous Paths, I have to do it in the full combat version because what else am I going to do? But now we're gonna head over to the right side here, and you can see we now have one dot, whatever that is, open. We're gonna do the next one, and this section is gonna involve a cool little escape sequence. We're not gonna really be in danger like we were in the first one with no face. This one's gonna be a little different, but we'll talk about that when we get there. Ooh, missed my dash there. And then sometimes the platforms change like that, and obviously runners know when the platform's going to change, but sometimes it can mess up your jump dash just a little bit. These are by far the most annoying enemies in the game. You have to do a couple of hits, and then you have to touch the ground, and if I do this just right... Okay, perfect. Later on in the game, there's going to be sections where you have to fight, you know, 3, 4, 5 of those. Maybe it caps out at 4, I'm not quite sure. And where they fly around and how they fly around and everything is going to impact a lot of those fight sequences and your time. So that's another heavy RNG point. So here we're going to have to fight a couple more. And so usually they do the AoE attack first, but he didn't, so that kind of messed... Oh. Ooh, that was close. So it is definitely, if you're trying to go fast, definitely possible to die fighting those, because you can see how far off you have to go to hit them quickly. And then if you don't make it back to the stage, naturally you take damage from falling off the level. You don't die immediately, it'll respawn you -1 health right on the platform. But if they hit you, then you fall, you know, that's 2 health, and so you can die very quickly there, unfortunately. But so far, we are, you know, no unintentional deaths, so far so good. then we got one more batch of those guys up here. And this is the second most annoying batch of them. There's one in the late game that's like super annoying, and you'll definitely see why it's annoying. Oh, I wasn't lucky enough that they lined up. And in this section, that becomes a little bit more annoying because of the platform changes. And then every now and then, Neva will come out, and sometimes Neva is a help, and sometimes Neva is a hindrance. And she can right there, she can knock them away where you can't reach them anymore. So we had to wait a second there. So some of that RNG does play into it as well. Now we are going to there is no fall damage in this game, so we are just gonna jump a very far distance here. Sometimes I dare this, and sometimes I just do this to get horizontal distance. So dare will make you fall faster, but you'll fall straight down closer to that mountain, and then that will give you a slower fall, but will get you closer to this. And so it's kind of, I'm not sure there's a big time difference, but it's kind of personal preference. I sometimes dare it just because it's fun, but now, this is not a trick I've ever actually been able to hit, but if you're just fast, I was nowhere near there. If you're just fast enough, I think hypothetically you can land on this before it goes all the way up. I was not anywhere close there, but hypothetically I think it's possible. I've never actually done it, but you would have to do it a lot smoother than I just did there. This is tree escape, so we are going to climb the biggest tree that I have ever seen. I don't know if it's like a California redwood or what's going on here, but no face. We're gonna skip the cinematic, but the big bad of the game is gonna show up and is gonna start destroying this tree, and we are gonna have to run away from the corruption. There you can see a little bit of the really cool animation. And I'll let the, obviously, at the end of the run, I'll let the endgame animation play. So if you stick around, you'll get to see some of the really cool stuff at the end. And how great this game actually looks. Oh, I stutter stepped a little bit. Hopefully I'm not in danger. This is fine. All the memes.
Everything is okay.
Yeah. I have never actually just stood here and waited to see like what would happen if the corruption gets to me. You can definitely fall off and then you gotta start again, but I've never just seen like what happens if it tickles my toes or anything. So
it's probably not good.
Yeah, I mean, I might need a doctor afterwards, I don't know. But we're never really in danger in this section. There's plenty of spare time. If you miss a jump, obviously it's a run killer, because you got to start back from the I combined the words
Very
beginning
bottom.
and bottom, but the beginning of the tree sequence. But we're never really in danger, and this is the end here. And I do a sword swipe just to try to get a little extra height. And then we fall a very far away. How Alba, the woman, survives this, I have no idea. But Neva's gonna wake us up. And now this is kind of the debris and everything of the tree floating down. So obviously with wildfires and, you know, everything that's going on, this is, you know, kind of the repercussions of things when like there's forest fires or there's damage to the environment. There's a lot of smoke and debris and things. So that's where we are now. You're going to see some animals getting affected by it. So we're gonna have to fight some sick animals, and we're gonna see some sick animals in the foreground and the background. You know, nothing too graphic, but the theme of pollution is very much there. So there's a poor little boar there. We'll be fighting some of those later as they get corrupted, but that one I do not think turns. Here we have to do a quit out because Neva bugs right there, and this gets us into that little section a little faster. So we quit out as soon as we cross that body, and we try to get Neva to calm down, and then we keep going. If you don't do that, you can get stuck in that section for like 30 seconds or a minute while Neva like tries to find her spot. And so we just do a quit out there. You can see the little no faces jump into this board, and so they corrupt it. And we wanna pull it over here. Because naturally, this is, you know, the direction we're headed. And we help Neva cure the corruption. Unfortunately, some of these howls are skippable. This one is not, as far as I know. So we drag the boar all the way to the right side to get closer to where we're going. That's gonna be a boss later. Spoiler alert, that deer in the background. There's gonna be 2 of them, actually. It's a really beautiful sequence in the game. Now the game's gonna look a little gloomy for a little bit. Oh, I almost missed that. Those platforms we have to hit to open up. Now here, we want to stop all these little crawly things from getting to the boar, to the pig, to whatever this thing is. If they get to it, it's going to wake it up, and we're going to have another fight just like we did before. So we're going to, and they get, you can see, progressively closer. But thankfully that all worked out. But if they get in there, then that's also definitely a reset, because that will eat a good minute. So you just have to make sure that you manipulate where they spawn, and you can get to all of them before they get to that thing. Now these little guys, I'm not sure what they are, if they're bats, if they're corrupted butterflies, or whatever, but they're basically just there to make it harder to platform. And we're just gonna keep going around all the things. And this is also a section where I sometimes am known to fall off cliffs randomly, mainly because of the flowers. And hopefully, okay, I wasn't quite sure if I saved my dash there or not. That was definitely a section where I could have just fallen off, but all good. And so the little no faces start to become kind of platforming hazards, and naturally you're supposed to knock them off, you're supposed to fight them, but that's slow, so we're just gonna run past everything. We start to see some birds. Things are gonna start getting more and more surreal. And if you do like this artwork, I will say the end of the game, towards the end of the game, the last like 30 minutes, is what was nominated for a bunch of artistic awards, and it's just some really beautiful stuff and really beautiful game design. So if you like what you're seeing so far, the end of this game is spectacular. So that is my plug for sticking around. Sometimes Neva will attack that last one quicker, but that time she was a little too slow, so I went and got it myself. And we are gonna fall off a tree here in a section. But right over here, we are going to try to dare this, if we can get it. There we go. Sometimes it just takes your legs out and you can't really do anything about it. Here, we are just trying to group them all up. So I go one direction, to the next direction, and you can see they start to teleport or tunnel or whatever in front of me as I turn back to the left, and so that can sometimes help. Now this guy has 3 health. You can see 3 little buggers going into him, so we're gonna have to do this 3 times. Oh, I messed that up. I wanted to go the other way, but okay. And we're gonna do this again. And you can see on the ground he's kicking up spikes. And so if you don't jump quite far enough, it is actually somewhat tight. If you don't jump quite far enough, you will get hit by those little spikes as you land. And so despite this game, you know, looking like a cutesy little platformer, it is actually a little bit harder than you think. Here is where Neva is going to get her first really useful ability, because we're going to be stuck here. And now we can chuck Neva like a boomerang. So we're gonna do that. And now she's a long distance weapon for us. I don't actually use that all that often, but it is nice that we finally have some level of control over her. And why it is that we can shoot her like that, I don't know. I don't know when she became a bullet, but that is the skill we're going with. She'll get two more I think skills throughout the game. Oh, okay. I was a little worried there. Oh no. So when I talk about wonky platforms, these are the ones where you can't quite... Oh no. you can't quite tell which part of the pedal you land on. So it's for... If you can look really closely, there's a little white line on the pedal. It is not the flowers. It is not the black flowers that extend quite far. It is actually that little white line. And so sometimes, if you're like me, it might be difficult to see that. And you can misjudge it. But it is all good. And like I said, the penalty for falling and stuff is very negligible. Falling on one of these platforms is not a run killer. In fact, my PB and even the world record, I'm number 2, but the world record also has a couple of falls and things. And it costs you maybe 2 seconds. So you can definitely get away with it if you need to. We are trying to make sure that those things climbing the walls do not get to the birds on top, but pretty simple. And then some of this stuff, if you notice, there are paths that we are clearly not taking. There's clearly a platform path to the left there. There are a whole lot of collectibles in this game. That flower on the top there is the collectible, so it's very easy for it to get lost in the environment. I missed a few on my casual playthrough just because I didn't see them. So there is a 100% category for this game, and if you get all the flowers, there is a special secret cutscene, which I'm not going to spoil the ending of this game quite yet, and what happens in Neva's future. But there is a very cute, very loving cutscene at the end of the game if you collect all those flowers and go to a hidden location at the end of the game. So if you're a completionist, you want to do all the things, that's definitely a fun little, I can't say trophy because at least I'm on PC, but that is a fun little thing to do. And then here we have this, and the only way to hurt this is to use Neva and throw Neva at it. So while we're down here, we're just going to be going, it's an auto scroller. He will, the giant thing will push us off the edge if Neva doesn't kill it fast enough. So we're just going to keep tossing Neva when Neva's ready. And you know Neva is ready because of the white circle that pops up on Alba. And so if you watch a second after, right there, oh no, you went to the wrong one. Neva's, I was trying to deboost through the board there. Neva can be a little finicky on where they go also, so sometimes, hopefully we don't see too much more of that, but sometimes they will not go where you want them to go. So some platforms like that one that I just jumped off of, you can tell the white is where you can land, but there's petals that extend outwards. And so that's where some people, myself included, if you're not, especially if you're not in like full screen, high resolution, whatever, can get messed up a little bit. And there we go. Okay, I was worried I was gonna fall there. And then in this section, we actually want to fall. Doo-doo-doo. And here's a nice little boss fight. The cool thing about this boss fight is it's a classic 2-on-1, or I guess 2-on-2 because we have Neva. But if we can sync it, it'll be kind of like the no faces we fought on the ledge earlier, where Neva and I, or Neva and Alba, are going to work in tandem really well. So they only have a couple of attacks, really easy to dodge. And then you can see how much health they have, it's how many little no faces, you know, come out of them. So we are just gonna keep doing this. But the fight gets really interesting here in a second. And it's one of my favorite fights because it gets really cool. And I don't know how much of the music you can hear, but the music is epic when this fight starts going. It's like sort of orchestral, sort of sad, sort of melancholy. Because obviously, you know, it's sad to have to fight these, but Now what we're going to try to do here is sync this up. Oh no. Okay. Oh yeah, I was able to save it. Neva went to the wrong one. She's supposed to go to the far one. Like that. And then we do them at the same time. But that's only if Neva cooperates. And sometimes, if one side spawns before the other, Neva will go to the only enemy that's on screen. And so if they don't spawn at the right time, or if I click it too early, there we go, because I'm trying to go too fast, she will go to the close one. But thankfully we did not miss a cycle there. Sometimes if you don't line it up just right, you can miss a cycle, and then obviously you lose another 10 seconds or whatever. But again, stabbing no face. And then after this, we are going to have a bit of a surreal situation. I will spoil it by saying this is a nightmare. Alba is asleep, so it's gonna get a little weird, a little red. And then after, of course, you have the sad, melancholy music of them running back and forth and fighting you, but then you have the epic, happy music of you saved them and you cured the corruption, but still a little sad because they're dead. But at least they're not evil. As I said, this will be a nightmare sequence. So when you're playing this casually, you wake up, you think Neva's gone, and you freak out a little bit, and you're gonna hear Alba kind of freaking out. But this is all a dream. And there's going to be a lot of these little black hands. So if you're a fan of anime, for me, the first time I saw, I know these are a bit of a trope at this point, but the first time I saw hands like those is really from like Full Metal Alchemist, The Door of Truth and Pride and all of that. I know they're in other anime, obviously, but so if you're an anime fan, you're probably seeing some things you recognize. This though, floating deer in the sky, I don't know if these are constellations or what's going on here. But probably don't recognize that. Maybe you do. If you do, let us know. But otherwise, the hands I've definitely seen around. Now, the regular enemies that we've been fighting thus far, the no faces, you can see they're now flower heads of some kind, and they will explode. Yep, just like that. So we're gonna obviously we're speedrunning. We're gonna keep moving. We're gonna do our best to not let any of those hit us. But we will use them in fights to try to do friendly fire or explosive damage to the other things in the fight. So we'll try to kill one and then have it blow up into the other. It won't kill them outright, but it will do a little bit of damage. And we found Neva again. So Neva is just howling at the moon, as wolves, and as I mentioned earlier at the top of the stream, my husky will sometimes howl to no one and nothing. I like to think she's howling to us, hopefully at least, but they will definitely do that. And then now these little mouth things, for lack of a better term, they're like portals or teleportation holes or whatever. They maintain your momentum and they give you a new set of jumps and dashes. And so they're kind of like a bit of a puzzle element when you're playing this casually, like figuring out which one to go into and how to go into them. But obviously we know how to do that. Oh, almost overjumped that. And down we go. Okay, managed to do that without landing. I don't always get that without landing. We got a bit of a fight here. So I'm gonna, as I mentioned, push these guys together. Oh, and they have an attack that is a lot harder to dodge. I definitely came close to dying there. Oh. We'll take this somewhat safe. I really want to be closer to the center there, but I did not want to try to go through there. So You can see there, if you deboost while doing the fights to try to go quickly, your health can become perilous very, very fast. But so far, we have not taken any stupid deaths. And then we are gonna, again, there's some collectibles and stuff hidden in this giant thing, but we're gonna skip all that and just go straight to the bottom. And then here, as you fall, you're gonna try to dare as much as you can. You can't always get it, but again, we gotta go left and right. So you see a bunch of red creepy hands, they're all reaching out. There's some mouths. I won't pretend I understand all the symbolism at play here, but it is a very cool, you know, aesthetic. And we're gonna keep doing some platforming. And every time we go a lap, we get to see the blood red moon over here. And then we're gonna slowly change the environment as we do this until we get to the next boss fight. This is one of the sections, one of the fights I'm most likely to die in. Probably number 2 or number 3, so we're gonna see how well this goes. And it's because you're fighting both of them while they explode and while you teleport them left and right. And naturally, we're trying to group them up. Come on, man, through the teleporter. All right. That was fine, barring the cheap little backhand through the teleporter was a bit much, but you know, otherwise fine. And you're actually locked down here while you're fighting them, so it's not like you can run away. You just have that small little corridor, and then that's a collectible there, of course. We're gonna hope that we get this side. I can never get the dare. So what I do is you actually have control of her in the movement, so you can do like you can get some exercise in, do a little cape wiggle, or you know, some steps, get your steps in, do a little spin, do whatever, you know. I have a bad habit of zoning out while I run this game, just because it's so beautiful and like and I'm so small on the screen and everything. So sometimes when that stuff happens and there's a section where I'm not actively playing for, you know, 10 or 15 seconds, I zone out a little bit. And so I added the grandma dance and the steps and stuff to just try to keep myself focused a little bit, keep myself in the game. Now you can see there's a giant wolf over there. You know, don't mind him, he's just hanging out. Very, very Bloodborne-esque here, which is one of my favorite games. If you've watched my Hotfix show, you know that was the first game I ever had on, and for good reason. This is also a fight where there's a little bit of RNG as to where this one can go. So we're gonna keep doing this, and now he's gonna run away, and hopefully we can get him to not run away again. Nice. And then we come right back here. So sometimes, come on, Neva. I love, she just stands there. Neva, wake up. We got something to do. Sometimes that big no face can definitely teleport around and cause some problems. But you know, so far so good, and we are almost to the next boss fight. So we're gonna go back to where, there we go, got the dare that time. And you can see the moon changed in the background. There's lots of little details. I don't know if you can see my hand down here. Lots of little details in the background and the foreground. The artwork is just spectacular throughout. This is another little puzzle. Obviously, we know the answer, so we're gonna go over here. Wait for that to stop spinning. Ooh, I almost went too fast. This is definitely a game where you can go too fast sometimes. And this is the tower top is what I call it on my splits. We're almost to the boss, but we gotta roll down here. Now going downstairs or upstairs, usually rolls are a little bit faster than the dash jumping that we've been doing. But you just kind of have to figure out in each set of circumstances and platforms what's going to be fastest. Here is where Neva gets her next ability, where she becomes the light inside us, essentially. And now we're going to be able to see in the dark, and our sword is going to get stronger. So from here on... Oh, actually, no, never mind. There we go. She comes out on the third swipe. And then from now on, we're going to want to make sure that we keep Neva, for lack of a better term, inside of us or with us. She can wander out on her own if you use her as a projectile or you know, let her. I did not want to grab that. Now, we actually have to throw her at that one. But if you let her wander around, you actually lose damage on your weapon because you don't get that third hit. So we're going to do everything we can to keep her with us. And then later on, we can only destroy, you know, certain blocks and certain things if Neva is in our sword. So we will actually have to be very careful to make sure she is always with us. Oh. I always get just a tiny bit lost in here. I don't know why. I do. Oh. I almost went for a collectible. That collectible almost always gets me because there's another fall here where you do want to go to the ledge on the left. And that one almost always tricks me, almost got me there. But it didn't this time, so we're going to do that to avoid that guy. And this is another little teleportation puzzle. Easy enough. This is the one where we want to go over here. There we go. And you can see we're collecting these little checkpoints as we go. And now everything is super red. And we are headed towards our next boss. Now the next boss is visually super cool, fun to fight. But if we're doing it right, we're not in a ton of danger. But here we're going to use the teleporters to try to organize these. Oh, that one was supposed to fall into that teleporter, but it didn't happen. It's okay. Now a big one. Okay, I went to the left hoping they would spawn on the left, but they spawned on the right. And as you can see, we oh no, do not fall in the teleporter. We kill things a little bit faster now. So far, though, this is a pretty decent run. I haven't had any major mess ups, which is, I wish I could say common, but yeah. And then we do that. You saw a ladder in the top left. If you were super observant, that is to a collectible. We are just gonna ignore that, and we're gonna come to the boss fight. Now, this can only be hit during a special phase, so we're essentially just going to be dodging. Some of these dodging windows are actually super tight, especially this sideways dash here is very tight. And if you get hit too many times, obviously you die, but there's not a very good opportunity to regain health. This is the only time you can hit, and so you can usually get 1 health off of that, but if you take too many hits, obviously that's a problem. And then the attacks will change a little bit as you hit them. So one of the attacks you have to do it like a jump dodge. One of the attacks you need to do rolls. This is a jump dodge. And so you're just reading the animation and trying to get away. But like I said, not in any real danger. Very, very scripted fight. If you're paying attention. And then we gotta do this 3 times, of course. You know, rule of 3 in video games. So this is the last cycle, and this is my favorite attack because it's just, you know, really cool. I always just try to stay in the middle of the moon just for, you know, whatever reason. I don't think it really does anything, but and that should be the last one, I believe. And this is going to be where the nightmare ends. So, as always, when in doubt, stab it in the face, and that will wake you up. Or will it? I asked that question slightly too early. The timing on that was supposed to be better. But then Neva comes. It was close. But then Neva comforts us, big huggable doggy. It's like, it's okay. So you can kind of see the progression of our relationship where Neva goes from a puppy who's scared of everything to now Neva is our rock. Neva is comforting us, telling us it's going to be okay. This is winter. We are now well into the second half of the game. This is the section that was nominated for all of the artwork awards. We're going to be spending a lot of time dashing. Neva is now big enough that we can ride her like a horsey. So we're going to be doing that for most of the rest of this section until we get to the foot sections. Oh, nice.
Before we get too far into this, do you want to take that break now, or?
Yeah, we can stop right here. I'll just stand here.
Yeah.
Let's do that. Yeah,
Perfect.
we got 40 minutes or so left.
So, unlike our main events, GDQ Hotfix, we are a little more casual with things. We want to give everybody a chance to, get up, stretch, get some water, anything y'all need to do while enjoying the speed runs. So we are going to take a quick break. We're going to let you all do that. We'll be back in just a few minutes here with more of the run. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Today is our Showrunner Showcase. We're showcasing a bunch of different showrunners and talking about their shows. I'll hand it right back over to you. We'll get right back into your game.
Sounds good. For anyone just joining us, my name is Cutie. I am the host for Perilous Paths here on GDQ Hotfix. My next episode is actually tomorrow, 7 to 10 p.m. Eastern. So if you want to join me then, absolutely come back tomorrow. But we can go ahead and get back into this. So 3, 2, 1, go. For the next part, like I said before, Neva is, she's not fully grown, but she's big enough we can ride. So we're going to be riding her like a little horsey for the rest of this section of the game. And we can use her to attack enemies. Now for this, we want to keep, like I said before, we want to keep her kind of in our sword. If you leave her out, she will attack on her own. And there is probably some form of optimization we can do where I want to get as far ahead of her as I can. There we go. There's probably... Oh, wow. She's like super dashing there. I don't know what that was. That was some sort of bug. The quintessential, that's never happened before. But I'm sure there's some form of micro optimization we could do where Neva attacks or we attack, but I prefer to just have full control over the fight there and keep her with me. We cannot ride her when we're on top of these little white ledges. These enemies now where they have the blockheads, if you want to delay jumping over top of them just for a second until they put their hands down. If you don't, they will teleport to the other side. Oh, I just missed that. They will teleport to the other side of the block. So you have to intentionally delay your jumps for that for just a second. And here we are going to meet the big bad again up here, and it's not going to go well for us, as you'll see. But we'll have our chance. We'll have our chance to take a little bit of revenge on this character later. She always reminds me of like the evil queen from Snow White. I don't know if that's intentional. She's a samurai queen. For some reason she has a katana, but now we're gonna fall down and we're gonna have to do another section where we do a left version and a right version. I always go left first. The right version or the right direction is harder. So I don't know why I go left first. I always go left first, so I just kind of stick to it here. And this is where Neva is going to transition into adulthood, and she's going to make a friend, which you'll see later. I have nicknamed him Zaddy for obvious reasons, but so you can see him back there. He's gonna start playing a role in the game down the line. But at first Neva's not going to be into it, and then later on she will be. But for now, we're just going to keep dashing to the left. There is going to be some time to definitely just chill and take in the scenery. The artwork after the left direction, once I get back to the center place and I go towards the right, is when the artwork is at least going to hit my favorite points. I love the nightmare section, don't get me wrong, and this kind of black and white scale. Like, the artwork's going to transition periodically depending on which direction we go, but this is where the award season art direction starts to come in. So this section is going to be a little black and white and a little plain, and then once we go to the right, it's going to look spectacular. Now over here is where Neva being in my sword is going to start becoming really important. I can only, in true Metroidvania, fashion, I can only just destroy these blocks that have cracks when Neva is in my sword, and then they come back. So if Neva is off doing her own thing and, attacking an enemy or is hanging out or, whatever, I will just smack the block and nothing will happen. And obviously that is not ideal. Now, for whatever reason, I will assume it's player error. Sometimes when I try to hit these blocks in air, I will do a dare instead of a forward strike. That actually happened in my... And there's an example of Neva not being in the right place. Again, I will call that player error. But sometimes if you are not super committed to the direction that you are attacking, you'll do a dare here instead of let's call it a forward air attack, and you will end up having to do all those jumps again. So that actually happened in my PB. My PB definitely has some room for improvement. And then we gotta destroy all these little block guys, but you can see these blocks are weak, unlike the previous blocks. And so we just gotta make sure we keep Neva with us. All good. And that is the first of the little blossoms, or whatever we want to call them, that we need here. And then we're gonna find our way back out. So this one we have to do a little bit more backtracking than some of the other sections. But we're gonna keep doing this. And I'm just gonna try to make sure that I attack to the right. Thank you. And we keep going. And you might recognize some of this architecture is, I don't know if it's intentionally similar to the plateau that we were on earlier in the game. I don't know if in the lore this is the same location or not. I like to think that it is, because we revisited, the starting location earlier, so I like to think we're revisiting locations and in a Dark Soulsian way, like some of them are becoming different over time and more decayed and all that fun stuff. But so I assume these are these same locations, but your internal monologue may differ. Obviously we are just gonna avoid all the enemies, and we are back where we started, and so we will climb our way back out. Whee! And then this next section, as well as the artwork getting really, really cool, it is also, for me personally, somewhat difficult, and you'll see why. I think I need to practice it more, frankly. But you'll see why a lot of the control schemes are going to get mirrored and flipped upside down, and weird things are going to happen, and hopefully it goes smoothly. But I have been known to... okay, she's bugging again. I don't know what's going on. I have been known to fall off some cliffs over there as well. But for now, we're gonna run back to where we were, dash back, glide, and we meet our friend again. And go figure, he hates these things too. He's just kind of chomping on them. And they want to say hi, but she barks at him, and now he's scared. And then we're gonna keep going. Don't worry, they'll be best friends in a little bit. And I mentioned I didn't want to spoil the ending too soon. They are going to get, for lack of a better term, doggy married. And if you collect all of the flowers throughout the game, the hidden scene that you get at the end of the game is watching the male Neva. I don't believe he has a name, which is why I call him Zaddy, but you'll watch him raising a whole litter of cubs, of little baby Nevas. So it's definitely a touching scene if you go through the effort of collecting all these little flowers. And then this direction to the right is where the artwork is going to get really cool. I think we have to do a fight before we get to that. Yes, we do. Oh. Usually you can launch off of Neva and take out 2 of them, but I didn't do it very well. And you can see our friend is just kind of chilling up there watching us, seeing how well we fight. But no matter what we do, we get caught. And then Neva gets thrown aside again, even though she's bigger and stronger than the last time that happened. It happened again. But then our buddy's gonna take care of everything. I wish we could do that as well and as efficiently as they did, but and then we got
No kidding.
to make the game a little bit faster, right? I don't know why I just do it out of habit. I don't need to be dash jumping there because I'm gonna hop right back on Neva. I don't know. Whenever something's happening, I just spam dash jump. Like if you run this game, you have to spam that dash jump combination like, I don't know, 2,000 times a run or something. It's like doing back dashing in Castlevania or something. Like it just becomes the only thing that you know how to do. This is where the artwork is going to transition to something just quite spectacular here in a second. At least I think so. And it's a mirror. And so for the next little section of the game, everything is going to be mirrored. Sometimes it's going to be top bottom, sometimes it's left right, sometimes it's different sides. Over here we have to get off of Neva, sadly. So we just we try to launch ourselves off and hop down these. And then keep Neva with us. This costs us no time, so likewise I just sometimes spam this to keep my fingers moving. Only because it's pretty. But now a lot of the enemies are going to be invisible, and you can only see them in the mirrored state. And so right here is kind of introducing us to that concept. But later on, we're going to have to do some upside down platforming and different things, and that's why I say like this section is a little tougher on me. Definitely need to practice it more for sure. That is a player skill issue rather than a game design. Here we're going to have some platforms that, again, you can only see down here. And then we go... Oh. And we're going to have some more of that. So we're gonna go down into the mirror world. And now, instead of being top down, it's left and right. And then there's going to be some blocks. Oh no. I did it too early. I did it too early again. Okay, this is going very poorly. Okay.
Oh no.
I was gonna... Oh wow, that took us far back. I was gonna say I made it through a run with no unintentional deaths, but I definitely cursed that. Hopefully, we're just gonna wait that extra second. Okay. This one goes a little faster. There we go. And now you can see the flower is only in the mirrored section. So it's an invisible flower. And then we open it up. So I don't know what it is about the struggles that I have in the mirror section. Is definitely my weakest part of the game, and I think it's, I don't know if it's me, I don't know if my monitor's too big. I don't know like what causes me to have issues like looking back and forth, but now we're gonna go top down, so you can see every time we get to a new mirror section, the mirror has rotated, and so you just have to keep, you have to you can skip this section, which, oh, I landed on that unintentionally. All right, we're gonna take that a little safer. You can skip that one block, but I accidentally landed on it, so kind of messed up my movement a little bit. And then we keep going, and okay, not so bad. And now we're top down fighting. This one's easier because this one is the same. So it's just left and right. So there's... You can actually kill this thing fast enough, there we go, that you don't need to worry about him hitting you, really. And then we gotta grab this, and then go up. And then that. And then like that. Oh! I did not know you could, miss that in that way. There we go. I'm being a little bit quieter while I'm trying to focus on the mirror stuff, and then I'm still messing it up. But this one is similar. This one's not too bad. Almost, Oh. Yeah, if you're not careful on that one, you can actually bonk your head, which is what I just did. And then this one, you have to go to the left, and then back to the right. We got out of the mirror world. That wasn't too bad. Wasn't too bad. And then after this, I've been talking about, like, this is where some of the artwork gets really cool. After this, we have an incredible chase sequence, similar to what we had with the No Face earlier, but it's going to look, actually I want to stop down here. It's going to look way cooler, and it's going to have an epic orchestral accompaniment. We won't be in any real danger, and there's our friend again. We won't be in any real danger, but it does look incredible. So give me 5-10 minutes, we'll get over to that. But for now, we're headed back to where we came in. And unfortunately, our friend there is going to be in a spot of trouble this time. So we're going to have to go take care of him as we make our way back. But so each time we go left and we go right, there is a good 20-30 seconds of just dashing back and forth. So this is why I say I kind of zone out sometimes. When I'm just going one direction, just dashing. And sometimes I forget, like, there's an enemy in the path, and I'll just, like, run into him. Like, hey, I was looking at the mountains, man. What are you doing there? There we go.
There's other things I was paying attention to. Like,
yeah. You put a lot of work into this artwork. I want to enjoy it. So now we're gonna look after him, and once this big one comes out, we're gonna focus on the big one, hoping that we essentially splash damage some of the little ones. Sometimes they group up a little faster than that, but not bad. And now they're gonna, you know, say hi. Oh, they're friends now. And now he's gonna show us the way out. Now that we got both the things. Oh. No, come on. Sometimes when you try to go fast, you end up going slow. What is it they say? Slow is smooth, smooth is fast. That is definitely sometimes true in this game. Okay, now we're gonna follow that our friend up the mountain, or not up the mountain, up the, I guess, cathedral, whatever this is, tower. We're gonna be following him for a little bit, and then we will get to that chase sequence. But first, we have to learn a new mechanic, which is exploding jump balloons for whatever reason. But we're gonna be doing a little bit of platforming with those. Following our friend as he barks at us. So, yeah. And this section is definitely, there's no real, you know, risk or difficulty or anything. These are pretty easy to hit, and they, as you can see, refill your movement resources. So this will be pretty straightforward next minute or so, as we continue to climb, reminiscent of the tree climb earlier. And I love, one of the things I like about this game is it plays with both verticality and horizontal. And then we got some block friends. This fight will be a little different because we have to do this to get over the big ones. And then every now and then, our new friend comes and joins us. And then that is a little bit faster than using the exploding, so I usually do that. And then we keep going. And we're just going to go higher and higher, and then there is going to be miraculously a gigantic bridge up here. I don't really know how or why, but it'll be up here. One thing this game does not do a good job of is having realistic physics, but who wants that in a video game? I would much rather my towers just kind of float around and stuff. I don't know about the rest of you, but...
Unless the appeal of the game is the realistic physics, I don't think any game is made better by having realistic physics.
I'm one of those people that grew up being relative. I was probably like 10 or something when it came out, but like Mario 64, and to me that is like realistic video game physics, and like in actuality it is nothing of the sort.
Yeah.
But here we're gonna have a little sequence with our good friend here, and remembering we are in a bridge in the sky. But things are gonna get real interesting here. This is where it becomes kind of like Death Stranding a little bit. She basically summons a BT if you've played that game, and this thing's gonna chase us for a little bit. But like I said, we're not really in any danger, but it is gonna look very pretty. And it's got some epic music, if you can hear that. And we're gonna dump over those. Basically, as long as we keep, we can run through those with the dash. So as long as we keep, moving at a steady pace, you can see we're in the same location on the screen basically the whole time. So as long as we just keep going, we are more or less fine, and just jump over the little spider mouse every so often. I mean, the creep factor is definitely there on those, and here she's gonna blow up the bridge. And we're just gonna keep going. Yeah, so I really enjoy this because, as I said earlier, the escape from No Face at the very beginning of the game is probably my #1 reset point. So I'm super happy. Oh, usually I try to stay on top, but it doesn't really matter. I'm super happy that this chase sequence does not pose me the same difficulties. And then we're just gonna... Nice little detail that she's eating the spikes up. And then we just keep moving forward, and then our friend's gonna come back. Friend's gonna help us out. I don't know if you saw him following in the background there. And we're gonna stab it in the face again. Because when in doubt, stab it in the face. I like how male Neva there holds the eye open. Like, you're gonna see this. You're gonna see us as we stab you in the face. I don't know if that's intentional. That's the way that I see that artwork, but I always just find it funny. It looks like he's holding the eye open. Now, we're gonna skip the cutscene, but what's gonna happen here is Neva and our new friend are going to go away together. So basically, Neva's gonna move out and get her own place with her boyfriend. And down the line, they're going to have kids, as I mentioned. But for now, it's just going to be us. So I interpret this section. We're going to be on, as you can see, a very snowy, cold, isolated mountaintop. I interpret this as like empty nest syndrome, basically. Like your kids leave the house, they go to college or wherever they go, and now you still have to navigate your life and navigate the challenges, but now you're on your own when you used to have somebody with you. So we have lost everything that Neva brought to the table in terms of combat. So we're back to having just our regular sword. We're back to having to do the 6-hit and 1 dare combo. And there's the Snow White Queen over there. We're gonna see her a little bit later. Even though we stabbed that giant thing in the face, that was not the queen. That was the queen's BT, for lack of a better term. And so we're hunting the queen right now, because the queen is our journey, is not Neva's journey. And so I think the message there is that, parents and children both have their own journeys and their own missions. And while those paths intertwine, they do not always end up being the same thing. Now, I do not have kids, so like anyone who's a parent out there, feel free to, you know, diss my interpretations in chat. But that's how I go for it. And then we gotta wait for these blocks. And as you can see, the fights become a little bit tougher here because we do not have Neva. And then these things like to... Oh no. Oh, that was close. These things like to throw their projectiles, okay, right at where you are. They hone it a little bit. Come on, stop switching sides, man. There we go, finally. That was rough. Not one of the better versions of that fight, but we got through it without dying, which is always a blessing. And now we do a little bit of platform puzzles. Like I said, we're back to kind of at the beginning where you want to maintain your momentum and just keep restocking your moveset. And so while we've spent some time running with Neva and some time focusing more on combat, we are back to what we started with, which is the platform mechanics. And so that's again kind of a gameplay symbolism of, you know, once the kids move out, you're back to where you were and what you bring to the table. So we're kind of back to where we started. This is a little puzzle section. There's a collectible in here. We're just gonna ignore it and just hit the right gongs when we need to. Oh. And okay, I wasn't sure if I saved my dash there. And then on this section, it's always faster to roll up the stairs. Oh. And then naturally, you want to dash every time you get to the top of one of these grapple things. So now we've got the good old ledge fight, a little Dark Souls reference or imagery there for anyone. I think it's Dark Souls 3 that has something like that. That looks kind of like that at the beginning of the game. This is one of the harder straight up fights just because we're going to have to fight a couple of these stronger variations without Neva and without any help. So depending on how they choose to overlap, this can get very ugly. Normally, you want to try to kill one and then kill the other, but that one teleported away. It was definitely inside that hitbox, so that's my bad. Oh, went to the right, or went to the left. I thought he was going to go to the right. And then, yeah, not too bad there. And a lot of that fight can definitely be heavy RNG. Sometimes they can spawn on top of each other. Sometimes they can both teleport away. They can both swing their arms in overlapping hitboxes. There's all kinds of weird stuff. If anyone's, you know, played through something famous like Ornstein or Smoke or whatnot, you know there's not always a clean opening in fights like that. So thankfully that one was pretty smooth, and we will keep going. There's an interesting little section right coming up here in a minute where we will have blocks dropping on top of us overhead, and we're gonna do the speedrun strat of not going side to side. But first, oh yeah, I forgot. First, we have one of the most annoying fights in the game. We're gonna have to keep these going up and down, and we just want to try to knock those off. And then there's gonna be a lot of these flyers, so we're just gonna try to want to knock them off. But depending on where the flyers go, as you can see, we have to make sure that we are on the that worked out. We are on the right platform level. And then this section is another little puzzle section. We want this guy to carry the block to the right place. And you can see we can go up to the middle there. That is actually a collectible. We want to go to the right here. And then, yeah, we'll keep going. And we're just slowly climbing this tower. And then at the end, we will have the final boss, which is actually a very somewhat difficult boss. Hopefully I will not die on her. And then that will be the last real section of danger in this game. This will be the falling block section. So naturally we know what's going to fall when, but you're supposed to transition between the left side and the right side and dodge all these blocks. Obviously, if a block hits you, it knocks you. But we are going to try to just stay on one side here, like that. And just keep going. And now they're gonna drop a giant block. I almost went too early there. And now we're going to climb up a giant pile of dead no-face bodies in a second here. So this is where the game definitely starts having a little bit of that kind of Souls-like gothic almost artwork. I don't know if, you know, Ghibli or another studio has something similar, because I know this is heavily inspired by them. But we're gonna climb a giant tower of dead no-face bodies. And my favorite piece of artwork in the whole game, or animation, is at the top here. I'll point it out. But we are coming to the last fight of the game. And contrary to normal games, time does not end at the last fight. We have a little prologue section with Neva and someone else, which I won't spoil. But this is the last combat section. And hopefully I don't die. And now these little bodies are falling because the queen is up here at the top munching on all of these little no-faces. She eats them. But my favorite animation in the game is when the queen notices us. She flips around and she kind of fluffs her cape a little bit. And she's so strong and powerful and important and whatever that her process of fluffing her cape knocks one of her worshippers off the ledge naturally to his death. And it's just like that subtle little detail in the artwork is why I love this game. So you'll see it here in a section when she becomes back into a queen. And then she's just gonna fluff that guy right off. And then we can only hit her from the back, and if we attack from the front, she will block everything. So let's hope for the best here. And sorry if I'm a little quiet, I don't want to die to something stupid. Yeah, she has a pretty wonky hitbox sometimes, so now I gotta play a little safe to make sure I have enough health. Ooh. See, when you try to go fast, sometimes you end up taking damage you don't want to take. And that little backswing she has on that does have a hitbox on it. So if you're not really careful about where you are, sometimes you can lock her out of that jump. Alright, and that is phase 1. Oh, she teleported over there. She doesn't always do that. That's definitely if she teleports slower, you know, frames are slow. But that's phase 1. Phase 2 is simultaneously easier and harder. You can now hit her from the front. She'll have more or less the same moveset. So if you try to go really fast and hit her from the front, Neva's going to help us out. That's where she says Neva in the game. So I don't know why she says Neva there. It's like maybe the kid decided I want to pronounce my name a different way. I don't know. So you can hit her from the front now, but if you play aggressive, she does not always get stun locked. So I'll try to deboost as much as I can through some of this. Oh. And that one, there we go. And that is the end of the fight. That is the last enemy of the game. Like I said, there's more to come. I will skip the cutscene after this. There will be a cutscene where Neva gets a little bit of a scar. And you'll see the start of it at the beginning of the cutscene before it skips it, but we'll skip this. And now we are in the prologue. This is the last, 2 or 3 minutes of the game. We're in spring. And now we are a grandmother. Neva has had a little cub. You can see it down next to me. It's gray. It's gray, as you may remember, the father is a slight gray, so now the cub is a mix of gray and white, which I guess is still just gray. But this cub now is what we're gonna be looking after. So just like we taught Neva at the beginning of the game as a puppy, how the game works, we're gonna start yelling for Bruma and teach Bruma how it works. So we got to come over here and introduce Bruma to a little bit of platforming, introduce him to the him or her, I guess maybe her, to the wildlife, and teach them how to do stuff. But what's interesting here is Neva does not actually need us to teach her kids. So after Neva wakes up here in a second, Neva's going to be teaching the kid, and we're just going to be kind of running around a little bit. Now, the reason this is important is I'll let the cutscene run at the end of the game so you can actually see what happens, but Neva is sadly going to have the end of her story here. So we will have seen Neva's entire life cycle, I guess you could say. And so yeah, if you have kids, if you have pets or something, like this game was, as I mentioned at the start of the hour, emotionally important to me as I get used to the idea that my senior all-white husky may no longer be with us soon. So if you have anything, in your life, if you're used to kids or pets or anything, this game is a journey, and every time I run it, start to finish, like I feel like I go through that journey again. And so, super cool game. If you like the artwork, if you like the gameplay, definitely recommend checking it out. As I said before, it's up for all kinds of awards. It's won a couple. It definitely deserves those. The artwork is incredible. Here, Neva's just going to be teaching Bruma, how to go about her life, and then Neva's like, "Look, you just jump up here," and Bruma's like, "Oh, I'm coming. Let me jump on the 17 things." And then Bruma starts to fall just like Neva did at the very beginning of the game. So if you remember an hour and a half ago, or however long it's been, maybe closer to 2 hours in real time, this is how Neva started. She started by having trouble doing some of these things. And so our only job here in the prologue is to get to the right side of the screen as fast as possible, and then we have to wait for this. And again, Bruma's like, "I don't want to jump, it's so far." And then, yeah, we're going to come back out to the same clearing that we saw both in the first two sections of the game. We're starting at the same tree that we started, every season at. And we're going to start to see that the corruption is coming back. The corruption is, cyclical. We have a beautiful bloom right now. Nature is doing wonderful things, but the corruption is not fully gone. And so this game does have kind of a life lesson around cycles and stuff, not dissimilar to Dark Souls. But time is going to be coming up here in about 5 seconds. As soon as the cutscene starts and I lose control, I'll let the cutscene go. But that's time. So we are all set.
EG.
That was fun. Thanks to everyone for letting me showcase that. This game, is spectacular. You get to see a little bit of the artwork here, and you'll get to see some action scenes and stuff. Look how big Neva is now, but you can see the kind of scar on one eye from a different cutscene. But yeah, it's been a good time. If you enjoy this, definitely check it out. And as a reminder, I am the host of Perilous Paths. We will have another episode tomorrow, 7 to 10 p.m. Eastern. So definitely check us out. I'm not going anywhere. I will be commentating our next run with Church and Sarge here, but that's all I got. Oh, if you want to follow me as well, I do speedrunning, twitch.tv/cutie. But yeah, that's what I got.
Yeah, and do you want to talk a little bit about what Perilous Path is? We kind of glossed over it.
Sure, happy to. So Perilous Paths is a show about Souls-likes, roguelikes, and Metroidvanias. So you might see, in my first episode, we had Bloodborne, some of the classics, Castlevania, that type of stuff. But also you're going to see a little bit of things that are a little different. So tomorrow we have Frog Monster, all bosses. And what's super cool about tomorrow is we actually have a developer of the game of Frog Monster with us. So it'll be the first time the all bosses category has been shown, and then we will also have the developer joining us. I love that interplay between developer and speedrunner. and I'm talking over this sad, emotional cutscene. So I still have the music in my ear, but and then after that, we also have Rebel Transmute, which is kind of an indie Metroidvania. And so every couple of weeks, we showcase different things like that, roguelikes, Metroidvanias, but basically things that have a high level of difficulty, that have an emphasis on exploration, on progression. So if you enjoy seeing those things in your speedruns, those are the categories that, I personally have been watching for years and really enjoy seeing. So if that's your thing, definitely tune in every couple of weeks, 7 to 10 Eastern. 7 to 10 p.m. Eastern, sorry. I am not on the morning shift, but I mean, if you want to give me a morning show, I'll do a morning show. But 7 to 10 p.m. Eastern tomorrow, and then every 2 weeks from there.
No. See, if you take a morning show, then the rest of us have to take a morning show. I ain't about that life. I am not waking up at 7 a.m. for this.
I'm actually on the West Coast, so I did wake up at 8 a.m. to do this run, so so I definitely was on the morning shift from my point of view today, but I don't mind it. It was fun.
Okay, but a morning shift but if you were doing a morning shift, you'd be waking up at 4 a.m.
That is true. That I'm not about. I'm not about to do that.
Feel like maybe let's ixnay on the 7 a.m. jokes.
All right. Well, we'll keep that between you, me, and the however many number. I haven't looked at the stream, but however many people are watching. So that's between all of us. But you can see here. Oh, I'm sorry. I was just gonna say you can see here Neva is no longer with us, and we're now gonna take Bruma on a similar journey. And if you play through the game, New Game Plus, whatever, like it's still Neva's story, but it's basically like that cyclical idea. And now we're just saying, Bruma, don't worry, we're gonna take care of you. Sorry, I cut you off before, but
I was just going to say, Perilous Paths is only one of the many shows we have on Hotfix. You can go to gamesdonequick.com/hotfix for a list of all of our shows. We've got, what are we at, like 17 or 18 now? We've got a lot of them. You can check out gamesdonequick.com/hotfix. It has a list of all of them and a brief explanation of what they all are. So if you're interested in any of them, that is where you can go find information on them. And do you have anything you want to cover before we go to the break here and get ready for the next run?
I mean, if you're interested in speedrunning and in Hotfix, that's how I got my start, watching GDQ on a regular basis. That's what made me interested in speedrunning. And I know we just did a GDQ where we have the best of the best of the best who can do pixel perfect everything. And when I first started watching speedrunning, I found that intimidating. I thought that wasn't for me, but it was Hotfix that helped me understand like more of the community, understand more that speedrunning is, a practice, it's iterative, it's finding games, finding ways to route them, finding, new personal bests, even if they're maybe not world records, and kind of going on that journey. And so if you are interested in speedrunning, if you're sticking around from watching the main event, if this is something that, has been in the back of your mind for a little while, definitely start watching the shows, definitely start giving speedrunning, a chance yourself. And if you are watching and you want to be on Hotfix in future episodes, I can only speak for myself, but I am doing 2025 planning right now. So you can definitely go to gamesdonequick.com/hotfix and submit your runs for consideration to maybe be on one of these shows. And that's also how I got my start with Hotfix. I've done a few runs before I became a showrunner. So if any of this is interesting, if any of this is something that, you kind of want to be more involved with, definitely take the time, definitely take the opportunity, hang out with us. It's a great community. And yeah, kind of find your own journey and your own place in it. But yeah, that's the last thing I'll advocate for. Naturally, I want to give a shout out to our Neva community. They are super active. We have an auto splitter that has been incredibly helpful. This is the first game I've ever run that has an auto splitter. I never want to run a game that doesn't have an auto splitter now. So thank you to everybody who worked on that, helped make that possible, and the people who also contributed to routing the game, running the game, and just keeping the community and the Discord active. But that's all for me. Like I said, I'm sticking around for the next run, so I'm not going anywhere, but we can we can wrap up my segment of Neva here and hand it off to a break.
Yeah, and again, gamesdonquick.com/hotfix. You'll find a lot of information about all of our shows. We've got all kinds of things, and like you were saying, the best way to get into speedrunning is just kind of like watching runs, figuring out what kind of games you want to get into, and being a part of the community. And speedrunning isn't as intimidating as it seems, because like you were saying, it's all practice. Like, nobody is good at speedrunning the first time they do it. I mean, I guess unless they already have like 1,000 hours in the game or something. But yeah, like, nobody's pulling off world records right off the bat, so it's all about practice. It's very easy to start as long as you're not going for old records. But we could talk about this for a while, so we're going to go to a quick break. If you do want to support the Hotfix, we do actually have a shirt. It is over at theyeti.com/agdq. We've got a season 4 shirt there. We are going to take a quick break, and then I'll be back running Castlevania Lords of Shadow 2. See you in just a few minutes.
Hello everyone, welcome back to GDQ Hotfix. This is our Showrunner special. If you're just joining us, I just finished up a run of Neva, and now we have swapped places, and I get to be the host, and Church and Sarge gets to be the runner. If you're just joining us from yesterday from AGDQ, we did raise an amazing $2.5 million, so thank you to all of the runners, the support staff, the donators, and of course everyone viewing on Twitch at home. But without further ado, this is a long run, so let's just get right into it. I'll toss it straight to Church and Sarge.
Perfect, and let's just get right into it. This is a long game, and the beginning doesn't have a lot going on, so from 3, 2, 1, go.
Good luck.
Thank you. So this is Castlevania Lords of Shadow 2. This is an alternate reality timeline. Obviously, there's going to be spoilers from the first game. The important thing to note is that we are Gabriel Belmont. We are also Dracula. Yes, we are Dracula. Need to do all of these things until it decides that we're good to go. This is a tutorial section where we are the super powerful Dracula, but also we don't have like any of our powers because this is like this is in the 1500s, and the main story takes place in the 2700s. So this is going to be a long tutorial. I'm going to fail that because the game sometimes decides that you just fail things. That's cool. This tutorial section's really weird because if you don't like hit exactly what they want you to do. There we go. Also, very importantly, something I need to remember right now is I need to go into game options, there we go, and turn this off of Prince of Darkness. So when you start on New Game Plus, it auto-defaults you to the difficulty that you unlock by beating the game, and we don't want that. We do not want to die in like 4 hits. That would be bad.
Have you ever done a run of this on that difficulty?
No, that sounds terrible. I've done a run where I forgot to change the difficulty for like this entire room, and then I was wondering why everything sucks. And I was like, nah, I'm good. I'm never doing that again.
Well, I was just thinking of some of our other Hotfix shows, like we have Game Over with Regal, where like it's high difficulty, high likelihoods of death, and I was just thinking, you know, maybe if you wanna go for that.
I think so. This run, it's a really long run with a lot of things that can go wrong. So it sounds really miserable. Like, I'm sure it could be done, but I don't know that I would want to do this.
And that's true, and it's already almost 3 hours long on the lower difficulty. I imagine on the higher one, it would be like 6 hours.
It would be very long. There's also, there is a trick that we are going to do, actually, Let me think about that for a minute. Is that trick? So there's a trick, we're gonna get to it later, which basically gives you infinite healing. I don't know if it would outscale the damage, but it might. That might make it better for the parts where you have that, but you don't always have it. Oh, maybe.
All I hear is the cogs turning right now. I just hear you thinking about it. Like maybe one day I'll do it.
Maybe. Yeah, so here's the thing. I say that, but like, I got so many things going on right now. There's like 8 other games I want to speedrun. Also, Pirate Yakuza comes out next month, and that's where I'm spending all my speedrunning time.
That is fair, and that's the Yakuza games are long just in the casual playthroughs. So
oh yeah.
you're gonna have to spend some time before you can even speedrun it.
So there's not really a lot to talk about here. We have different kinds of magic. We have a sword, which is blue magic. I do not remember what the... So I know... Oh, it's Void and Chaos. I lied to you. I do know exactly what the lore names are. Void magic, Chaos magic. Void magic is a little bit weaker, but will freeze enemies and heal you. Chaos magic is a little bit stronger. And breaks like shields and stuff, and there's not really a downside, it's just does more damage. We're so again, we are jumped right off.
I'll take the blame for that. I was doing that a lot in Neva, and it's now transcended games.
I definitely tried to double jump there. I don't have a double jump for another hour and no, I don't have a double jump for like another hour and 50 minutes. Yeah, so we're Dracula. No, go down, please. Our main weapon is a whip made out of our own blood. Yeah, I mean, there's a bunch of lore things going on, but the main thing is, we are Dracula. Right now, the long and short of it is, so, spoilers for the first game. Your wife died. You went on a quest to save her because you thought you could, but it ends up you were being tricked by a convoluted plotline. A lot of people tricked you is the important part. And then at the end of all of that, some incredible extra-dimensional being was threatening the world. And in order to save the world, you had to become a vampire, for lore reasons. Don't ask too many questions. I don't have the answers you want. So now we're a vampire, but after having lost everything, Gabriel now has eternal life and is pissed off about it. The Brotherhood of Light isn't happy about him, so they're coming after him, and he's defending himself, and, really, I'm trying to shorten this as much as possible, because there's not really a lot going on. The important part is that there's a cutscene we're gonna skip, which is, I think, a really powerful moment, because, the greatest, warrior, the, Temple of Light. I called them the Warriors of Light, that's Final Fantasy. But the Brotherhood of Light sends their strongest warrior, and he starts saying, like, their highest prayer, and then Gabriel just kind of goes, oh yeah, I can do that too, and then recites the same prayer because he used to be the best warrior the Brotherhood of Light had, and that causes a huge explosion, and then we go to, like, 1100 years in the future. Yeah, let's talk about hotfix or something, because there's not a lot going on here. This is a lot of tutorial. For a lot of mechanics that we're not going to see for a while, too.
What's also great, you were talking about the lore a little bit, is for Patrick Stewart was one of those people that betrayed you in the first game, if I remember correctly.
He was, and he's gonna try it again in this game.
And he doesn't do a lot of voice acting for games, so if you're a big fan of Patrick Stewart like I am, that was like the hidden gem to this game. But yeah, let's talk about Hotfix. So for anyone who is new here, Hotfix is our daily, not quite daily, but mostly daily content that we do here on the GDQ channel outside of the main events. We have a variety of shows. I myself host Perilous Past. We talked about it a little bit earlier. That is going to be 7 to 10 p.m. Eastern tomorrow, but there's a lot of other shows. So, for example, immediately after my show, we have Hidden Heroes, which features minority and marginalized communities. We have special events, which Church and Sarge and others help us run, especially on weekends. We have a variety of shows and all kinds of different genres, platformers and randomizers, and you name it, we have it. So definitely try to watch during weekdays and weekends, usually in the afternoon and evening. We were talking earlier about no morning shows, please. So definitely, I think on average we are on weekdays, I believe it's about 7 to, I'm trying to do math in my head, 7 to 2, 7 to 3
Yeah,
Eastern?
7 to 2 a.m. about.
Okay.
So the shows start at 7 p.m., go for 3 hours, then the second show kicks in, goes 10 to... I said 2, it's definitely 1. I just kind of subtracted a number from the number you gave, and it was definitely wrong.
Oh yeah, my number was very wrong. I can't math. But the gist of it is there is a lot of GDQ and a lot of hotfix to go around. We have many hours of content each week. So if you haven't already, click the follow button. And remember that if you do have subs, Prime Gaming subs, gift subs, bits, etc. that are cheered or otherwise used on our Twitch channel, that does help support both Games Done Quick, Hotfix, as well as our number of events that we do throughout the year, including AGDQ and SGDQ. So if you enjoy watching speedruns, you enjoy this content, you enjoy all the amazing things that you've seen over the last week and will continue to see through our various shows, consider subscribing, consider cheering, donating, and doing all of those fun things. And you also get access to our custom emotes, and you can chat with subscribers during our replays. So we talked about how we have about 6 hours of content each weekday. Then after that, we do a replay, and we show the content again for West Coast and international audiences and things. But during those times, I believe it is subscriber-only chat, so that's one of the benefits that you get if you subscribe to the channel.
Yeah, and you were talking a little bit about the specials. So the specials are more or less, you'll usually find game series together or like genres. So it'll be, 6 to 8 hours of, I did RPG weekends, an RPG weekend a few weekends ago, game series like Jax or Ratchet and Clank, stuff like that. That's kind of what you can expect to see for the specials. Although that is definitely not, it's not hard set in stone, but it's kind of a general idea of what you can expect.
Yeah, I think coming up, I believe I saw on the schedule there's a farming special day, and then on the 19th we have a platformer special and showcase as well on Sunday. So we definitely have some interesting specials coming up, and it's always good to kind of see some of those genres that maybe you don't see. Surprisingly, I'm looking forward to the farming special. I do not know what that's going to be like. I'm excited to see something new.
I am not responsible for those, so I do not have the answers for you. I actually don't even know what's on the schedule for those.
Oh wait, I'm just looking. It looks like it's fishing now, maybe. I may be giving... No, there is a farming one on the 15th. Never mind. I may be giving you misinformation. I apologize if I am.
I think it's farming and then fishing, question mark?
The gist is we have so much content that even us who work on it do not know necessarily everything going on. So yeah, definitely check us out. I'm enjoying watching this flashy fight. Lots of particle effects going on here.
Yeah, it's also a very annoying fight because it's like the only boss in the game that does this, where they like jump around, and it makes it very hard to get to them. Like all the other bosses, you just kind of they fight you head on, and this I want to say his name is Ronaldo. This Brotherhood of Light warrior is very annoying.
No, but you made short work of him, and now we have the time jump, right?
Yeah, so huge explosion. Again, I think this is 2700, many centuries later. It is a long time later. Basically, Dracula went to sleep for a very long time. That is Patrick Stewart right there. And we kind of got woken up, but we're not really sure why. You can see we're all old and everything. We are going to start walking through the streets here. There was a cutscene. I actually don't remember fully what happens in this cutscene. I feel like you get attacked, but I do not remember. But anyway, we're walking along the street. There we go. I think what's happening here is this is like, we don't even remember what's happening or what happened at this point, which is why I don't remember. So this is a ghost of Trevor. There's I played this game a lot. Obviously, I speedrun it. There are a lot of story issues. I don't know how much I'm going to get into it. So this is a ghost, an apparition, a vision of young Trevor. So in this story, we have Gabriel Belmont, and then underneath him, our son is Trevor Belmont, and then his son is Simon Belmont. So, spoilers for the second game. This is, by the way, you can't win this, so it's just... the faster you lose here, the better. One of the big plots of the... well, no, it's not the first game, it's the second game. One of the big plots of the second game is that throughout the entirety of the first game and the things leading up to the first game, our wife was pregnant, but we didn't know that. And the Brotherhood of Light knew that we were going to become evil, and the solution to us being evil was to hide the fact that our wife was pregnant. So we got sent off on a mission to distract us while they gave birth to Trevor in secret so that we didn't know about Trevor. Which basically leads to Trevor finding out that his dad is Dracula, trying to kill Dracula, and then dying at the hands of Dracula, and then Dracula realizing, I just killed my son, and then turning his son into a vampire. So that was Kid Trevor, which we have never met before, because we didn't meet Trevor until he was like 50 and had a kid, and we killed him when he was like 50. So, yeah. So that was Kid Trevor, who we've never met. And, we're gonna move on. It doesn't get any better from here. It does not get any better from here.
It's with you. The first part of that started sounding like Star Wars, right? Like the hidden kid fights the dad, that whole thing, and then it went on a completely different trajectory.
There's no. I really like this game. Another runner, Tumbler Dog, has a theory that sort of makes everything work, but it is this story is really a stretch.
One of my favorite things about speedrunning is it's a way to take a game that, casually, objectively, might be, 6 out of 10, 7 out of 10 game or whatever, but when you turn it into a speedrun game, it's entirely different, right? And maybe the speedrunning mechanics are more fun or something like that, but it's a way to redeem games that maybe you wouldn't otherwise think twice about.
I think the game is very good. I think the story...
I can hide that.
So I see people in here, or in chat, kind of like talking about the story, and I think the problem is a lot of the story is just hand wavy. Like, yeah, if you think about it really hard, it makes sense, but it doesn't feel like that's what the writers intended, or if it is, it feels like they gave it in a way that could have been represented better.
God hasn't seen you. Get close to him.
I still like the game. I just,
If you remember.
you know, they could have explained it a little bit better. I actually also, I'm in a stealth section right now. This is the only, I do not like the stealth section in this game. I wish those had been removed. They are, so you'll notice if you were paying attention, you'll notice that I accidentally dashed in front of this guard and then reloaded a checkpoint. Because I missed the input to possess this guard, I triggered this guard's, like, I alerted the guard, and those guards are not killable at any point in the game. They are invincible, and once you get caught, you just have to, you take the reset. There's also, like, turning into rats to, like, get around. It is, I do not like the stealth sections.
Well, we have to ask, why do they not just make like an army of those guards then? Like, you said there was a...
That is a great question.
Because you said there was like
answer them.
Yeah, like an apocalyptic threat or something. It's just put out 500 of those guys.
That's not who I wanted to target. Yeah, no, like, we are, so right now we're not in the Doomsday yet, but we are about to be. And yeah, these guards, like, if there was just like 20 more of these guards, we would just lose. Like, there's just nothing we can do. So a little bit about the story where we're at. Basically, Zobek, the Lord of Necromancy, who is played by Patrick Stewart, has basically awoken us. So somebody is trying to bring Satan back. And Zobek doesn't know who, and Zobek obviously wants Satan to stay dead so that he can control the world. Because basically, after Zobek lost, Zobek realized, if I just get super rich, that's basically what I wanted. Like, I wanted to rule the world. If I just become the richest person in the world, I basically rule the world. So that's what Zobek did. But now with Satan coming back, that's going to threaten him, you know, ruling the world. So he woke us up and he's like, hey, if you kill Satan, I know how to kill you for real, and that's what you want, so let's do that. So that's basically what we're doing. So we're gonna start hunting down the acolytes who are trying to revive Satan. We have just followed young Trevor again into a hallway, and we are now in old Castlevania before it was destroyed. Also, really importantly, the city that we were just in is called Castlevania City because it is literally built in the ruins of the city that was destroyed in the explosion at the beginning of the game. If you have any questions about the story, you can ask them. Just don't know that I'll be able to answer them satisfactorily. But we have followed young Trevor into this pocket dimension. Again, like, there is technically an explanation, but it is very, you know, hand-wavy, shrug. It sort of makes sense.
That blood is clogging the mechanism.
So we haven't really addressed this. I am playing on New Game Plus, so the number in the top there, you know, the almost a million is that's my experience points. I have so many. I could level up everything like 100 times probably, and there's not really a lot we need in the speedrun, but I will be leveling some of it soon.
So does it not, because it's New Game Plus, does it not keep those levels from the previous? It just keeps the money? Or the experience?
Yeah, so it basically refunds all of the experience, but you have to re-level everything again. I'm gonna go for... no, I'm not gonna... I'm gonna go for the small skip, which is that. There is another skip that saves a half second. That is much harder. And I'm not gonna do that. So, we are now being... So, we are in old Castlevania. Basically, what's going on is we are in a pocket dimension. We're just gonna call it a pocket dimension because I don't want to have like an hour and a half long lore conversation. We are... I need to do this. So, we are in old Castlevania. The long and short of it is, as Alucard has hidden away our powers in this pocket dimension. So throughout the game, we're going to have to come into this pocket dimension to get powers that we need in order to beat Satan. And there is a lore reason for why Alucard has hid all of our powers. We'll touch on that in like an hour and a half. But the long and short of it is, we're gonna go back and forth between the real world and this fake world to get powers and stuff. Yes, I know. Thank you. This fight is real. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, I love when you speedrun games and they do mandatory slow motion and it just feels bad the entire time. It hurts.
This fight is really bad because it's like trying to give you the tutorial for everything. So like if you get hit in air, it's like this huge slow-mo scene. And it's like, hey, you can dodge in air. And it's like, yeah, I know. Please let me play the game. So this also is another annoying boss. This is also, yeah, like, you know, dodge in the air. Like, great, thanks. I didn't know that. Which obviously is really great if you're a casual, but when you're a speedrunner, it's like, come on, do the thing.
It feels like in New Game Plus that should get removed, right? Like...
I wish. I wish. So, this fight is also very annoying, because this is another gimmick that doesn't show up again. Thank God. The problem with this fight is that there is, like, literally not a single good aerial move. You get, like, when you get the Chaos Claws in, like, an hour, you start being able to do a little bit more damage, but, like, there's combos and stuff in this game, and that's where most of your damage comes from, and you can't do any of them on this boss, because if you, like, they all include a, like, an aspect that would hit the bottom of the golem, and if you hit the bottom of the golem, the game is like, hey, you can't hit the bottom of the golem, you have to hit where the blood is. So, like, all of your combos stop being useful. And this is a very annoying fight. So now that we have beaten that boss, we actually have the gem that will fully unlock the magic powers. We didn't have access to all of the void magic prior to that fight. But once we pick up that gem, we will have access to the other important ability. So that the ability that I was using is like the best DPS in the game. And we're going to be using that a lot, but there is another very important skill that we're going to be using. It's called Blizzard. Kind of alluded to it earlier. It's going to be useful for what's called the Infinite Blizzard glitch. I'm sure you can imagine what that does. There is a very specific way to trigger it, which I could actually do in the upcoming fight, but I would have to immediately lose it. So there is no point in getting it here. I will talk a little bit more about the glitch and why I would have to drop it a little bit later on. But I could technically do it now, and I won't, because it just wastes time. So we are almost out of this section here. No, it's not this one, it's this one. We need to climb up here. We're going to get introduced to some more enemies. Also, I want to be breaking things. So, I guess importantly, I am playing with a small DLC. It's called the Transmutation Rune DLC. Basically what it is a very cheap DLC, and it pretty much is always on sale for like $1 or something, which is kind of why we universally agreed that this was allowed in any percent runs. And the reason let's just do this right now while I'm thinking of it. The reason that we use it is because it makes the runs a lot more consistent. Because we, if you saw it a little, like about a minute ago, I picked up a red thing in like a small cutscene. That was a artifact or something. It's an item, and we can have up to 5 of every item in the game, but only 1 of them is useful, and we need to use a lot of them in the run. So without the transmutation rune, that's actually one of them right now, which is actually really important to get that early. Without the transmutation rune, we would have to rely on RNG to get the drops, and also we could go back to a shop and buy it, but going to the shop is really slow. So the transmutation room just allows us to take any item we have and turn it into the item we need. The item we need is, it's not Tears, Demonic Embrace, I think it's called. Basically, it gives us unlimited mana for 45 seconds, which is very good, and will let us, you know, kill a lot of bosses very quickly. So having that transmutation rune just allows us to, you know, get very consistent runs, because we can buy out... We do go to the shop as part of the storyline, so we can just buy out everything in the shop, and then we have 15 transmutation runes, basically. And that is almost... like, if 15 plus RNG isn't enough, you got the worst luck in the world, basically.
I'm getting Ico flashbacks right now of like protecting the NPC.
I don't actually know that Trevor can take damage in there. I'm gonna be honest with you. That is kind of what they were going for, I feel like. But yeah, I don't know that he can take damage.
So what happens if you just kind of stood there and didn't do anything?
There we go. There it is. I assume at some point it would give you a game over. I've never actually tried. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Hey, it's a wolf.
Yeah, so this is basically the theory. This is how we've come to the conclusion that all of this is Alucard's doing, because Alucard is the White Wolf, and we go back and forth with the White Wolf medallion, and the White Wolf is, you know, leading us between the worlds. So Alucard is bringing us between the worlds to help us. We cannot pet the wolf.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they're...
I should have pet Neva and Bruma more. I'm sorry. To the audience, I let you down on that fact. I should have done it at least once a season. But little did we know, we have a White Wolf theme going. I don't think the next batch of runs, as far as I know, have a wolf in them. But, you know, all good. We got 2 in a row.
I did the thing that I always do. There we go. I went the right way this time. Alright, there's gonna be a small trick here if I can do it. Maybe it's kind of difficult. Alright, so there's 2 animations here that are playing over top each other. Because I want to be in rat form. I want to get to rat as quickly as possible after freezing that. Because there is an animation there which is like, hey, you did the part of the puzzle that we wanted you to do. But because I was in changing into rat form at the right time, I get to skip that first cutscene and just get the rat form. I mean, it's not like a super big trick. It saves a couple of seconds. We are going through this tunnel here. There is not a lot going on. Do you have anything you want to talk about?
Yeah, we
This
can
is gonna be a slow section.
we can talk about some of the upcoming events that we have going on now that AGDQ 2025 is officially wrapped. We do have Back to Black 2025. It's the upgrade to UBAF, which will be live February 6th to 9th. So actually not all that far away. And it's going to be here on the Games Done Quick Twitch channel, benefiting Race Forward. So make sure you catch the action, support an incredible cause. We just did AGDQ. Next event's going to be great as well. So if you enjoyed that content, if you're coming over from having just watched that, definitely make sure to schedule in some of our other upcoming events. And you can type !BTB in chat to see the event schedule. And if you want to find out more about the all black speedrunning community, type !BAF in chat, and that'll give you more information there as well.
So, I didn't talk about it. The fastest tech in the game is during these stealth sections. I don't fully understand why you can only do it in stealth sections, but if you alternate your Shadow Dagger with a dash, you can... basically, it's essentially shield dashing in Symphony of the Night or any other game. You cancel the dash animation with the Shadow Dagger, and then you cancel the Shadow Dagger animation with your dash. And the start of the dash is the fastest part, so you go super fast. I don't really know why that happens only in stealth sections, but it does. I'm gonna waste a little bit of time here, and I'm gonna hit some of these things. I do have 2 talismans. There we go, that's 3. Okay, this should be more than enough. So, the reason I'm doing this little bit of I'm wasting time here to make sure that I break all of these barrels and everything is because this next fight, this first boss fight, I guess the second boss fight, this is where I'm going to be triggering Infinite Blizzard, hopefully. So... Oh.
She's too good for you. Find a way to slow her down.
Infinite Blizzard is just... So Blizzard is an AoE move. I haven't really used it. You'll see it in a minute here. But it's an AoE move that freezes anything that comes near you and heals you a little bit. And the Infinite Blizzard glitch happens when you kill an enemy whose death ends in a cutscene. So basically what's happening is you have the flag that says, is Blizzard on? And then you activate Blizzard, and that flag says, yes, Blizzard is on. And when you stop holding down the button combo for Blizzard, it's supposed to deactivate. But what happens is because you go into that cutscene, that flag never actually turns off. So you're still in I am using Blizzard mode, even though you have stopped doing that. Which just ends in you having Blizzard permanently. There is a limitation to that. No.
Make my blood boil.
I learned it, right? You sure I learned it? Yeah. Okay, so I'm out of magic, so I'm just gonna... This is me using the transmutation runes, bam. And now I have 4 of these. Need to make sure to actually switch back to Shadow Dagger so I can use my Blizzard. So this is Blizzard. It's gonna be a little bit difficult just because of all the electricity. I'm also starting it a little early, just because I want to make sure I get the kill with Blizzard. So if everything went right... don't hear it, which is concerning. Alright, well, I guess we'll see in a second. There is a second option to get it here, but getting it here is a little weird, because there is something called bad Infinite Blizzard glitch, which we don't really know what causes it, but it's probably impossible to get on the first boss. Or I guess on the boss we just did it on. And then it's like a 50-50 on the upcoming fight where I would do it. Is my sound just really low? I don't think I have.
And what would make it a bad Blizzard glitch? Like, what would be the difference?
So in a good Blizzard, my magic... Oh, I do have it. Good. Okay, so let me just verify that I have the good version. So in a good version, my magic stays just like it did right there. So you can see in the bottom left, I have magic in that bar. Bad Blizzard glitch, it would constantly drain my mana, which would basically make the glitch useless. Because I need mana to do things in the game, because my basic attacks suck. So we do have good Blizzard, and we can just freeze things like this, and we get to skip a lot of headaches because we can walk up to things and they are frozen. It makes a lot of fights easier. We get to more or less stun lock some bosses. We do have to drop it at several points in the game. So earlier, I mentioned I could have gotten it during that fight where we were protecting Trevor, but I wasn't going to. The reason is that there was a section right afterwards with the... I don't remember what the guards are called anymore, but the unkillable guards. There is a section with one of those guards right afterwards, and they're unkillable, and you have to stealth around them. But if you have the Infinite Blizzard glitch, you can't stealth around them because you're constantly doing damage. So you basically just soft lock yourself because you can't do anything to get past that guard without, alerting the guard, and then you have to take the restart checkpoint because you can't beat them. And restarting a checkpoint loses the glitch. So, at any point, if this game crashes, if I return to a checkpoint, anything like that, I will lose Infinite Blizzard glitch. That's... well, I mean, fine, but it wastes a couple seconds. But yeah, so the reason I held off on getting it was because I would essentially be soft-locked until I restarted, and I'm going to have to drop it because there's more stealth sections coming up. This is an arena skip that is only possible if you have Blizzard, because you can just walk up to them. Where's the fourth one? There's the fourth one. So these enemies will throw like poison flasks at you, which makes it really hard to climb up here because they do constant damage, but if you just freeze them, you get to go on right by. So this is going to introduce us to the Chupacabra. The Chupacabra is one of the only minions that are still loyal to Dracula in here. At some point, I just realized, at some point we went back to the fake world, and I don't really remember when that was. It's happening. Don't worry about it. So yeah, in this fake world, the Chupacabra is one of the only creatures still loyal to Dracula. But he has been locked away, so we have to go rescue him. We are going to... That was not what I wanted. We're going to try to do a few... That's not going to make it. Oh, it is. Okay, cool. Sick. Awesome. A little bit of platforming skips there. Moving the platforms fully takes a lot of time, and we don't want to do that when we can just do 2 separate movement techs to cross this gap here. Basically, this is going to be important a lot later on, but your heavy attack gives you a little bit of height and distance. So we're going to be utilizing that a lot to do some skips. I guess you are right. So some of the Gorgons are also loyal, but that is not going to matter as much as we want it to. We are going to come up to 3 Gorgons fight in a little bit. There are 3 Gorgons, and one of them is loyal to us, and that is going to matter a lot less than we want it to. There are some, like, animation skips I could be doing. Actually, I don't even think I learned it, because it's not even worth doing most of the time. If you have a... there is a... I don't remember what it's called, but basically in combat it would let you jump behind your enemy. You can use that to cancel some animations, but like 90% of the time the animations don't actually make it faster. And also 90% of the time you just miss it, and then... or at least I miss it, and it's not worth it. So... I didn't even bother learning it. Just do it the slow way. It's consistent. It also only saves like half a second when it does. You'll notice at some points I pause the game, like when it goes to a cutscene, and that's because some of these are skippable, some of them aren't, and it's really hard to remember which ones aren't. Except for, there are 2 I remember very well why that they can't be skipped, and we'll see that later. Do this. And hey, we get to skip another fight, because we don't have to fight them. There is a little bit of a difficult skip coming up here. Basically what we're supposed to do is we're supposed to go all the way around left. So the pillar's right there on my left. We're gonna have to like jump around and do a fight. But if we walk over here and time it just right with this attack, which I didn't, we're gonna hope for the next one. That one missed. Okay, so the third one, I don't think the third one can get me here. I'm basically trying to... I was not ready for that. Okay, let's just back up. Basically, they do an attack which will launch us in the air, and if we time it properly, we can... yeah, that attack. If we time it properly, we can get launched into the air and then dash. The camera here kind of sucks. Okay, I wasn't expecting that one to do it. Come on. They make me do the actual fight. I missed it. I'm probably gonna have to take the fight here, that's fine. Nope, never mind, got it.
There we go.
Easy. 6 times the charm. Oh, I'm 1 dash too short of actually using the device. I do not speedrun any other Castlevanias. I speedrun a very weird collection of games. Yeah, I mean, I speedrun this. Really, my next speedrun game is going to be, Pirate Yakuza when it comes out next month. Alright, so, we got, a lot of use out of Infinite Blizzard, and we are going to have to drop it soon. Maybe have to drop it soon. Depends on how unlucky we get. So what the heck? Okay, I guess we are dropping it.
The power.
Oh. Why did that happen? Okay, so there's a lot of okay,
I thought you were dead.
Yeah, I thought that killed me again too. I'm not gonna say the thing, but the thing. So there are this boss has a lot of problems. So the Infinite Blizzard glitch has a lot of problems, which this boss highlights very well. Obviously, you're not always supposed to be able to do damage to everything around you. So a lot of this boss's animations glitch out because you're doing damage to them when you're not supposed to be able to be damaging the Gorgons. So one of the bad things that can happen with the Infinite Blizzard glitch is between cycles, you have to climb up on the arms, and if you climb up, if you don't do it the way you have to in a speedrun, you can get launched off into oblivion, which will do basically what you just saw happen, which is I get launched out of the stage and then have to take a checkpoint restart. But normally that happens climbing and not when I'm walking around on the stage, so that was interesting. That's going to make... Well, I mean, it makes this fight a lot harder. And then it's gonna make the next 20 to 30... Oh, I had to do that section without Infinite Blizzard. Oh. Oh, it makes my life so much harder. I don't get to do, like, 4 arena skips now. One of which is the one you really want to do an arena skip on, because there's a lot of enemies. And then... Yeah, it's just gonna be a big pain. Also, the other thing, with Infinite Blizzard, because you're not supposed to be able to do constant damage, you can kinda cycle lock this boss. Not quite, but it is slightly easier to get them to, you know, just kind of stand there and take damage instead of, you know, swiping at you. Also, like I said, things with aerial combat are the worst because you don't have anything good in the air. I should have enough... Hello? Go. Should have enough chaos magic to break this. I'm trying to think, I don't think there's anywhere I can pick Blizzard up. I can't pick Blizzard up off this boss. Because we end this in a different... We don't end it... What is... There we go. Yeah, I don't think there's anywhere to pick up Blizzard in the next 20 minutes, so I think we just are sad.
I mean, I don't know how much of this fight we normally see with Blizzard on, but I'm kind of digging the aesthetics and the style and the Shadow Colossus climbing elements and everything. Like,
yeah,
there's a little bit of design going on in here. I'm enjoying it.
It is a pretty cool fight. So we do okay. You do see the you see that entire fight. It's just normally a little bit faster, and they attack less often. And also, the climbing sections are really difficult because the boss is super jittery while you're climbing. Because you're not supposed to be able to deal damage when you're climbing, and you are. So, now we have the actual Chaos Claws for real this time. Oh, I can't do this arena. Everything sucks. I've never fallen. I do not know what triggered me falling off there.
It looked like you kind of like almost glitched through the floor or something when it happened.
So I mean, presumably it's because I had Infinite Blizzard and I did something that the game didn't like. I just didn't know that there was a thing the game didn't like back there. Presumably it is 100% my fault for being a speedrunner, but I just wish I knew what it was so I could never do it again.
sometimes you can break games too much, believe it or not. Sometimes
Yeah.
as runners, we take games as far as we can, and then sometimes the stuff we find is just not helpful.
Sometimes we break things and we wish we didn't. So I'm gonna have to fight these. Okay, so actually, if I'm gonna have to fight these, I'm gonna go ahead and actually learn everything now. Where's fire cover? So this is a skill that is useful, like, in literally exactly one fight. It's like 2. This one here is useful in a few fights. Since we have to take this fight without Blizzard, we're gonna go ahead and use it here. Normally I wouldn't. This is the second best DPS in the game. And it's a little bit better for clearing up large swaths of enemies that aren't grouped together. Also, there is this mechanic for executing enemies that it taught me about like 40 to 50 minutes ago that I've been ignoring for the most part. That's because it's slow and is a cutscene, and you don't need to do that to kill them.
So I do see.
So if you ever... Go ahead.
I was gonna say I do see chat talking about 6 months until SGDQ, and then somebody did mention that there is only 2 months until GDQ's next all-women and femme speedrunning event, Frost Fatales 2025, which will be live March 9th to 16th, so not that far away. And that'll be benefiting the National Women's Law Center, so visit gamesdonequick.com/framefortals for more information on that event. Remember, GDQ does have events year-round. It's not just the big tentpoles of AGDQ and SGDQ, so definitely keep an eye on our schedule. We've got things pretty much every month, and make sure you block out some time to check those out and donate to the worthy causes that we have as part of those events.
Yeah, absolutely. What are we? We're at 45, 50?
We are, yeah, about 45, 50. You're talking about the time. Yeah, we're about 55 minutes. So yeah, if you want to start looking for a spot to do a little break, we should, yeah, we can do that.
Yeah, where would a break?
This is what you purchased so far, my
I bought those, right? Hold on, I bought those, right? That was the buy button that I pressed.
my lord.
I can't check in here. Great, awesome, whatever. Where would a good time be?
Your emblem.
Yeah, well, let's do it.
Question the scientist by now. I should return.
Let's do it like 105, 110. I don't think there's like, I mean, I could pause whenever. It doesn't super matter.
Yeah,
It's not really a good story break besides this, and I think we're a little too early to take it.
Yeah, you tell me when's good for you.
Yeah. Yeah.
I just like seeing the wolf again.
We will see the wolf a few more times. Also, if you enjoy the wolf, there is a DLC for the game, which is it is very short. It's only like an hour or two. For reference, it's like a 20-minute speedrun, but you play as Alucard and you get to turn into the White Wolf.
Oh, and does that have combat or platforming, or what do you get to do as the wolf?
The wolf is combat and puzzle, but there is movement and puzzle mechanics mostly. I guess you could like use it to run away, but yeah, it's mostly for a little bit of fast movement and puzzling. I'm going the wrong way. I want to go here. So, back in the real world, we need to go report what we found with the first acolyte, and then I believe the story point is that Zobek is going to interrogate the first acolyte, and then we are going to go investigate the second acolyte. Also, I did gloss over this because I was talking about the Infoblizzard glitch. The first acolyte, and possibly in tandem with the second acolyte. They have unleashed biochemical weapons on the city, and pretty much everybody has been turned into a mutant thing. That's the things we were fighting at the start of the, like, right before the boss fight. That's not what I wanted. Why was I on that? That sucks. Hello? Let me target the thing, please. So, my targeting... Normally, everybody's blizzarded here, and I don't have targets on them because they're all the way back there, but they're interfering with me targeting the things I need to target. So
Yeah.
let's,
It reminds me of like Ninja Gaiden or Devil May Cry, where sometimes the camera is like the worst enemy of all.
Yep. I'm gonna have to kill these things. Alright, well... Can't say I didn't try.
You tried to let them live. You were a pacifist at heart, and they just would not.
Yep.
They would not take no for an answer, and now you got to do what you got to do.
Where is this move? I haven't had to learn this in forever. This one? No, this is somersault. There we go, guillotine. So because I don't have Infinite Blizzard, I'm gonna have to do a bunch of whip combat. I'm gonna learn guillotine, which is actually a very good move. And so you might be looking at this and going, wait, I thought you said you didn't have a good aerial move, and the answer is, it is good, except that the good parts don't hit anything in the air. They only hit on the ground. The things that do damage only damage things on the ground, so it's not an aerial move.
Interesting, because you're doing like a vertical swipe on that, so that doesn't have a hitbox
Yeah.
until it hits the ground.
It does, it's just not a good one.
And
So,
there's
yeah,
also,
like,
I was gonna say a
it
lot of
doesn't-
ending lag on it too. It looked like.
yeah. Yeah, so it does a lot of damage, but all of the damage, like, the good damage is on the, like, when it hits the ground and then whips back up. The, like, when it's in the air, it doesn't do, like, it does less than if you just use the whip regularly. So, it is really good for killing things on the ground, and everything in the air sucks. Air combat leaves a little to be desired. Yeah, so okay, we have the very boring section here of, like, running through the city, so we'll do that, and then once we get to the next decent story point, we can take the break. We have some stealth sections here, which... Oh, it's never this way, it's always this way.
Do the other rats in your congregation there, do they contribute in some way?
That's basically how many lives you have in each section. So there's going to be some traps later on that can kill you, but also there, whenever you are trying to sneak by the guards, if you get too close to them, the guards will stomp down and crush your rat, like whatever rat you're on. So whenever the rat you are dies, you go on and possess the next rat in your pack. I think there's like 4 or 5. So it's basically like you get 4 or 5 tries before you have to reload a checkpoint. There is almost certainly no way I get away with this. But I'm going to try it anyway because I do not want to fight them.
I like how
I'm
it
gonna
slow
try
motions it and shows you that the monster is gonna do it.
Alright, fine. If you get really lucky, you can, like, avoid the, you can dodge out of the way in time, but that almost never happens. I do want to keep some of this magic, because I'm going to need some... basically, at any point in time, I want to have a little bit of each, because there's environmental things that will require me to have some magic. which is why I'm trying to not fully deplete my mana bars. I do have the talismans if I really needed them, but I don't really want to use talismans because talismans are very important.
Automatic shower beginning in 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, I think so. I want to say this is like... This is some sort of, like, chemical facility, like a research facility, I believe. What the... Okay, I guess I'm gonna grab that. I did not mean to do that, but... It'll only waste, like, a second. I'm gonna be real with you. Normally you just, like, jump and, like, heavy attack over it. I did not realize I did not realize there was handlebars to get in there. I legitimately just thought it was a jump. So, you relearn something new every day, I guess.
And it's the funny thing, when you speedrun a game enough, you start to forget, like, how to play it casually, or how it worked casually, or what happened in the plot. There's games where I speedrun where I don't even remember the names of the characters anymore, but I have, like, 100 hours in the game.
There is a trick coming up, that is really hard to do, and I legitimately do not know how to do. It would probably take me longer to do figure out how to do the casual way than it would be for me to just get the trick. Like, it is a very difficult trick, but it saves a lot of time. But like, it saves you having to climb up like 5 or 6 stories, and every time I get to it, like if I'm having trouble with it, I'm like, I kind of have to do this because like. The other option is I remember how to play the game, and I don't know that I can do that right now. Again, losing time here because I don't have Infinite Blizzard, and they can knock me out of animations.
I like how we're getting kind of a demonstration of why that glitch is so vital to the run. I don't know how long this game was ran before that glitch was found, but you can kind of see like what it's contributing.
It contributes a lot. Yeah, it is a very powerful trick. That's not where I go for this one. It's this one. You have to backtrack through here, so that's also not this way. Yeah, there's got a few sections where you go through areas that are either identical or very similar to ones you go through. It's just remembering which way you have to go. But yeah, no, the Infinite Blizzard glitch is legitimately, like, the best thing that ever happened to this, because it's like, oh, I can run by this enemy because I don't need to... You know, like, the only reason I would ever fight this enemy... There we go. The only reason I would ever fight this enemy is if I had to beat them so that I couldn't, or like I could pull the switch, but I can just freeze them. And it's like, oh, I don't have Blizzard, so I had to actually fight the enemy so I can pull the switch, and that sucks, and everything is awful.
And we do want to still start looking for a place to take a quick break. It's almost like I can't talk. So is this a good time after this fight? Obviously not during the fight.
I mean, I can do it during the fight. That's fine. Yeah, let's take it. Let's take it after. There's gonna be some cutscene. We'll take it in like a minute. Not quite after this fight, but very soon. I could get Infinite Blizzard off of this fight, and I believe I have to drop it immediately after. Probably still should have went for it, but I think this one's like 60% to be bad. Let's do it after this doorway, because this is the doorway that could phase me into the void.
Just say that casually. Like, I almost want to see that, to be honest, but no, we'll try to avoid that. So,
remember that thing about, like, sometimes going fast is very bad? So basically, the fastest movement would have been like jumping up against that door and dashing at it. But if you do that at the right time, you phase through the door, through the loading screen, and into the void, and I guess I don't have Blizzard, so I should have tried it, because I wasn't going to lose anything. Alright, which pass-through of the tunnel is this? I should get... let's just do it right here. Because I realize what's coming. Let's just take the break.
All right. Let's go ahead and take a quick break. Here at Hotfix, every hour and 20 or so during a run, we try to take a break, give everyone a chance to, stretch their legs, grab some food, whatever it is you need to do. So we will be right back in a few minutes, and we'll continue the run here. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. This is our 2025 Showrunner showcase here. My name is Cutie. I am the host of Perilous Paths, which again will be on tomorrow, 7 to 10 p.m. Eastern. And we are here with Church and Sarge, who is our special events showrunner, who's showcasing Castlevania Lords of Shadow 2. Make sure I get that right. So let's go ahead and get back into the run. I'll toss it back to you.
Perfect. On go from 3, 2, 1, go. I'm pretty sure I just did that faster than I would normally. I'm so sorry, Richard. I'm a bad person.
You're trying to save that extra second off the timer. I see you.
Yeah. I'm gonna take this fight too, and I knew that, but I didn't want to. This sucks. Alright. Surely now I can do this, right? Please, oh my god. I just want to get to the magic refill at the top game. Please give this to me. Alright, we're gonna have to use our first talisman of the game. That's fine. So we have... really? We have unlimited magic for 45 seconds, which kind of sucks because I really wanted this magic refill and I'm not going to get it, so I gotta be really fast here to get to the part where I need magic. It's actually at the top because I'm not going... It's this one. Into this one, and I need this. That saves, I think, a half second if I time those correctly, and then I don't need magic for a little bit, and we're good. So, this next section, we should be fine for a little bit. I think we're almost at the point where there is no more arena skips that I wanted to try and do, because... Oh, we are coming up on the section where I would drop it anyway, because there's a stealth section coming up. It is also a very slow section of the game, because the stealth sections from here on out start getting longer. Then we're going to get into a really weird train sequence, but we don't really have a lot going on. This is this entire section has been, it's basically 20 to 25 minutes between story beats of just traversing the city and oh, really? Just puts me right back there, but that's annoying. We haven't really talked about a lot of the Hotfix shows or what Hotfix is. We talked a little bit about it at the beginning, but Hotfix is our weekly content. So all year round, with maybe a few days here and there, GDQ has streams going on. We have a lot more charity events than AGDQ and SGDQ. I will let you talk about those in just a second. But we also have Hotfix, which is showcases of speedruns. Not for charity, we aren't raising money, we're just trying to raise awareness and show everybody, throughout the year, what speedrunning is like, show off a bunch of different communities and runners, just so, everybody gets a little bit of an idea of what is out there in the speedrunning universe besides the two main marathons. But yeah, we also have a bunch of other charity events we put on through the year. We've got a few coming up. Do you want to talk about them a little bit?
Yeah, we brought them up a little bit earlier, but you can never talk about these amazing events too many times or too often. So the first one is that we have Back to Black 2025, which is the upgrade to UBAF, which will be live February 6th to 9th. And if you're looking at the calendar, that's only about 3-ish weeks away, 4 weeks. I can't count, whatever it is. And then that's going to be right here on the Games Done Quick Twitch channel, which will be benefiting Race Forward. So you can type !BTB and to be able to see the event schedule. And if you want to find out more about the all black speedrunning community, type !BAF. And then we also have GDQ's next all women and femme speedrunning event, Frost Fatales 2025, which is live from March 9th to 16th and will be benefiting the National Women's Law Center. So you can visit gamesdonequick.com/framefatales for more information on that event. And as we were talking about Hotfix, there's a wide variety of shows and content that go on through these weekly schedules. So we have the long-standing shows that will show up every week or every other week. They're on a 2-week cadence, and they usually have different themes. So, for example, mine, Perilous Paths, is roguelikes, Souls-likes, and Metroidvanias, and so it's very fitting that we are here with a Castlevania. But there are a great variety. There's randomizers, there's passion projects, there's different themes for what we showcase in each different show. And also, speaking of shows and showrunners, as all of us here are showrunners today featuring this content, Games Done Quick is actually hiring. We're looking for new showrunners for 2025. So if doing something like this, if hosting, streams, being able to showcase members of the community, talk about great games, great causes, organize some of these events, and also, dabble in speedrunning a little bit yourself from time to time and show off what you've got. If you're interested in doing part-time work with a recurring show, make sure to go to gamesdonequick.com/jobs for more information. They're going to be closing today, January 12th. So if you are interested in applying, today is your last chance. Definitely give it a shot. When I first started speedrunning, I got onto Hotfix as a runner a few different times. I never thought that I would be here as a showrunner and host. I am so thankful that I get to be here, get to do these things with all of these wonderful people and share some time with all of you. So if that sounds like something you might be interested in, definitely go to the website to pitch your show and go from there. But yeah, Hotfix is around year-round. We're going to have lots of shows, lots of fun events, lots of different things going on. So keep tabs on that and make sure you come back pretty much every day, afternoons and evenings, depending on where you're located.
I'm going to take this slow because this bat is not going where it's supposed to. So this is the section where I would have had to have dropped I would have had to have dropped the glitch anyway because of these two. So this is the area where I would have dropped it. So we're going to be doing actually the speedrun strats from now on for a little bit. Let's see. Yeah, there's really nothing to talk. This is a very slow section. This is like another 3 to 4 minutes of stealth, and then thank goodness. 3 to 4 minutes of stealth, and then a very
I don't even know what just happened.
The acolytes must keep the
You spontaneously combusted.
Sometimes you speedrun a game, and the game is mad at you.
These are life lessons. Sometimes it be like that. Sometimes the game just doesn't want to cooperate.
So, anyway, we're gonna move on. Everything is great. Everything is fine. Plot. So, these are like unbeatable, except we can possess them. And so the lore reason behind why we can't stay in their form is that our blood is so toxic that that's why everything dissolves after like 10 to 20 seconds, is because our blood is so toxic it physically dissolves their entire body. So that is the lore reason why I can't just possess one of these and then win the game.
I actually thought you were consuming them from like the inside out. I thought you were just eating them.
That would also make sense lore-wise, but no, it's the... So, I mean, maybe that is a part of it, but yeah, basically, like, their body just stops being able to handle you, so it stops living. And then you probably do eat it afterwards, just to... Why am I doing the risky strat? Everything's going wrong, I should just play it safe. Whatever, it's fine. He didn't yell at me. We're all good. Nothing can go wrong.
Alucard's just trying, or not Alucard, I guess you're Gabriel, right? Gabriel's trying to
Yeah.
be a good Earth citizen and compost things when he's done. He's just he's making sure nothing lays around unnecessarily.
Alright, so we are running up on, we are gonna, this entire part has been so that we can jump on this train, to infiltrate, the biotech corporation who, made the chemicals that has, poisoned everybody. So we're gonna jump on here and then immediately get caught, and then everything that we just did is pointless. So something alerts them, and now we're, the entire train ride is terrible. They're coming after us at all points in time. There's also this demon on board, which is a different faction than the guards. So the guards are like superhumans. And they are on the Satan Acolyte side, I'm pretty sure, and then these demons are just demons. Actually, this is probably just an infected human. At some point, you just accept that things are the way they are, and then you forget the actual lore for some of this stuff. Like, this is an enemy, and he's the enemy of my enemy, and, you know, let's move on. Alright, so these guards are chasing us, and this next, like, 2 minutes is basically just running from train cart to train cart while each train cart gets destroyed. We have to go backwards on this one, and then... basically it's just a bunch of puzzles, or... That's not... I mean...
How come you couldn't use the minigun or something there? I feel like you should be able to pull that out.
Because this game would be a lot shorter if I was allowed to use a minigun. That's why. I wish I could use the minigun. Hello? Yeah. So this casually took me like 25 minutes to figure out what to do, and then I had to Google it. So there's no way to go back here. The only way out is that door, and I have nothing to do to get by him. Logically, the answer is just do nothing, because obviously he won't investigate the second half of the cart.
I figured you had to go back out the window or something.
No. Do I possess him? Oh no, I'm being stupid. I just let him leave here. That's what I'm supposed to do. That's fine. But no, yeah, legitimately, you just don't do anything, and then you can't go back out the window.
He was like, "What's that? What was that swarm of random bats?"
Wait, what?
Did you reset his cycle maybe with the bats?
I hate everything. Nothing's going right.
Hey, marathon settings, man.
Hey.
Marathon settings, they're their own beast. But in honesty, like I think the runs that end up not quite going right are very interesting. Like if I wanted to see a perfect speed run, the world record's up online somewhere. I'd rather have it.
Oh,
I'd
for
rather
sure,
have it
yeah.
live, nitty and gritty, and learning about it. I'm getting very like Arkham Asylum almost with some of these stealth sections, like hide in the dark, shoot bats at them.
Yeah, so this was right around that time. When did this come out? 2011?
I could look at what did we put on the stream here? We put 2014 for this one.
13, 14, yeah. So it's like it's right around those times. So yeah, it tries to take a lot of inspiration from a lot of different games at the time, and some stuck better than others.
Yeah. I mean, you can see DNA from God of War, obviously, Castlevania.
Yeah.
Even a little bit of Ninja Gaiden, Devil May Cry. 'Cause I think the Ninja Gaiden, it's not a reboot, but the more modern ones where it's kind of similar, were somewhere around this time, probably a little earlier. So you can definitely see a lot of those different things. And obviously Uncharted is everywhere on these sections.
Yeah, for sure. So, funny enough, the devs who made this made... Hello? What? I swear these triggers just are not activating.
Do you have an...
You're just supposed to run it.
I was gonna say, it doesn't look like you're taking that much damage. Does it help or anything to dodge these, or could you just sit here and...
Oh no. So I think it, like... I have no idea if it even wastes time, but on this difficulty, yeah, I could just do nothing and it'd be fine. On a higher difficulty, you definitely have to dodge, but on this difficulty, it just does not matter. No. Do the move that I want you to do, please. There. There is a very annoying move that demon can do, which wastes like 20 seconds, where he can just jump on you and you just stun locked for a while.
We'll continue on this way.
So, this is Zobek's lieutenant. Zobek doesn't think we can do it on our own, so he sent his lieutenant to come help us. This is definitely not a character we have ever met before. This is definitely not like, I don't know, Alucard or something. This is definitely Zobek's lieutenant.
Definitely.
And I'm not foreshadowing anything at all. So we're gonna learn this later in the game. Could you, like, actually do the thing? We're gonna learn this later in the game. Basically, everything I just said is true. Zobek doesn't trust us, so he sent his lieutenant to come help us and basically keep an eye on... help us, but mostly to keep an eye on us. The thing with that, however, is that I don't really know if it's ever explained when, specifically in relation to this. Oh, there's still one alive? Come on, Alucard, kill one enemy. I think in the DLC it is entirely before this happens. But at some point around the start of this game or during this game, Alucard kills Zobek's lieutenant. It's supposed to be right here. Okay, there we go. It was not giving me the prompt. he kills Zobek's lieutenant and then takes over Zobek's lieutenant's armor to impersonate Zobek's lieutenant so that he can help us on this quest, I guess. We're gonna try a skip. It's gonna fail probably, and then I'm gonna be very sad. This requires several things. It requires Alucard to not pull aggro on this demon, which I think he just did. And it also requires the demon to do a specific move, but he is aggroed on Alucard. That's the move I wanted, but I was busy trying to aggro him. There we go. Okay, so that saves like a minute and a half. There's a mechanic in this room. I already did it once, but where you have to yell for Zobek's lieutenant, for Alucard to come help you. And then you can proceed to do the thing. But that requires clearing the room. That's slow, so you can just take damage and then move on. We are coming up to another castle section, so we're going to get another power eventually. So now this is another part that makes a lot of sense. Very, very much makes a lot of sense. This is Carmela's castle. So let's actually make sure we're doing the right thing. So we are going to we're gonna run into Carmilla here, and Carmilla is definitely one of the Lords of Shadow we faced at some point. That's completely true. But this seems to imply that there was, like, some type of relation or, like, love interest between the two, which they knew each other for all of, like, 10 seconds before he killed her, so it's really weird that they did this. There's also his wife in here, and some visions of his dead wife. It's convoluted and complicated, and by that I mean it just kind of doesn't make sense.
I'm getting tired of chasing you.
I like the button prompt there. Press B to offer blood. Looks like that press F to pay respects kind of thing, like
Yeah.
when you get one of those weird button prompts.
If I'm not slow here, I will get this before she can undo the blood that I sacrificed. So basically, her blood would undo my blood in this offer, and then I would have to go back to it and reset it. But I managed to get there in time, so we don't have to, like, cycle through. And if she ever catches you, she basically locks you in the room and you have to fight more minions. That would suck. Because minions are slow. So we have that poison. If you notice, our health has changed to a different color. We are poisoned right now, and that effectively doesn't really matter, except that it locks us into the story beat where we have to beat Carmilla to get it. Also, actually, there is... Okay, so I'm about to lose... This is where I lose a coin flip a bunch of times, because that is the bad ending. So there is no way to know... If there is a way to know, I don't know it. This is where I flip a coin a bunch of times, because I need to drink the blood of... There we go, I got it. You have to drink the blood of the real Maria, which will cure you. And if you drink the blood of the wrong one, you instantly lose.
Is she in a hamster ball? What is going on?
More or less, yes. That was a magic ball that protects her, so we had to switch between fire magic to get her out of her little ball there. Okay, but could you actually do the thing? And then once we break it, we can hit her with actual damage. I don't know why this hasn't broken yet. There we go, thank you. So this is one of those fights where we're probably going to use 2 or 3 of the talismans just because of all the different stages she has to go through. I guess cycles. And that's very much expected. You'll know if I ever like do a move that I'm not supposed to, it's because this game loves to like target. Hey, so there's two things. A, I didn't switch back to the item I need, or B, because it uses a combination of heavy and a different button, it just tries to do the heavy attack instead of doing the combo move. In this instance, I didn't switch back to the Shadow Dagger, so that was on me. But sometimes it's not on me. Sometimes it's the game.
Come on, don't miss a step.
So you're supposed to figure out which one this is, except you can just use the Earthquake and then it hits all of them, and then it doesn't matter. This is going to introduce us to Mist Form, so we use that to get out. And then this is also where it's like, hey, you can go heal yourself by drinking her blood, but we don't care. Grab a bunch of these, transmute them, and then throw one down, and then throw one down.
Should we be getting worried about your health, or is that okay?
That's fine. If I ever get too close, I just do this, and then I heal fully back up.
Fair enough.
So, you'll see that that's how much I healed off of that move. Because of how, like, with infinite magic, the void magic is super strong. I don't know what the heal rate is, but it just, if you ever get low, you just hit them with the whirlwind, I believe is what it's called, and then you just heal all the way back up, basically. And then, now we can finally go through this gate. And this is a magic altar. I mean, we've passed them a few times, but like, this is where I can actually stock up and stop having to use talismans for a little bit.
I just think he's trying to go Super Saiyan. Every time you do this, he's just powering up.
I mean, he probably came out of the coffin and saw one episode of anime, and then that's what he's trying to emulate.
It's actually surprising a game like this doesn't have some version of Devil Trigger. It doesn't seem like it does anyways.
Devil. Which one's Devil Trigger? Because it probably
So,
does.
like, when you build up a certain meter through attacks and through damage, you go into, like, an invincible state where you have unlimited magic, you can't be hurt, you can do stuff for a little while.
I think they just kind of put that into the talismans. Okay. But yeah, we don't really have something like that. Man, what do the other talismans even do? Okay, so you've got 45 seconds of infinite magic, you've got heal full health, you've got something about stopping time, you've got something about mastery, which I legitimately have no idea what that's for. Even casual play, I couldn't figure it out, why it was useful. And I don't remember what the other one is. So yeah, no, I guess there is no Devil Trigger alternative. Okay, this trick sucks. So remember that time I was like, yeah, I don't remember the casual way? Yeah, I don't know how to get up here properly. So we're gonna... It has been so long, I legitimately do not know how to do it if I don't get this trick. But that's fine, because I'll get this trick very fast, and it'll be no problem at all. This trick actually sucks a lot, because it requires using a heavy attack as an extension. To get a little bit of extra height. And there's a bunch of enemies here, which I'm probably going to have to kill at some point. But if I don't kill them, it can target them with the attack, which then goes towards them instead of the way I want Gabriel to go, which is specifically over here. So that's the first part. Now the second part, because I need to do this. There we go. I did not get the height I needed, so we're going to try it again. But basically we're doing a bunch of heavy attack extensions to get a little bit of extra height to go out of bounds. to climb up this staircase here. Please stop.
I feel like this would be the trick that gets me to not run this game. Like, I would pick it up, I would start trying to figure out how to do it, and I'd have to learn this, and I'd be like, oh, man.
There's actually a much harder trick later on that I will almost... Okay, I'm not gonna say it, because now I'm not gonna get it first try, but there is a much harder trick that I am much better at than a lot of the other tricks, which should be easier. That's not gonna push me up. I think the reason why I'm better at the other trick is because you have to do it in both the main game and the DLC. Please, if I just... Oh my god, you didn't reset the jump! Go, that's one. That was... I'm not gonna jinx... here. I will hold all of my thoughts until afterwards. That way I don't jinx myself. That camera was weird. I actually did not think that was gonna give it to me. That's cool. Yeah, that was nice. Thank you, whoever just sent that my way.
There we go.
I actually didn't even need the mist form there.
Perseverance. Speedrunning is all about perseverance.
And now I'm not going to do any of the fancy, like, I could save half a second here, because if I do that and miss, I will waste a bunch of time. Alright, a bunch of cutscenes here.
I like how it said the Antidote 2, like it was the sequel to the Antidote.
Yeah, because the first part of the Antidote was, like, the 40 minutes it took to get here. So, this section is unnecessarily long. So we need to possess... You see that that scientist right there? We need to possess him. But in order to possess him, we need to stop being a rat. So we need to come over here. And then we have a minute conversation about whatever you want to have a conversation about while we wait for the next scientist to come out.
Well, I think that's always... I mean, all the time is a good time to talk about Hotfix and GDQ. But specifically, since we're coming out of AGDQ, we should mention that if you missed any of our shows or events, including AGDQ, but this, Hotfix, other shows as well, make sure that you check out youtube.com/gamesdonequick. And Church and Sarge, I know you put quite a lot of work into that, so if you want to, tell us a little bit about that, that'd be great.
All the runs are up. All of the runs for AGDQ are up. All the Hotfix runs will be up a few days afterwards. But yeah, you can go check them out. And if you missed anything, that's where you should go watch them.
Absolutely. I have that as like, I pretty much have GDQ and Twitch and things on all day. That's more or less how I work during my day job. I just have that stuff up there. So definitely be checking those things out. And if you want to see what's, that's looking backwards, but if you want to see what's coming up looking forwards, make sure to go to gamesdonequick.com/hotfix to check out our Season 4 schedule and take an in-depth look at what's coming up in the next week's run. Usually the schedule is out about a week ahead of time for the upcoming week. And we have talked about that there are some other special events coming up in February and March, and there's more information on gamesdonequick.com for those as well. But always be looking forward. Mark those things on your calendar. If there's any runs, any shows, anything that looks interesting to you, make sure to keep an eye on that. And then I turn around and we're in a giant boss fight again.
Heck yeah. So after 40 minutes, we finally get into a boss fight. This is the first Acolyte that we've already fought. She broke free. And we are now in, like, Zobek's Mind Palace. He has managed to send us somewhere where she couldn't destroy the city, but actually, so I say Mind Palace. I don't actually. He is using his magic to contain us. I just don't remember what that entails right now. But we have. I know you're gonna ask this question, and I don't have the answer. Throughout this fight, Zobek will be like, I can't hold on much longer, but I don't actually know what that means. Like, I don't know if there is actually a a time limit.
I do love when games have like secret endings. Maybe aren't the quite thing in this situation, but like Far Cry, I think it's 4, where if you just sit at the table, the game just ends, and they're like, "Congratulations, the game's over."
Yeah.
so maybe this has a secret one. If you sit here for like 15 minutes or something, the whole thing just explodes. I don't know.
It'd be funny. Alright, so if you haven't picked up on it yet, I'm trying to get Infinite Blizzard. This one's a little bit easier to get because she'll actually stay frozen. Oh god, please don't. There we go.
Someone in chat is asking how long this bonus stream will go. After we are done with this run, there will be a whole nother section hosted by Jiggy and Anarchy, and they will be running a couple of different games. So this will be going on for a little while. Make sure to stick around and check out everything. I believe we posted the schedule somewhere. I know it's in our Discord. I'm not sure if we tweeted it or anything else, but there's definitely more to come.
And you can always check out what the upcoming runs and shows are over at YouTube.com. Or, no, whoa, hold on. Wrong plug. GamesDoneQuick.com/hotfix. That one.
And if you do,
YouTube.com.
if you do want to go to join the GDQ Discord, make sure that you use !Discord in Twitch chat, which I can type in a second unless somebody wants to do it for me. And you can add the hotfix role to yourself, so you'll be able to keep tabs on upcoming events, talk with staff, see the schedules, and a whole lot more. So make sure that you get into our Discord if you want to see what else is going on. And let me just pass that in.
That was the hardest trick in the game. I got it second try, and I got it without using Mist, which is normally what you're supposed to do, which means I got the frame perfect height on Guillotine for the upward momentum. So yeah, remember that thing about, like, I'm gonna, like, whiff this 7 times and then do the hardest trick in the game, like, first try? Yeah, that's basically what I just did.
You did it so fast, like, 1, I didn't even notice what was going on, and 2, I got
Yeah.
through, like, 2 sentence announcement and you were done, so, like, yeah, super smooth.
Yep, So yeah, there we go. That's that was the hardest trick in the game. It doesn't even. It saves like a minute and a half.
That's a lot.
Basically, it is a lot. It skips an entire fight with some cutscenes and stuff. Basically, if I had gone right, I would have had to have fought an enemy. Hold on. This is actually kind of.
Yo, when did you get so fast?
So this is the movement tech that I said was only useful in stealth sections, which basically meant it wasn't useful. This is actually, like, the only time it's super useful. We're in the stealth section, so if Argoth, I believe his name is, catches us, he will send us all the way back to the beginning. So you're supposed to be stealthy, but we have the movement tech that only works in stealth, which is the start of the dash is the fastest part of the dash, and in stealth sections you can start your dash, throw out a shadow dagger, which will cancel the dash animation, and then you can cancel the shadow dagger animation by dashing. So you just shield dash basically from any of the other Castlevanias. You just go very, very fast, and it is basically, I mean, it saves a little bit of time in all the other stealth sections, but it's super useful right there, because that's like a long minute and a half section otherwise.
But so you can't do it during these normal sections where you're like dashing forward. It's a chicken now.
Correct. It is a chicken.
I don't know if that's meant to be an
And that-
Easter egg or what, but that is hilarious.
I think it is. Also, by hitting it with the Chaos Blast there, you actually save a cutscene, because otherwise you have to hit it twice. Very minor speed tech.
It's the chicken tech, or chicken skip, or like, it's gotta have chicken in the name, man.
I don't even think we have it named. So this is what a boss fight looks like when you have Infinite Blizzard and the Talismans. Okay. My heart just skipped a beat. I've never seen that weird animation before the cutscene. I thought I was about to jump through the floor and void out like I did during the Gorgon fight. I was going to be very sad. Because I really don't want to lose Infinite Blizzard. I made a mistake, actually. Hold on. Ooh. I've got time, right?
Sure.
Alright, so... there was one thing I was supposed to do during the break. Which, actually, now that I think about it, I'm pretty sure I always forget until right now. The only thing I need notes for is in this section coming up. There is a sequence that I need to do things in a specific order for. What's going on? Here we go. I need to find my notes real quick. That's not going to be difficult at all. That's right here. There we go. So, by the way, we're in, like, fake Castlevania world. I didn't even bring it up. Trevor brought us into this area. I don't even remember what we're looking for. Pieces of the Mirror of Fate, which are a lot more... they're kind of forced in this one, but basically they're a key. And that's all that really matters for us, is it's required to progress the
I
game.
love how it just yelled fail at you with like multiple exclamation marks.
So, what that was, we're entering the Toy Maker's kind of domain. The Toy Maker has a very tragic backstory, which we're actually about to learn if I wasn't skipping all of the cutscenes. But this area here is kind of, like, the two entrances there are the Toy Maker's things, where you're supposed to do, like, a little puzzle in order to open the door, but you can just fail, and that's totally fine.
Oh, so those figures of the characters, those were toys before. I thought that was just like bad 2014 animation. They just kind of looked like Uncanny Valley.
No, so yeah, we are, those were toys. We are now I didn't need to do that right now, that's fine. We are entering the Toy Maker's lair. The Toy Maker, very, very short, basically, was very good at making toys, and then was tricked or kidnapped or coerced into basically making creatures for the original owner of the castle. It's very tragic, and I don't remember a lot of it.
It was so tragic you
I guess-
blocked it from your memory. You had to make sure that you didn't have to keep that with you.
More or less. And so, if I'm being honest with you, it's actually, I know it's very tragic, and I know the gist of it, but I don't want to do it a disservice by explaining it poorly. So it is very sad, and... go. Hello? Where's the... there we go. It is very sad, and if you are interested in it, you should look it up, but... now we have this very... but earlier you asked me, like, what do rats do? This is, like, basically the only time you might see it, is if I miss a cycle here. Okay, stop. There we go. Okay, I didn't miss any of the I actually thought I missed a cycle there. But yeah, some of those cycles... so actually, here, you'll see it right there forcefully. That rat died to disable all the traps so that I could progress, and then I have another rat, so I just get to keep going now.
That rat gave its life for a valiant cause. It shall be
did.
remembered.
For all of, like, another 20 seconds. Until I switch out of rats, and pray that this is the last rat section of the run. Which I think it is. Okay. So we are now about to put on the play to discuss... tell the Playmaker's story. Toymaker, sorry. And then we are going to... right after this is going to be the scariest fight in the game. Because there's a very, very real chance of soft blocking. Toymaker Workshop.
Splendid choice.
Walter.
So if you don't skip this stuff, how long is this play section? Is it go on for a little while?
If I remember correctly, this is probably like 7 to 8 minutes.
Okay, because I'm kind of vibing with this like idea of doing a kind of play storytelling type thing. I know Nier Automata had a section where the robots put on a play, and it's fantastic. So this is kind of cool.
Extraordinary.
This is, like, in lore, this is a really creative way to tell the story. I think it is very well done. It is very long.
I did not have theater play in my Castlevania bingo, so I don't know where this fits in the theming and the lore and everything, but I'm here for it. I'm loving that.
Yeah, like, this part is actually really cool. Because, like I said, so this boss is a toy maker, and, like, really liked making things, and this is very on brand for him, and then, you know, bad things happen to him. So this is the scariest fight in the game. So this is the part, I want Infinite Blizzard for things that happen, actually, no, there is a, now that I think of it, there is a much scarier fight. This is just one of them. So, there's a few stages to this. This one's not the scary one, but the one coming, this one is. So, I need to make sure... So, this move right here, where he grabs like that, I need to make sure that doesn't hit me. If that hits me, I have to reload the checkpoint. I have soft locked the game. This is one of those times where, because I have Infinite Blizzard on, and I have that hitbox that is always on, the game does not know what to do. When I get grabbed by the Toymaker there, if he takes damage, the game just, like, crashes, basically. Like, you are stuck forever.
I like how it clapped its hands and then it's just BAM! Snake! Like, just out of nowhere.
Yeah, so, Snake and a few others are kind of like the marionettes that he has to fight us. Oh, thank... I did not think that's what just happened. Right, I'm just gonna pop one of these. Oh. I was a little out of range there. Almost done with this fight. I was out of range again, that's fine. This isn't a cutscene thing to skip. Okay, so this boss is done, and we are gonna get to go back to the real world, and we are going after the third acolyte now. We don't really know where that is, but we'll deal with that when it comes. We now have all the Parises in the Mirror of Fate, or we have some of the MacGuffin we need. We're gonna have to do another one of those Toymaker plays right here. Or not plays, mini games. We are going to nail it 100%. We're definitely not gonna fail it. It is very mad at us for failing.
Yeah, it's like 3 exclamation marks. It highlights it in gold. I can't hear the sound that well, but it probably yells at you too. Like,
it does give you a little bit of like a failure jingle.
so what happens if you do it right? Does it give you, one, does it give you like a giant success thing that's equally nice, and two, does it actually give you anything game-wise?
I want to say it's like 500 experience, which is not a lot. It's like, it is a very not worth it amount of experience.
the gameplay is the reward itself.
Yeah, the game, the reward is knowing that you beat the mini game that the game gave to you. So this is another very long section where you're going from one part of the city to another. There is actually fast travel. We are going to use it exactly. I jumped down too far. Where's my? It's right here. It's fine. There is fast travel in this game, and it is not useful at any point in the game except right at the very end.
Oh, so is this game a little bit more open worldy than it appears? Because I'm looking at the mini map in the top right. It looks very much kind of straight lines. But does this have an open world component to it?
Yes, asterisks. So there's a lot of collectibles. So we're on New Game Plus. I have, if you look at the magic bars, the swords on both sides, they are full, and my health bar is full. Those are all collectibles in the game. So normally the health bar, I think it starts at like half that. And then the magic is like a third of a bar. And when I do have it filled up, you get like 2 bars. So you only get like a third of a bar when you start. And you have to, I do not remember how many it is, but there is a lot of collectibles you actually have to get in order to do that. But some of them are like level locked. So, for example... Or not level locked, are skill locked. Like, you might have to backtrack. There's definitely, I didn't call attention to it, but like an hour and a half ago, like 10 minutes into the game, there was like a part in the game where it like takes the camera and pans off and shows you like, hey, there's something cool up here, but you can't get it right now. So there's a lot of that where it's like, oh, I got a new ability. Where do I go to actually use that ability now? Kind of thing.
I mean, it wouldn't be a Castlevania game without that, right?
Yeah, but besides that, there's not really much point. Like, you could grind for experience, but there's not, like, bosses or anything you can go find. Come on. Got, like, 1 health. Just die. So short answer, like, yes, it is open world and you can explore it, but there's not really a good reason to, outside of backtracking for things. Really? Come on, give me that. So there was a cutscene there that we skipped. There was a mysterious man who jumped down and then ran off, and now instead of doing what we were gonna do, we're gonna go chase him instead.
As you do.
Yeah, as you do. Actually, maybe... No, this is the cutscene, I think, where he jumps down. I don't know what the other cutscene was. Maybe they were both the same. It doesn't really matter. There is a skip coming up, which I am just 1000% not going to do. It does not save a lot of time. And if you miss it, it wastes a lot of time. So I'm just gonna go ahead, I'm not gonna do it. I'll explain it. It's a lot of janky movement, basically. And before that, we had to do a little bit of some nuts. We had to free some enemies and hope they don't unfreeze, basically. Also, actually, I do need to hit them a little bit.
Chat's talking about some of the amazing runs we had during GDQ. I know we talked about it, you know, maybe 20 minutes ago or so, but if you want to see any of those runs that Chat is talking about right now, the saxophone run, Crazy Taxi, the Super Metroid race was wild with like literally a millisecond or something, like 0.5 seconds between first and second. So if you want to see any of those things or anything else that Games Done Quick has done, don't forget you can go to youtube.com/GamesDoneQuick and check those out.
Also, in case you didn't know, there are a lot of things on site for attendees to do, including both tournaments and panels. And the tournaments are all live on our YouTube channel, youtube.com/gamesdonequick. The panels are not out yet. That'll be like next week. They'll be tricking out over the course of the week. But all of our tournaments are up. I told you I wasn't going to do the trick, and then 100% I was setting up for the trick.
Muscle memory.
Yeah, so we've got 100%. So we've got tournaments of Buckshot Roulette. We have tournaments of Street Fighter 6, I think Street Fighter 3, and a bunch of other tournaments. You can go check them out. YouTube.com/GamesDoneQuick. Basically, it is a momentum trick, and so it's a momentum trick for the first part into very difficult standing on platforms that don't exist. And using your movement to jump off of that. So you'll notice these that I'm on right now only have a forward and a backwards. What the? Okay. That was supposed to grab. That just didn't, so I guess we're gonna fight everything here. So it's a momentum trick. They normally only go one direction, but there's one that goes both directions as part of the, just like the layout of the room, and you can use the momentum of going one way and then swapping to a different direction. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna try it once here, just so I can explain it. So that purple line is where I need to go, and if you do a lot of shenanigans, you can do this, and then you can do some movement to get over here.
Oh, okay.
And that's the first. This is the first part, and then the second part is this, which, and that was the second of the third part. The third part is grabbing onto, jumping onto something, which the game didn't want to give me the jump, and I'm not going to continue doing that. We're going to be here forever if I do that. I do not want to be here forever.
I thought that first trick was like the earlier ones where you had to keep going up, and then when you started going down, I was like, oh no, oh no, and then you grabbed it. It was like, oh, that was intentional the whole time.
So, not quite. You can actually get up there, but yeah, thankfully you do have that, like, grabbing the ledge as a backup. So if you do miss it, normally Gabriel will grab onto it. Normally.
That's the funny thing that you realize when you start getting into speedrunning is just how much manipulation goes on behind the scenes that people, when they're watching a run, never really realize that, like, you're manipulating the AIs, some of the animations, you're trying to force him to grab things that aren't there, or like whatever it is. That was kind of my speedrunning awakening almost when I first started. I started with a not side-scrolling, but with a beat 'em up, and like the amount of things that you were just juggling behind the scenes that if you do it right, no one ever notices. They don't know what's going on. But if you do it wrong, that one time, like it's devastating. So it's one of those interesting dynamics when you start getting into it.
Yeah, like you just. There is so much that can... Oh god, don't use the second one, please. There's so much that can be going on, and you don't really... even when you're doing it, like, you don't really pay attention to, like, all of the things that could go wrong until they start going wrong, and you're like, oh yeah, this sucks. Please don't. Thank you. I should be able to get through on one. So I've got to use a lot of magic in a short time frame here. I'm hoping I can get through on just one of these talismans. I think I will need to use a second. So I'm actually just going to cancel here so I can hit these real quick. Because that would prevent me from having to use a second one. I just need it for this here, and then I should be good for a little bit. Lore-wise, what I just did, needless destruction. We couldn't go the way we wanted to go, so we blew some stuff up. That's basically all there is to it.
I mean, honestly, I'm surprised he doesn't
we're-
do more of that. Like, there's a chain link fence. You go out of the way to become mist. Why not just like rip it off? Like,
Yeah, with the superhuman strength that he has demonstrated, that's a great question. Like, why don't we just do that more? I don't know, shrug.
video game's got a video game. Like, that's just how it is.
Yeah. Oh, okay, there we go. Now we should be good here. Alright, so this is now we should be good here. There we go. This is actually the scariest fight in the game. So, the other one could soft block. This could soft block and also apparently delete your save file. I've never had this happen to me. This is another speedrunner has told me. I don't know. I think so. We have in this community. And they're not just in this community, but Akion and Fiddlesticks. I think there might be one more. They're very prolific glitch hunters. They're in a bunch of different communities. I think it happened to one of them. I think they were trying to do something, and well, I mean, they were, you know, doing the thing. So basically, you can see here, there's no health bar right now, so he's not supposed to be able to take damage. But if he gets too close while you have Infinite Blizzard up, apparently it can like soft block because it took damage when it wasn't supposed to take damage. And then, as a result of that, it, like, soft blocks. And then, also, as a result of that, it, like, deletes the save file or something? I don't know. It's never happened to me. It's just one of those things where it's like, I've heard this can happen, and I never want it to happen. I never want to prove that this is a thing that can happen. I'm just going to do the little safety strat here of only throwing the Chaos Orbs. And I'm going to be happy that my run isn't over.
That's the way of the game, saying like, okay, we get it. You're a speedrunner. You break things for day-to-day basis is what you do. But this right here, this is a step too far. We're crashing the game. We're deleting the save, and you are out of here. We're done with this.
And I mean, like, the save isn't super important. I think I have, like, at this point, I have, like, 12 different saves that are maybe not have as much experience, but, like, as long as you have enough experience in all the collectibles, it doesn't really matter. So, like, the save in the long run wouldn't be awful, except that, you know, I'm in the middle of a run, and the run would be over.
Hypothetically speaking, do we know if anything happens if your experience ticks over to 1 million there? Like, is there a six-figure cap or anything? I know sometimes games have a thing where, like, you know, it caps at a certain digit amount.
Probably not. I'm sure somebody's gotten to 1 million. There are people who have run this a lot more than me, so probably nothing. But I can't.
I'm just kind of watching it. Like, are we gonna get there during the run? Like, I'm kind of curious what's gonna happen.
I think we're a little too far off. We are going. Okay, this is a dumb strat. Oh, hold on. What are you? You're this. Let's let's get one more of you. Okay, this is a really dumb strat that I go for. I'm gonna go for it exactly once, and then we're gonna do the backup strat, which I think is just what every other runner just does by default, because it's much smarter. It is technically slow. Alright, we're just gonna do the thing. Where is it? So, this is the Talisman of the Dragon. This will clear a full health bar off of the final boss. I typically try not to use it because it's very strong, but this is a very hard screen to have them all freeze and not knock you out. And you'll see that this climb is very long. So the freeze would wear off about here, and I still have more to go. So that is why other people just choose to use the Talisman of the Dragon. I try not to, because the Talisman of the Dragon you know, is strong, but, after you fail once, then, you kind of lost all the time save you would get later anyway, so, you know, it is what it is.
Can you dupe it like the way you are with the other things?
No, so that is the only one that you can't... that's the only one you can't dupe with the transmutation rune. You can get... So I think there's like 3 pieces to it. You can get more drop. But that is completely RNG. So this area here, I'm not supposed to have magic in here. You'll see that my magic is gone. This is... We're gonna learn this in a few seconds here. This is Victor Belmont. This is the last remaining descendant of the Belmonts. And he doesn't fully understand what's going on. He thinks you're evil. Which, I mean, can't really fault him for.
Look at you. I mean, you don't want to judge a book by the cover, but come on.
Yeah, I get it. So he locked up all of our magic, and then we still beat him. So then he started using magic, and we're still gonna beat him.
Oh, he's big now.
He is very big, and they've got a bunch of rocks. So we gotta break all the rocks. They can change directions. He does stuff. It doesn't really matter. What matters is that I don't have to use another stone. Yeah, that's the important part. So now, we get this cutscene here. And basically, yeah, there's nothing going on behind this. It's just, you know, Victor summons a demon, wants help beating us. We're gonna beat the demon, it's not a big deal. And then we're just gonna beat the crap out of the last remaining Belmont until he listens to us.
I mean, fair enough. I feel like that's like gameplay, video game 101, right? If you don't agree, you get into a fight over it, just like Mortal Kombat or something, until you beat the crap out of them, and now they agree with you.
Anime too. You just that's the plot of video games and anime. Is there an argument? We're just gonna fight until one of us loses and agrees.
This is quite the cutscene going on.
This is a very long cutscene. Also, earlier on I mentioned there are a few cutscenes that you wish you could skip, but you can't. This is one of them. I cannot skip this. I think I'm at the part where I can skip. Yep. Should be able to skip this. Fun fact, I'm playing off my OBS monitor, so I also couldn't see my screen.
Come on. It's this way.
Alright, so now, Victor Belmont is with us, and we have the last remaining Belmont.
That's impressive, though. You said this went from, what, 1500s to 2700s or something? That's a long line of Belmont.
Yes. Yeah, 1200. Also, there's... considering most of the Belmonts died, yeah, it's... Yeah, long line. And, yeah, so we have Victor, and, he's, showing us the double jump. Definitely not foreshadowing that we're about to get double jump. Also, so we just ran into the last Belmont, and he is going to live a very long and healthy life. Nothing bad is going to happen to him. They're definitely not about to kill him for the dumbest, literal dumbest reason ever.
So in terms of continuity, lore, etc., is this game quote-unquote canon? Does it have a place in the Castlevania universe, or is this kind of like a parallel offshoot thing?
This is a parallel universe, so this is not the same as Sodin or any of the other ones. This is a completely separate timeline for very good reason. So like I was mentioning earlier, in this universe, Gabriel is the oldest named Belmont, and then it goes Trevor is his son, and then Simon is Trevor's son. I don't remember what it is, but I know they are not that close in regular Castlevania lore. Oh no, Victor's dead.
Oh no.
Alright, so the lore behind why Victor dies is that it was faster. It was going to be faster to find the third acolyte if Victor sacrificed himself. So Victor just sacrificed himself. He didn't consult anybody or anything. He was just like, oh, we need to find the third acolyte. We need to do it fast. Okay, I know how to do that. So he basically went out. I don't remember exactly what he does, but he goes out with a big neon sign and says, hey, I'm over here. And then dies for it.
I mean, we can't have another super powerful anime character running around, right? So as soon as he's introduced, you already know he's got to go so that we are still the main character.
Yeah, two main characters.
No.
This is my anime.
It would be funny, though, if they introduced a co-op mode just for, like, the last, like, 1 hour of the game. You can play both.
The last.
Or you get another new game plus, you can play as Victor. I don't know. Just throwing out ideas. Or Victor knows this is a speed run and it's just like, we gotta go. We gotta wrap this up.
We got 2 hours. We need to get in and get out. This is the 20... it is late in the 20th, or like the 20th. I think it's the 2700s. It might be the 31st century, but I don't think so. My brain says 2700, and my brain has never lied to me before.
Part of me feels like we should have better tech in 700 years than this showcase, but maybe that's just me. But the tech in the Pocket Castlevania seems more advanced than in the modern world almost.
I think part of the reason is because Zobek's like plan was to get super rich basically and control the world. So I think Zobek has some influence over that, just like making sure technology doesn't advance enough to where humans could be a threat to him, kind of thing.
And I've been assuming, I've played this game, but I honestly, that was, I don't know, 10 years ago, I don't remember very much of it. But does Zobek own the chemical facilities and the other things we've been going through?
I think the chemical plants is like the only thing I think he owns like the major corporation okay, hold on. I haven't actually paid attention fully to the lore in probably about as long as you, so I could be wrong on a lot of this. I think he owns the, like, rival pharmaceutical company.
Of course. You know, if you work for Moderna, you gotta take Pfizer out. The best way to do that is to bring Dracula back. I mean, when in doubt.
Heck yeah. Alright, so... got this cutscene, and it's showing us, hey, there's this stealth section, which means we have to return to checkpoint, because we have Blizzard. This game takes place in 2057? Alright, I don't know what I'm talking about, then. I don't know.
Energy of it.
Really? Is it 2057? I don't know what I'm talking about. That's fine. Modern enough. Whatever.
It's funny that the invincible guards that are ready, willing, and super able to take on Dracula are scared of like 3 bats flying around. And they're like, oh no!
Look, bats are very scary.
Not the bats. Anything but the bats.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I also don't understand why they're so invincible. Like, what? Why does Satan or Zobek not just do whatever these people have and just call it a day? Like,
yeah, you would assume Satan would be at least as strong as an average pharmaceutical guard, but apparently not.
You would assume. All right. This is the scene makes a lot of sense. We're gonna take it a little by little here. Trevor, he's running into that hallway. Very ominous. There's no reason that Trevor might want to be showing us that hallway. Okay, this third acolyte is stronger than we can ever be, and he is going to murder us. There's nothing we can do. He is toying with us right now. He is literally like, he has beaten the living hell out of us, and he is now just being like, yeah, I'm taunting you, I'm torturing you, I'm gonna make this as slow and painful as possible, and you go ahead, crawl away. I'm just gonna kill you. So do whatever. And we're gonna crawl into this hallway here, and then be taken into the magical realm of Trevor's Pocket Castlevania. Unless the game does the thing it can do, where it decides I went too slow, and then game overs me before I get to the trigger. That has happened before. Multiple times.
I was gonna say, is this Emperor Palpatine right here? Like, what is going on?
More or
The
less.
Force lightning.
Alright, so... this is... I don't even know what this boss is. Oh my god, that sucks. There we go.
So how what are the enemies doing in these pocket castles? Like, is this something that Alucard also put in here, or they're just hanging out? They followed you, like...
So... That's a great question. So the I don't have a good answer for you. So short answer, I believe the working theory is that it is a memory of what Trevor remembers the castle to be. So it's basically what it was when he was going through the castle to kill Dracula. But also because of his powers, the castle realizes that basically it only exists when Dracula is around. So the castle has got in its mind of its own. It's basically like, we only exist when you're around. So it created a bunch of monsters to keep Dracula from leaving, basically.
That's
And that is mostly accurate.
that is somewhat cute and somewhat troubling toxic relationship.
Yes. Alright. I can't see that. Also, I missed Infinite Blizzard, which is fine. Yeah, that's fine. That's not a big deal. This Infinite Blizzard doesn't really do much. It's basically for, like, one fight. This was actually... I don't know that other runners do this. I didn't find this out until... I don't know if anybody has done a run besides me since I found out you could get it off of that fight. Because it's a really weird thing where the fight doesn't technically end, but the game still counts it as ending. For basically the way we need the fight to end for the Blizzard glitch, the game still counts it as that, even though you wouldn't think it would count. Can you just grab onto the thing, Gabriel, please?
I like how the bats are trying to help you. It's like, it's over
Yeah.
here!
Need to grab onto us, God.
He's like part Aquaman, but with like bats and rats.
I never thought I would say this, but Aquaman is way better than Gabriel in that fight.
We must find the third
Alright.
acolyte.
We got Zobek again.
I didn't realize that was a cutscene. I thought you were just standing there.
It was a good... I mean... Oh, I don't blame you for thinking that, but it was... Some of these cutscenes are very, like, short or weird. Alright, so now we have these puzzle sections. This is the entire reason we needed the Mirror of Fate. So we could do these puzzles. Yeah, either it's not clicking in or I'm doing it wrong. That's because it goes down here. And I'm just wrong. In my defense, again, I am playing off this move. What? I am playing off my OBS preview, so.
Fascinating.
We're gonna have a few more of these. There's not a lot going on here. I know. Hello? Please. So I know if you are interested in more hotfix, you can go to hotfix.com/game or gamesdonequick.com/hotfix. I know tomorrow is your show and Anarchy's show. Do you want to talk a little bit about what other shows we have coming up this week while I do this section?
You're gonna put me on the spot. I gotta open up the schedule now. I have to go
Excellent.
I have to go to Games Done Quick. You might hear me typing /hotfix. I want to make sure I get the schedule right. I typed it wrong. So we do have 2 different weeks. So our shows rotate week by week, and I want to make sure I am doing the correct week. So week 2, like you said, Monday tomorrow will be myself and Anarchy, who's coming up a little bit later here in the stream. Tuesday is Random Number Generation Game Masters. Those are about randomizers and speedrun adjacent content. Wednesdays, it lists as a special event. I don't know what it is this week. And then Friday, we have Do All the Things, which is, as the name implies, doing all the things. And Parallel Universe, which is community-created content. So different things that might be a little bit different than the average full run any percent type things that we do. And then Saturdays and Sundays are special events hosted by Church and Sarge here and Jiggy, who will be coming up later. And I'm not quite sure what's on Saturday, but I know on Sunday I will be hosting a platformer special and Symphonia showcase. So make sure to tune into that. And if you want to hear about the other week, because I don't want anyone to feel left out, in the same time slot as Perilous Pass, you have Game Over by Regal, which is just really hard games played on really hard difficulties. Sometimes that's challenge runs, sometimes it's just a game that has a reputation for difficulty, like a Souls-like. So if you enjoy those types of things, Monday, 7 to 10 p.m. Eastern, either week is definitely the place to be between our 2 shows. And then after that, they have Think Fast, which is speedrunning quiz shows. Tuesday is Awfully Silly and Express Lane. So Awfully Silly is, and we have this block every main event, but silly games, speedrunning games. And Express Lane is anything under 60 minutes, which is, personally, I like short runs. It makes resetting a little bit less painful, so I always love watching Express Lane. Then Wednesday we've got Crosshair, anything with bullets, and that is open to interpretation. Lasers, missiles, etc. I believe all count. And then followed with Speedruns from the Crypt, anything that is a horror-based game or horror-adjacent. And then lastly, Friday, As Seen on TV, all games rooted in film and television. Fantastic show. I was on there once for Full Metal Alchemist. We've been talking about anime a little bit. Followed by Passion Project with a variety showcase of different things. Maybe it's a super enthusiastic runner, maybe it's a small community, maybe it's a randomizer, something like that. So you never quite know what you're going to get there. And then as always, Saturday and Sunday, typically special events. But the first Saturday of every month is Make Your Own Victory, which is any speedrun or showcase that does not reach the official end credits. So that might be challenge runs, specialty runs, or other types of things. And hopefully, if any showrunners are here present, I accurately portrayed your show, but if not, I apologize. But that is what we have pretty much every week here on GDQ Hotfix. And if you want to know which week we're on, what's coming up next, or specifically what games or categories are going to be run during each of those shows, make sure you go, just like I just did, go to gamesdonequick.com/hotfix, and we'll have that breakdown for you. And then also in the Discord as well, which we mentioned a little bit earlier, but if you join !Discord, you can assign yourself the Hotfix role, and you will never be out of the loop on upcoming runs, schedules, games, events, and more. And I've been talking for a little while, so I will toss it back to what is going on in the game.
This is another puzzle. So we are approaching Zobek's lair, and we are going to fight Zobek and confront him, basically, but we have to do another puzzle. This is the part in the game where, basically, Dracula remembers everything. So a while ago, I talked about how there's like Alucard was like taking Dracula's powers and sealing them up. Basically, it was like the longest long con ever. Right after the explosion in the prologue happened, Alucard showed up, and I don't remember fully the conversation, but it was basically like, what do you want to do with your life, Gabriel? And Gabriel was like, well, I want to take revenge on Zobek and Satan. And they came to the conclusion that because Zobek can read minds, they were never going to be able to beat him as long as Gabriel knew what was going on. So a way to get around that was by making Gabriel forget. So the Casa Grima, I probably butchered that pronunciation, mostly because I don't remember what it's called. But Alucard's sword is made up of whatever it is, and it has the ability to basically weaken Dracula. So it is what put him into the state he was at the beginning of the game. So he was very weak. He had no memories of what put him into his like coma or anything like that. And it was because Alucard and him came up with this plan to do all of this. So Alucard stabs him. He loses all of his memories. Alucard takes all of his powers, hides them away somewhere where he can guide Dracula to find them later. All because they knew at some point Zobek would do the thing that he just did, where it's like, well, Zobek can't kill Satan without Dracula, so Zobek will try to get Dracula to kill Satan. So this entire long con was basically so that when this time came, Dracula wouldn't know that he had planned to do this.
And this is
so now we have done... Yeah, this is Zobek. This is the Lord of Necromancy's final form, or true form.
AKA Patrick Stewart.
Yeah, this is Patrick Stewart's final form. Infinite Blizzard would help a little bit, but it would also make the fight a little weird. So it's like net even to not have it. The only really why aren't you targeting what I want you to target? Did you target what I want you to target? Thank you. So there's... You can see there's like zombie... I don't know, statues, I guess? I don't really know what to call them. But there was like little zombie gargoyles up there. That's what we had to target between rounds. Like when all those zombies are coming up, we have to destroy those. And that will stop summoning zombies, and then Zobek will come back and we can stab him some more.
So is Zobek going to be the final big bad, or are we going full Dante's Inferno and we're going to fight Satan?
We are going to fight Satan. Our vengeance is not over until both Zobek and Satan are done. So we've still got... Could you please do the thing? 15-ish minutes? No, that's not accurate. Maybe it is. We've got some backtracking to do. I don't remember how long. The backtracking always is like... It's one of those parts where it's like, I know it takes forever, but like, I'm just like zoning out because there's nothing interesting going on. But we have this and then one more big boss fight. And then we'll finally get to see what backtracking, or what fast travel looks like.
Oh. I've been waiting with bated breath. I'm hoping there's a cool animation or something. We ride on a gargoyle or something like that. I
will say it is pretty cool. You use the thing? No, use the thing. It is pretty cool, and we get to see it exactly once. Maybe twice. You might get to see it twice if I pick the wrong area. Which I hope I don't do. Okay.
I'm trying to think if there's ever been, I'm sure there has been, franchises where Patrick Stewart plays the villain. This is the one that comes to mind to me, but I think no, it was Mark Hamill in Darksiders, sorry. I'm trying to think through, but...
Yeah, I can't think of another one. I was 1 damage off. That's obnoxious.
Oh. That single tick. Oh, wow.
Oh no, however will we get through this?
He became a
Oh, right,
lawnmower.
we can't skip this. Grass really needed to be cut. Alright, so... we successfully kill Zobek here. We have this really, really long, drawn-out stare where Zobek dies. And nothing really useful happens.
I like how it's trying to pretend like who stabbed who, but
Yeah.
you came in with the giant sword and he came in with a cross.
Yeah. How's GDQ finished? Awesome Games Done Quick finished yesterday, but we do have, this is the GDQ Hotfix. Hotfix goes year-round. You can learn more about the Hotfix at gamesdonequick.com/hotfix, but we have regular content throughout the year where we showcase various runners and communities to kind of show you a bunch more of the speedruns you might not get to see outside of GDQs.
And
Again, this cutscene's super long for no reason.
Oh, this is the exposition dump. This is people put a lot of time into writing all of this. I was gonna say specifically, this is the showrunner / host special bonus, whatever we want to call it, after AGDQ. So everyone that you're seeing today does work on Hotfix in one way or another, and we are actually hiring for 2025. So if you want to or think that you would be the right person for hosting your own show, for gathering runners and being really open and inviting to the community and helping build some of the stuff that you've seen here and you've seen during AGDQ, then make sure that you go to gamesdonequick.com/jobs and, you know, pitch a new show to us. And you never know where it might end up. As I said early in the stream, I never thought I would be here. So you might just surprise yourself if you take a chance and put yourself out there. But right now we are gearing up for our 2025 schedule. So also, if you are interested in just being a runner, we are currently, or at least I am, and I'm sure other hosts are well, starting to book for our 2025 shows. So if you're interested in being a runner, being featured on some of these shows, and celebrating a lot of the hard work that you put in, do also go to gamesdonequick.com/hotfix and submit and run interest forms so that we know you're out there and what you do, and you never know, you might just end up here one day. The map room.
The map room that we could have gone to like 2.5 hours ago. That's not quite true. We're gonna go. Me. Here we go. Here, I'll let it play out for you. There you go.
And is there backtracking to the, I don't want to call it imaginary castle, pocket castle, or whatever, or is it only
Pocket Castle?
the open world
so-
backtracking?
There are... short answer, there is backtracking to the other one. It definitely has to have a fast travel system. I don't remember what it is specifically. It might just be a version of this, but you do have to go into that realm first. I should pass an icon where I could show you what that looks like. But basically, every time we were coming back, there was like a giant, like a stone. I can't think of the word. There's a giant thing in the middle of the floor that we had to stand on. In order to activate the talisman, we would have to do that. So we have the White Wolf Talisman, and we need to find one of the pedestals or whatever, activate the White Wolf Talisman, then Trevor would bring us into the other world, and there has to be some version of a map room in there, but I don't remember what it is, because I haven't fast-traveled in that world in, like, 10 years.
I phoned him, Father. The acolyte is
How many of these do I have? Oh, this is plenty. If I need any more than 5 for the rest of the game, very, very bad things have happened. You know what? You know what? I said the thing. I'm just gonna go. Hey, there's the. If I go on that with the Whitefold Talisman, I can go back to the other world.
Okay, there we go. Now, after we kill Satan, I assume there's ramifications, story-wise. So does it do anything to the world? Does it bring people back? Do we get a happy ending, or is everything just kind of like this? Or do we not know? Do I ask stupid questions we don't know the answer to?
That is a great question to ask. The ending to this does not address any of the things you just asked. The end of the game does not care about explaining what happens to the rest of the world.
Fair enough, we're done.
So the end of the game is basically... Hey, spoilers, we kill Satan. So the end of the game is basically like... Alucard walks up to Dracula and is like, alright, what now? And then Dracula's like, I don't know, and then walks off. I'm simplifying it like a little bit, but like that is essentially what happens. There's some like reason to believe that Gabriel is like finally ready to live life kind of thing, but like it is very much basically like I don't know, whatever. We move on.
It's the sequel bait. They want to make sure they can leave space for Castlevania 3,
which they haven't made in 10 years, and I really want.
In the name of Satan, Lord of the Earth, King of the world.
So this is the same third acolyte. He is successfully bringing Satan back. I probably don't need to do this, but this cutscene gets pretty. I'm uncomfortable with this cutscene, so.
I mean, that's all that matters. You gotta do what feels right for you too.
I mean, like, I saw it once, and like, I know it happens, and it's like not. There's worse things, but like, I don't know. This one gets unnecessarily gory, so we're just gonna have a nice talk with our friend over here.
And is there particular significance behind why you choose this image?
I am a Grinch speedrunner.
Okay, there we go.
If you have been around in the GDQ community for a while, specifically attending events, if you were going to events between like 2015 through 18, and you interacted with me with at any point, you would know that I am a very big Grinch speedrunner, and I was trying to get a bunch of people into speedrunning the Grinch. And that's just kind of stuck as that's the meme we go with. I mean, it's not really a meme, and I did a speedrun of the Grinch on this channel on Christmas, like, that was 3 weeks ago now. So I can still speedrun it, but that's just kind of that's the GDQ lore.
Okay, only Grinch specifically, and no like Nightmare Before Christmas or any of the other Christmas themed one is about the Grinch.
But you desire
I think I'm good to
destroy
go.
me.
I'm definitely good to go here. All right, cool. So basically, a lot of the games that I started speedrunning were games that I played as a child. So I didn't play any of the other ones you just said, but I played the Grinch. Another one of the speedruns. I started speedrunning it and then stopped because I didn't have time to do a 5-hour speedrun back then, but I actually started with Final Fantasy Tactics. Then I learned Grinch. Then I went to Command & Conquer Renegade. And at some point I learned this one. Grinch and Renegade and this game are basically the games where it's like, do you need me to run a game? I'll run a game. Like, I can run this right now for you. This is the first and not the second.
I love how the start of what I assume is Satan is just like the final boss is a rock wall. Like, hit the gym, we're just gonna climb up this thing.
Yep. So this is Satan. So this is Leviathan. He summoned Leviathan and is riding atop. So we went from being in that cathedral to like we are now in outer space riding atop Leviathan.
Because of course. But
Yeah, because of course.
where else would you be?
And like you can see out in the horizon, that's Earth. So Satan is like, give me the fire cover, come on. Like Satan is basically on his way to go destroy Earth, so we need to like stop him. There's one more. I think I can get away with that. No, he won't. This isn't one of the ones where I'm just waiting on me.
Now I'm waiting for the
All right.
Castlevania where you can go to other planets and stuff, like Castlevania on Mars and Venus, and this has all kinds of implications that you're riding around in space.
Yeah.
Right now.
Alright, so for those of you with eagle eyes, you might notice that I am now fighting what looks to be Zobek's lieutenant, which would be Alucard, and that would be because... Did you give me the move? Satan has now possessed Alucard's body. So we now are forced to kill Alucard if we want to beat Satan.
If he can do that, why can't he possess your body? Because reasons?
So... I could speculate, presumably the lore reason besides, like, we just needed it to. I kind of glossed over it, because, it was a very... I think the story of the DLC of the first game were kind of like, we need to get to an endpoint, but we don't really know how to, so we're just gonna do this thing. The long and short of it is, I think Gabriel, like, incorporated some of the power of the extra-dimensional, super powerful being, and that would be why he's one of the strongest, so, like, Satan just can't do that. Also, possibly because the vampire who turned Gabriel was a much stronger vampire. Because Satan... The game would be over if Satan could take control of me.
That's fair. That's a very valid reason.
If I had not used the Talisman of the Dragon earlier, I could have cleared off the first entire health bar and skipped like one of these sections, but oh well, is what it is. I definitely just had a moment of like, I took the Grinch image off, right? And then I realized I literally have to because I'm watching off the preview. So
that could be one of your challenge runs. You got to do this blindfolded.
Oh god.
Grinch only speed run.
Time is coming up whenever it awards me the last hit, which... There we go, time.
Awesome, GG's.
So basically, I'll skip it because we've got more going on, but basically we had a cutscene where, Satan's basically like, do it, you won't, you aren't gonna kill me because you'd have to kill your son, and Gabriel's like, bet? And then he goes, like, he just straight up goes in with the intent to kill, Alucard, and then at the last second, Satan jumps out of Alucard's body, which is what Gabriel expected, so as soon as he jumps out, Gabriel goes after Satan instead of Alucard, yeah. Alright.
Well, fair enough. With that, we are running a little bit behind, so we're gonna wrap up super quick. Is there anything else you would like to tell the people where they can find you? Any shout outs to the community? Anything you want to go through before we go to the next batch of people?
Huge shout out to Findlesticks, Akion, any of the other glitch hunters who I either forgot or didn't know. Also Turbodog, all huge helps in making the speedrun what it is. And gamesonquick.com/hotfix. You can find me on the Hotfix. I do the weekend specials. That's where you can find me. Enjoy the rest of the show. Be sure to tune.
Welcome back, everybody, to the GDQ 2025 bonus stream. Seriously, can we get A 1 in the chat for Church's beard. That's amazing. He really knows how to do that. Yeah, he knows how to have that beard. Also, yeah, the Castlevania run was pretty awesome too. Hi, everybody. My name is Jiggy. I'm a special events runner here, or showrunner here on GDQ. I do different shows each month, like the Oops All video game title show that we do here on GDQ Hotfix. In fact, this Wednesday, we're doing Oops All Farming. I bet you all know what games we're going to be playing. Yes, it will be 8 hours of EXP farming in Final Fantasy 14. I'm sure you're all super excited about that. I'm kidding. But we actually do have two more runs left here on the bonus stream, both played by one runner. So here she is, the host of GDQ Hotfix Hidden Heroes, Anarchy. Anarchy, how are you?
I don't sound great, but do know that I'm feeling great. Hello everybody, my name is Anarchy. Fresh off a great week at GDQ 2025. That's why I sound like this. I had the time of my life. I was screaming during that finale. It was an amazing event. But, you know, we're here, not for that, we're here for Wolfenstein II, the new Colossus, which is an awesome video game. It's one of my favorites. We're going to be doing cutscene skip mod. So this game is great, but it has a lot of cutscenes. There's a lot of story happening. So essentially what we're going to do is there's a mod. It's called Kai's mod. It does a lot of quality of life things, but in particular, it has this little fast forward thing, and we're just going to fast forward through a bunch of cutscenes. So, yeah. So we are going to go ahead and we're going to load a save. And then as soon as we load the save, and we'll start, so I'll count it down when it loads. Okay, so we're gonna go in 3, 2, 1, go. Okay. So this is Wolfenstein II. This is not actually the second game that they made, but the third game that Machine Games made in the alternate history, alternate timeline, Wolfenstein sort of games that they've made. This is a direct sequel to Wolfenstein, The New Order. And essentially what we're going to be doing is we are going to be taking back the United States of America, the US of A, from frowning on the Nazis who have kind of taken it over a little bit. So we're going to lock in. BJ here, he's not doing so well. But here we're going to show two aspects. So for cutscene skip, we're going to use both the cutscene fast forward, and we're also going to use a thing called cutscene deletion, which is something I found. So essentially, there are cutscenes in this game that are movie files, and if you delete them, you delete the movie files, they don't play in the game. And there are a couple ones that don't cover uploading, they just play. So like right here, there's supposed to be a cutscene that plays, but if you delete the file, it just doesn't play. And we can get through that sequence just a little bit faster, which is pretty swag, cash money baller. But essentially what we're doing, BJ, as I said, is not doing very well. He pretty much was like dead at the end of the New Order. So it's not doing too hot. But it's all good. Doing some sick tricks in our wheelchair here. Speaking of AGDQ, we're also, gonna do a Hood Classic. Whee! You also might be able to hear it on my keyboard, but we are going to be spamming the sprint button, just because it helps us move a bit faster in the wheelchair if we spam it rather than just, wait for him to, do his animation. Also going to do another little fun thing here. Kerblam. Those guys are gone. But we're pretty much going to get to the end of this first sort of introduction to the game, and we'll really get to see the cutscene skip mod in action, which is for a pretty iconic cutscene coming up.
I'm genuinely interested just to know how much time you save with the cutscene skip mod on. Like,
so I'm unsure what my RTA. Usually we time this game without loads, but the load remover is a little broken at the moment. So I've been running this category RTA. And this game is under 1 hour for the first time ever using this mod, which is amazing. So we're going to see the mod in action. It's going to have this really goofy looking fast forward button on the screen. It's great. There we go. We're going to do 20 times speed, and it's going to fast forward through this cutscene. So look up at this guy. We're going to miss out all the action. And we don't have to sit here and, do like iPad baby games, Subway Surfers, while we wait for this cutscene to happen.
Okay, but this is kind of sick. Like, this is not just you click the button and it just skips the cutscene. Like, the fast forward is really cool.
Yeah, because this game has a lot of in-game cutscenes, they're not the kind that we can just, like, skip forward with. So the alternative solution was to come up with a fast forward button. It's like a TV remote, which is pretty great. So it's great that we can do that. It makes this category in this game, I think, a lot more bearable for a lot of people. There are a lot of people who have been interested in learning this game, but they've kind of been gatekept by the fact that this game has some really long in-game cutscene sequences. In particular, like that one, usually that's like a 5-6 minute-ish cutscene that we'd have to sit there, and we did that in like 45 seconds to a minute. So it's kind of saving this game speedrun wise. I'm not even gonna lie with you. Also, this is Caroline, by the way. She was a character from the New Order. And also, I think there was an iteration of her in Return to Castle Wolfenstein? I don't know. One of them. But she's dead now, so rest in peace, Caroline. Alright, but now we're going to do, like, the run, and it's going to be cool now. So, this game has some pretty cool movement. It's not, like, as cool as if you've seen, like, Wolfenstein Youngblood movement. That game has some real like movement, but it does. I would say that it looks pretty cool in my opinion. We're gonna try a little optimization here, see if we can get this. Awesome. We just skipped a tiny little section. Doesn't save that much, but it does look really swag. So there we go. All right, we're gonna do the first out of bounds skip in the run. Also, I need to plug in my headphones, but it's chill. I'm gonna do it, and then you'll just see, hopefully, and then I'll explain it. All right, and that was the Ausmercher out of bounds. So essentially, to clip out of bounds, what you can do is if you crouch on a surface, and essentially if you crouch on a surface where there's a low ceiling, BJ's head will clip through the ceiling, and if you jump, you'll be able to get out of bounds and do stuff like that. So it's awesome. I'm going to find the cable for my headphones somewhere. Yeah, we'll look for them momentarily. But that is the Ausmerzer. Now we're gonna do some other cool stuff. I'm trying to think of another sequence that's coming up that is long enough time for me to go get my headphones charger. Yeah.
William, you have to find the transmitter and shut it down, or the depth charges will rupture our hull.
So this is section F. Essentially, the big bad of this game, her name is Frau Engel. And Frau Engel, she's really evil, which we'll see. Or maybe not see, because we're going to skip the cutscenes, actually. But,
we didn't see the entrance door. And with all the things we were worrying about back then,
we're going to do another cool little optimization here.
But now I've re-examined the
Swag. We're going to do another one also. Just jump up here. Nice. So for here, we're going to play most of the level, and then we're going to do cool out of bounds. In the submarine sections, of which there are 2, sometimes the walls just don't have collision, and you can just jump into them and get out of bounds. So we'll see that once, and then we'll see it again afterwards. But it does look, they're very, very easy to do. I actually started learning the NE% for this game at, I think it was GDQ 2024, and I was able to get them, like, instantaneously. Like, it's very easy.
Thank you, William.
Right? So what we're gonna do,
Losing track of us now.
we're going in the water.
Find your way back to the locker room.
Iron Soul's up here. We're gonna
Get you out of there.
surface, spam spacebar, and just jump through the wall. And then we're gonna teleport.
Anarchy.
Yes.
You're not in the game map right now.
No. Well, no, actually. I'm a
Do you
little
consider
lost.
this
Actually. I don't-
cheating?
Well, no. Well, no.
Okay. Okay. All right. Chat, is this cheating?
There
I
we
need
go.
to know.
Okay, we're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. I did get a little bit lost out of bounds there. I'm not gonna lie. I got the teleport so fast I was like lost.
Who needs hallways when you can just go around it?
Exactly. Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
There's another cutscene we just deleted there. It just does not play. Looks great. I think I'm gonna go. We're gonna dash away off screen for 2 seconds after this level's over. But we're gonna do another cool little optimization. We're supposed to go chase this drone, but if we just use our little grenade gun and don't miss, we can just shoot it from there. It makes my life so much easier.
Seth's got to be more careful with his experiments.
Set.
This is a good home for
And we're gonna go talk to Anya, who's a little heartbroken because Caroline, of course, died, even though we sped through it like a cartoon character, which is unfortunate. Okay. Wyatt. Wyatt is a really hilarious character. This game has like a timeline, branching timeline type thing. Wyatt spends this whole like game tweaking. It's really funny. Let's get your headphone cable here.
Gosh darn it, Dick.
All right. Question for chat. We're waiting for Anarchy to come back. What was...
I don't know where my headphone cable is. I'm gonna be
Oh,
really
no.
honest. I think my headphones are gonna die.
I believe in you. You can find it. I have a question though for chat. I want to know if I accidentally slept for the last week, just was in a coma, just completely asleep, too exhausted to watch GDQ. What run should I check out?
I know me
gotta know.
personally.
Yeah.
Me personally, Crazy Taxi was just the highlight of the event for me. I was on photography, a volunteer shift for that. It was absolutely amazing. If you haven't watched Crazy Taxi, I really think you should.
It was a really, it was powerful.
Some other good runs. I think Monkey Ball. I think Banana Rumble is what it's called. It's one of them. It was also really, really good. I was on back couch for that. It was amazing. We were very hype about a level called Manhole. We are Manhole enjoyers. It's great. I'm not gonna soft lock. Nice. Sometimes you can get stuck there if you miss that jump. It's not great.
Block Dude was one of my favorites. Have you missed Block Dude?
That was also very good.
Go watch it. And if for some reason you also fell asleep during Super Metroid Map Rando, that I won't spoil it, but it is by far one of the closest races I've seen in a long time. It was crazy. The last like 15 minutes of that run are wacky.
It's nice. Should get to work on it. Okay, train's got power. Let's find the control and see if it moves.
Oh, by the way, we're in New York. By the way, we're in like a blasted out. So the premise of the series is that the Nazis have taken over the world, and they did so because they won the nuclear arms race. So essentially, they kind of just blew up the United States in some spots. So we've got like a very Fallout-esque New York here. So there you go. We're gonna go meet up with Grace in her resistance cell in New York. Grace is one of the coolest characters in this game, like ever. She's awesome. Deborah Wilson is an amazing actress.
Look at these stars. Anya, you see this all bright, all knowing? Oh gosh, look. Oh, they're zooming.
Golf with Your Grandmother was incredible.
That's also
so good.
If you are on Fifth Avenue, the state building should be near.
Come to test the old man's metal.
The Oraz race was awesome with the golden low tat.
That was great. Amazing people running that and on the couch.
Oh yeah.
Oh, personal
yeah,
highlight for me is also COD 4. Love Brian Natta. They're amazing.
Now, COD 4
Words
I
on
did
stream
not
was
get
great.
to watch. So I'm going to go.
Ooh.
Yeah. I can't wait
You're
to
in
go
for- you're
over
in for
to youtube.com/gamesdonequick to watch all of the VODs that I did miss when I was asleep.
Chat, we're saved. Chat, we are saved. I found the cable. We're saved. We're saved. We're saved. We are saved. We are so back. Okay. It is lock-in time, chat. We are locked in.
Oh, you're in. It's game time.
Okay. It's gamer time. You also might have noticed we're gonna do some upgrades. We're gonna take 4 of the coaster run. We just picked them up. So we're gonna do that. So essentially, this is just a big arena. We have to kill all the Nazis before we can evacuate Grace in the resistance cell. So, our main weapon now is going to be the assault rifle. It's called the Sturmgewehr. Some Germany sounding. Our main benchmark for these sections is there's going to be... That was awesome. There's going to be the super soldat and the big guys. I don't want that. If you don't take those out, you can kill all these guys all you want. But if you don't take out the drones, the arenas won't move forward. So what we're looking for is we're looking for these 2 super soldat in the spawn, that one, and there's gonna be one down there. I'm gonna throw 2 grenades at him. Hopefully he'll just die. Question mark?
We love die, question mark.
Question mark. I'm not sure that he died. No, he did die. Okay.
Yeah. Didn't die. The question mark was real.
So. Okay. Okay, what we are going to do is we're going to quick save. We have to jump into this helicopter.
How you can
You can miss. Just so you know, you can miss. Don't ask why I know. Just know that you can miss. Don't ask why I know.
There we go. Yeah, Dr. Dude's Elden Ring was awesome, and I think it's a given, but ZFG with Ocarina of Time was
absolutely
just... Oh my god. I have not watched a close to 4-hour like run because, you know, low attention span in a long time. I was sucked into that one. Like, I just didn't know what was going on. It was awesome.
That was like a great, like 3 hours. 3 hours seems like a lot, but like when it's Ocarina of Time and also it's CFG, it's like...
It was
like
awesome.
Whatever.
The whole couch was crazy. It was really good. You had Vidya James on there, aka Blue Dog Guy.
Uh-huh.
Had it was a good run.
Alright, also we're gonna do another fun out of bounds. It's gonna look really dumb. It's gonna look so stupid. But it's cool, I promise.
It's fitted so tight I struggle to breathe. Get inside, Caroline. You left the vacuum too great to fill.
Yeah, so you just like run into that wall and you can just like flip out of it. It's really funny. But to get back in bounds, we're just gonna grab the switch here.
Are there any non-water out of bounds? Or is just everything out of bounds water?
So there's those 2 that are water. There's one earlier that is like regular, and then there's gonna be 2 more. We're gonna do one where we like genuinely just skip a whole entire level. It's awesome. We are gonna get this one. Okay, cool. Yes, there's gonna be the bunker out of bounds, and there's also gonna be we're gonna go spoilers, but we're gonna be going to outer space, and we're gonna be skipping part of that as well by going out of bounds.
Turns out, the hurt I tried to spare was mine, not hers.
Hopefully I should have enough ammo for this chopper. I might have buried it a little bit.
Bird's ready to fly like Grace asked me to.
I didn't. Let's go.
Put everything else
I'm smart. Okay.
It's true. Scent did evolve from prize wizard into content overlord.
Evolve
Very
like he's a
excited.
Pokemon.
Yeah. I'm excited for like Mecha Scent to happen next, you know, at SGDQ.
At the hotfix table, we were having people draw the mascots. I think someone drew like a mecha early bird. Like
Yeah.
the prevent cancer. That was really awesome.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun.
Okay, Blazkowicz, look for Papa Joe's All-American Diner. Meet Super Special inside the restaurant.
Okay, so we're coming up on our next fast forward moment. This one is kind of shorter than the other ones, by far, but it's worth it. It's funny. We're gonna have a funny moment at the end.
Papa Joe's All-American.
So we're coming here. It's Super Special, by the way. He's awesome. We're not really gonna get to know him because we're gonna skip like everything that he's in, but it's chill. It's fine. It's whatever. So we sit down here. Right, and then we're gonna do our wizard power.
Blazkowicz, Special knows you're coming to attack the Overcommando, but he has no
Kerblam. We just hit him in over the head with a bomb, by the way.
gotta break him the news.
Okay, give me Spark Notes version of what just happened. Why did we hit him in the face other than Nazi?
Yeah, so what's supposed to happen is we're supposed to be undercover right now. BJ's like the most wanted man on the planet, because they've deemed him a terrorist. So he's is in really bad trouble with them. But instead, that guy comes in and if you watch the cutscene, there's like 4 different spots where his face is like plastered in there. You can very obviously tell that BJ's disguise is not working. You're supposed to show him these fake like paper like documents that you have, and then he like obviously does not believe you. But there's a fun little Easter egg where if you hit your melee button, whatever that's bound to, you'll just like whack him upside the head with a bomb. It's great.
See, I'm fading. Without your wings, I would fall.
So what we're coming up on is the Oberkommando. This is we're in Roswell, New Mexico, by the way, and this is like the Nazi basic commands that they have. It's here, and since we're gonna blow it up, this is what we're gonna do. So we are gonna put this dog to sleep. See this guy. I missed apparently. It's still low. We're gonna do wee. Do that. And now we're going for a train ride.
Alright, we're on the move. Gotta head up front and grab the controls.
You can also animation cancel in this game. It's not. I don't know really what to the extent you can do, but sometimes when you pick up certain like weapons for the first time, like the shotgun and also the hatchet we picked up at the beginning of the game, you can, if you spam the sprint button, we'll see this also at the very end, like it'll be like the second to last thing that we do in the game. You can just spam the sprint button and the animation won't play. And it'll save us some frames, I think. I'm pretty sure. I don't know. So, we're gonna go in here, we're gonna set this thing to super max. And now we're gonna do the hardest skip in the game, in this run. So this is gonna be elevator skip. Hopefully I'm gonna just do it, and then be able to explain what it is. It is really, really hard though, and it's very, very finicky. So we'll see. That was not what I meant to do, but it's oh, I fell. That was unlucky. I quick save those, so it's chill. So we're just gonna have to do the last part of it. I quick saved because I'm smart. I'm really smart. This is gonna be the first try, by the way. This is first try, actually. I think. There we go. Okay, so essentially what you're supposed to do, there's this gigantic elevator that comes all the way down. You're supposed to wait for it and then ride it all the way back up. But what you can do is there's these big legs on the elevator, like the railing for it. You can jump under it and then like jury rig your way onto the. You can like jury rig your way onto the elevator platform and then go around it, and it skips you having to ride the elevator back up and waiting for it to come all the way down in the first place. It's very, very hard and very finicky. It's very easy to mess it up at any point in time. Okay. Sometimes you can fall off the map when you're trying to get onto the middle part. Sometimes you miss when you're trying to jump over top of the railing. Sometimes you do like I did and you just miss the other side. It happens to the best of us. But that was pretty good, all things considered. We only had to redo the last part. But now we're coming up to the end.
I was gonna say, I feel like these guys in the mechs would just get tired of wandering around the halls, you know?
Yeah, they're kind of just like there.
Like, your job is wander around the halls in a mech suit all day. That's gotta be like tiring.
So I'm not sure the lore, but they're like science experiments. They're like genetically engineered like dudes.
Oh.
This level, this is I don't even know what the level's actually called, but now this is essentially the best instance of cutscene deletion. We skipped like two cutscenes that are, they kind of just play for the love of the game, and it's easier to just delete them than it is to spam the escape key to skip them, so it saves a little bit of time. Now we're gonna do some cool movement. I messed up a little bit. I don't know why, but that always looks so cool to me. Okay. Also, so what's happening, by the way, is this is BJ's childhood home. This is where he grew up at in Texas. And his dad sucks. His dad is like the worst human being ever, Rip Blazkowicz. And he came here to get a ring for Anya, who's his like boo thing, and he wanted to propose to her. And basically he comes here and he like relives some parts of his life, but we end up skipping a lot of that. But BJ's dad, he has a reward out for him, and he sells him out. So we go in there and kill him, and then oh no, we get captured. Also, this is the longest cutscene like section in the whole game. But the fast forward mod, this is essentially what the fast forward mod is for. This like that takes like seven-ish minutes of cutscene into like 45 seconds. It's like crazy.
Do you call it lost skip?
No, I don't. Actually, why would I do that? I'm interested.
Because it was a courtroom.
Oh, true.
Yeah. Skip the law.
It's really funny. So yeah, essentially we're just in like a big arena now. We're in a
Thanks,
big arena.
Anarchy. I appreciate you saying that I'm really funny.
No, I meant that it was really funny.
Yes,
No, it was funny. It was funny. I laughed.
Go back to shooting Nazis. It's fine.
Yeah, you can have the floor now. Essentially, we're in a big arena. We're gonna be doing this for the next like 5-ish minutes. So, if you have any announcements, anything like that?
Oh yeah. I mean, now I'll talk to chat. Okay, I'll stop making jokes. And I'll talk to chat for a little bit. You know. One thing I will say though, Anarchy. You know, Anarchy, you host a show, and I want to hear about that show later if you don't mind. I want you to tell everybody because it comes back tomorrow. You know, Hidden Heroes is back tomorrow, so they're all gonna see your show tomorrow. but I also am a host of a show here on GDQ Hotfix. But we're actually looking for new showrunners for 2025. So if you're interested in part-time work with a reoccurring show here on GDQ Hotfix, you can go to gamesdonequick.com/jobs for more information on that. Applications for our upcoming season close today. They close today, January 12th. So if you have an idea, for a show that you want here on GDQ Hotfix and you think you can host it and get paid to do it, you should definitely go over to that application and fill it out. You got to do it tonight though, okay? Don't sleep on it. No dinner break. Go apply. Join the squad, you know? I will also say that the official GDQ Discord, we want you all to join that as well. So you can join the GDQ Discord and add the hotfix role so you can keep tabs on all of our upcoming shows and events. You can also talk with us, the staff, and yeah, you can just use !Discord in the chat for more info on that. So pretty cool. Pretty cool. Anarchy is just annihilating mecha humans. Yeah. Just
right.
Killing.
There we go. As it turns out, that's not what happened.
Oh.
It was a dream.
Oh my god. It was Mario 2? This game's Mario 2? I can't believe it. I don't know. I don't know how I feel.
Also, we just died, by the way. We just died. We're dead now.
Is this also a dream?
Well, no. No, his head is like gone. It's off.
So, credits roll, right?
The game would load. If the game would load. If the game would load. There we go. The game loaded. Yay. So BJ's ahead now.
Oh, you really? So that wasn't a dream.
No.
This was not Link's Awakening.
No. Okay. So what happened was BJ got his head cut off. That sucks, but like it's chillo because we got a new body. At some point off screen, Caroline, who died earlier, she picked up a super soldier body for BJ for at some point for future use, and here's the future use, I guess.
Thank you.
So
Take back your
so like we're just like chill now, like it's fine.
I don't need them anymore.
Okay. Also, we're not gonna soft lock the game, by the way.
I believe in you.
We didn't soft lock the game, chat.
Let's go.
Let's go.
No soft lock hype.
This has only ever happened to me one singular time, but the character there, Sigrun, she really has to go to the bathroom. Not unlike me right now, I do also have to go to the bathroom. But if you interact with that door before you let her like come all the way out of that hallway, sometimes she'll be there still, even after you open the door, which soft locks you because you can't move. So yeah. But we're back in New York now, and we're going to do probably the coolest of the out-of-bounds skips. We're going to skip this entire level, essentially, and it also looks really cool. So we're going to get into this bunker. We are looking for this dossier. We're trying to go to New Orleans is where we're going, but we need to figure out where the people are. But to do that, we need a dossier. But we can just like skip it, low-key. So we're gonna go ahead and I'm just gonna do it and then I'll explain it maybe later.
This doesn't look like a low-key skip. I'm pretty sure this is high-key.
Well, yes. And there we go. We skipped the whole bunker. Yeah, so what you're supposed to run through this whole thing. It's all like a whole thing. But if you do the out of bounds thing where you just clip your head through the ceiling, you can just, it's one of the easiest ones I think actually. You clip your head through the ceiling. I didn't mean to do that, but so you just clip your head through the ceiling. You can just like run out of bounds to the end of the level. Usually that rebreather that we picked up, because there's like, nuclear fallout here, we don't pick that up in any percent in glitchless, because you can just like live and like tank all the damage. I think it's this one. It's that one. But we have to pick it up in any percent when we do the out of bounds, because you need a way to get back in bounds. So when you interact with it, it'll bring you back in bounds, and now we're here. We are gonna. Says that. Not done that. This skip here tends to be the longest load for like no reason. It'll load eventually, I promise.
I believe in the game.
There we go.
There you go. You know what I realized? And I'm just looking to see here. It looks like almost, unless I'm mistaken, and chat correct me, but every game that Machine Games has made includes Nazis as the main antagonist. All four Wolfenstein games, because there's one coming up, or no, it came out last time, and then the brand new Indiana Jones game.
They did work on, I think they worked on Doom 2016, but like that, not like really. So I think you're right, actually.
They co-produced Doom, but like solo production, all of their antagonists. Very cool. Very interesting.
Very, very cool. Very cool.
It clearly is a criteria.
Head for the old American bank building. That's where Horton and his group should be holed up. Find them.
I don't know. That's a question I have for chat too. Have you played the new Indiana Jones game, Anarchy? Have you played it?
I've not played it yet, but the game looks really, really interesting. I do like some Indiana Jones, and I like beating the crap out of Nazis, so that might be in the cards. I also think the run is turning out to be really, really interesting, so that might be on the table for this year.
I have not seen the run yet.
It's very, very interesting.
Yeah. Wow. Because I played it. I played a lot of it. And I haven't finished it yet. So no spoilers, chat. But it's been really fun. They did so far a really good job with it from my perspective.
Sounds like someone is putting up a fight.
We are in New Orleans, by the way. We're losing my voice even more now. Oh my goodness. So this level comes in 3 parts, kind of. So that's Horton, by the way. You can probably hear him. We're gonna shoot these guys. 2 of the big guys are gonna show up. Ouch.
There is, in fact, a side quest where you have to take photos of cats in that game. I did do that.
That's awesome.
I popped off. It was really fun.
It sounds amazing.
I think this is the 3rd person that has helped the main protagonist up in this game.
For some reason,
we've seen
his upper arm strength is terrible.
Yeah, we've seen 3 different people help the guy off of a ladder, a helicopter, a stoop.
Yeah, BJ is definitely a protagonist of all time. I'll say that. So now we're moving into the second section. It's kind of like a streets phase. We're gonna run through here. We're gonna do some cool little optimizations. We're also gonna run through a little bit of a maze, and we're not gonna get lost. I promise. We won't get lost. Jump up here. And we're also going to do some sprint swimming, which is something that is... I have never done that before. That's awesome. We're going to do some sprint swimming, which is something that's very prevalent in the older 2 games, the New Order and the Old Blood, where if you just spam the sprint key, you just go faster when you swim. I'm not actually sure that does anything in this game, but I like to do it anyway.
It just, it makes you feel good, you know?
It makes me feel better about it, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
So that's that. We have another section coming up. I think this is the last loading zone before the end. So I think this is section 3 is the last part of New Orleans. You go, wee!
Lakeview District.
Captain, getting swamped here. We're standing on top of the Lakeview apartment building. So many of them. They just keep coming. So many Nazis.
We are gonna go
Never ends, does it, Captain?
right,
Can you dig it, man?
left.
Quiet, out.
An alligator! Oh my goodness. That is so rare. That, like, never happens. Because we're in the sewers and we're in Louisiana, sometimes the alligators will just jump up and bite at you. That never happens. What a time to get that. There you go. An alligator jump scare.
At first, I thought you were being sarcastic. Like, it's just...
No, I'm
it's
being so...
always
No, I'm being
there.
so serious. I'm being so serious.
Like, oh, an alligator. It's
That literally never happens.
thick.
So now we just did like a battle walker skip. So when we get this new body, actually, we have more pressing matters. We'll explain it later.
I just can't believe that the ladder was interrupted again.
More pressing matters. More pressing matters. So we're on Venus, by the way. There's this whole thing. We're like undercover. We're an actor for this movie that they're making about BJ. Little do they know we're BJ. We're just gonna let this play out, I guess. If you've never seen this moment before, yeah.
I'm not supposed to remember this shit. I'm gonna write this down. What the hell did I write?
Jump scare.
You monster! What are you going to do to me? So many
There's also a great moment for cutscene deletion. There's a cutscene that plays in between every single one of these where he like does the most dead line delivery of all time. But yeah, so in this timeline, Hitler is actually still alive. He still leads the Nazi party. Or fast forward to this because this cutscene is really, really long. But I really suggest that all of you watch Back to Black, which is coming up in under a month now, February 6th through the 9th. I'm going to be running this game. And one incentive that we're going to be having is where you saw Hitler right there. He's on the ground for whatever reason. You can step on him and kill him. So that's going to be an incentive to do that at Back to Black. So I really think you should watch the event anyway. But if you'd like to kill Hitler, that's going to be an incentive. So very glad that I'll be able to do that.
I'm so excited about Back to Black. It's gonna be awesome. And if you all don't know, excited. Back to Black 2025, the upgrade from UBAF will be live February 6th through the 9th here on the Games Done Quick channel. It's gonna be benefiting Race Forward. So catch all the action and support an incredible cause. You can type !BTB in the chat so you can see the full schedule, not just Anarchy's run. And if you want to find out more about the all black speedrunning community, type !BAF. I'm genuinely excited. It's gonna be an awesome show.
The schedule is great. It's amazing. Don't ask why I know this, but it's gamesdonequick.com/schedule/54. I just know that. I know it's a 54. It is 54. So now we're on the surface of Venus, by the way. So in the New Order, you go to the moon, which is obviously like wild. And I think for this game, they were like, how do we top going to the moon? So now we're on Venus. So It's really, really cool here, actually, but because we kind of don't care that much because we're speedrunners. So we're just going to run past that really big robot. It's supposed to be like this big, like, kind of boss fight thing. But you can just, like, walk past it and do that. We are gearing up to do two things in this level here. We're going to do Venus skip, which is going to be the out of bounds. We're also going to do a battle walker skip, which is essentially they're giant stilts that we got. Oh, I did not mean to pick that up or put that down. Okay. Okay. Doing great so far. You know what, never mind. We're just going to do it the normal way. You can save a bit of time by parkouring a little bit to get up to where we're going to get to. But it's going to be easier if I just do it this way. Here, we're going to hop up here. Then run up here. Then jump. And then come up here. Then come up here. And one more time. And there we go. We just skipped a whole lot of nonsense. You're supposed to do... Essentially, it's like a big like section to get you used to the upgrades you can get, whether you pick the battle walkers or the other two. Essentially, they allow you to take different approaches to the levels. You can either go high, which is what we picked, run through things, or go low, like go stealthy. Battle walkers allows us to skip stuff, so we picked that one. But here we are. This is like the last like major skip that we're gonna do. Hopefully we'll be able to do this one. This one's kind of the most finicky. We're gonna shoot these guys. And we are going to... There we go. We're not done yet. Or jump on this invisible platform. Oh, I fell off. I fell off. It was okay, because I made a quick save, because I knew that was going to happen. We're just going to load it and try again. I'm so smart. I'm smart. I fell off it again. It's very hard to see when it's invisible, so we'll try a third time. This door is also, like, moving. There we go. Essentially what we're going to do is we're going to skip an auto-scroller. So essentially, you're supposed to have this moment where it's like reminiscent of the beginning of the game when we were in the wheelchair on the conveyor belts. And you're supposed to, you do that again. But if you go out of bounds and you run over top of them, you skip the trigger where you're supposed to like fall down and be like prone. So it skips like ouch. It skips a pretty decently long like auto-scroller basically. Obviously, I was having problems with the clip out of bounds itself earlier, but I did that first try, so it's like chill or whatever.
Welcome to the Oberkommando. Population, shitload of assholes. You got my Odin codes, assholes.
All right, so we are almost done here. On Venus, we're gonna shoot at the scale model of it. Hides in a hidden entrance. We're gonna go down in here. Essentially, we're looking for the security codes to Frau Engel, the big bad, who we haven't even really got to know because we skipped all of the cutscenes with her in it. We need the security codes to her giant scary ship that we're gonna go and like blow up. So that's the second to last major shooter chapter. We're gonna have this this moment here when the game loads. When the game loads. When the game loads. There we go.
There you go.
So it's BJ's birthday. He's like 50 years old. It's BJ's birthday. And you're supposed to have this whole long cutscene. We're gonna wait for the game to load again. it's freaking out a little bit. There we go. We deleted the cutscene that's supposed to play there. He's supposed to have this big, funny cutscene. It's his birthday. They all got like hog wild, literally. They have a pig on the boat, and they start riding the pig. So it's a fun one. But we kind of don't care at the moment because we're speedrunners. So we gotta go find our pal Wyatt. We like also haven't really gotten to know because we also skipped all the cutscenes that he was in, besides the first one. He was upset his mouse friend died. His ratal, you could say.
Press F for rat. F in chat for rat.
See, okay, so speaking of BJ who can't pull himself up for like anything, his pregnant like wife, she's like 9 months pregnant in this game. She just did all that. BJ can't. It's crazy. It's a girl power, really. She was just locked in, I guess. Okay.
There are 3 different Odin control centers on the Ausmerzer. 2 of them controlling the automated defense system. The Hugin
So essentially, this is a inverse of the first like real chapter that we played in the game when we're on the Ausmerzer. Unfortunately, it's not gonna like seem like it because we like skipped all of it. But this game kind of has a theme a little bit of like deja vu and like seeing things again. You can sort of like feel in it. Frau Engel is an old enemy. She showed up in the New Order, so there's kind of that theme going on. There's kind of that like Thor's theme going on, and we see that in this level. Except we skipped most of the first time we saw it. So there you go. Essentially here you also the idea is to use all the mechanics of the like new like body parts upgrades that you picked up, so you can either did what we just do to like jump up through things, or the ram shackles are also pretty funny. You just sort of like ram your way through like a I don't know which like an offensive lineman. There we go. I was trying to think of like the football word for that. There's a commandant in here somewhere. There he is.
Anarchy, did you get a chance to look at the official AGDQ 2025 merch line from the Yeti?
I sure did. There are a lot of great t-shirts. Me personally, I have like, I think the Mario one, the one inspired by the Mario with the piano run, is amazing. It's a beautiful t-shirt.
It's pretty good. Pretty good. I was not shocked because GDQ always has awesome t-shirts, but there are some really good ones this year. There are some really good ones. The Zelda one is incredible. The Pikmin with the guitar, like, so good. Like it's hard to just pick one this year, you know? It really is. We also have a Hotfix t-shirt on the Yeti. If you scroll down, if you scroll down on the Yeti's website, we have the season 4 Hotfix t-shirt. So if you today's the last day, if I remember correctly, today is the last day that you can get your AGDQ 2025 t-shirts. But if you want to support Hotfix, you should definitely check out that shirt. It's the season 4 t-shirt. It's got all of the season 4 shows on it, including Anarchy's. Yeah, you should definitely pick one up.
I do love a good t-shirt. I love a good t-shirt.
Yeti shirts are nice. They're good. They feel good, you know?
There we go. Alright, so we're gonna go to the second. We're not gonna die, by the way. We're not gonna miss that jump and die. Don't ask why I know that you can do that, but you can do that.
There's another shaft on the other side. You should be able to reach the Munin control center from there. I need you to go there and shut down the starboard defense system. I'll keep making my way to the Odin main control center.
V-A-L.
Okay. Okay, we're gonna leave. We're gonna get out of here. Hopefully we're not gonna get jump scared by a dog. Oh, I ran past him. Let's go. Though I don't know what kind of dog, like robot dogs those are, but they're like terrifying. They don't look like the normal dogs. They're really scary.
Lots of activity in this place. Get here as fast as you can.
Must be the Odin main control center. I'm on my way, Anya.
But essentially, we're making our way to the climax of the game. That's not a ladder. This is a ladder. We're making our way to the climax of the game, basically. As you'll see, we're not really going to have like a big boss fight with Frau Engel, like how we did in the New Order when we fought General Deathshead. Basically, we kind of just have this big fight with these robots, and that sort of serves as like the climax, like final boss fight, kind of. So we're gonna come up here and we're gonna do that. We're gonna fight. There's gonna be 3 waves of these guys, 2 each side. We're just gonna shotgun them to the back and they'll blow up. Do it 2 more times, and then oh, he didn't die. There is a glitch where you can get the last 2. You can get them to sort of spawn earlier than they're supposed to. And like these last 2 rows will spawn at the same time, meaning that that door will open faster. I've only ever had it happen to me 1 time, and I have no idea how to replicate it at all. It saves a lot of time. What is happening to me? It saves a lot of time, but I don't know how to replicate it. So we're just stand by this door. These really 2 big scary robots are gonna come out, but it's okay. We can just walk past them. Also, hi Saf, I love you, you're awesome. Anyway, that's that. We're like 2 minutes from the end of the game. The game's
2
almost
whole
over,
minutes?
chat. Like 2 whole minutes. Maybe even 3, if I suck enough. But it's okay. So, what better way to end the game and to kill the final boss than on national television? So we're gonna do that. So we're gonna lock in really quick. And we're gonna go get Frau Engel. Last little bit of speed tech that we're going to do is we're going to do some animation canceling on this hatchet. It's going to come up, but if we just press sprint again, it'll go away. It'll look a little goofy, but... So, yeah, it'll just go away. Right. We're going to do a little bit of a maze. We're up here. Do one more animation cancel. We are coming up on time, by the way. Time is going to be when we smash Frau Engel's face in, basically. So. And time. Hooray.
Hey.
Well, there goes Frau Engel. GG's team. That was a pretty good run.
In the chat. Yeah, that was awesome. Thanks so much for showcasing it, Anarchy. That was really, really awesome.
Yeah. I'm not gonna say a whole lot because I'm literally gonna be right back. I have one more run for you. It's a great run. It's very different from this run. If you haven't seen, so very excited to do that. I will say just one more time, please watch Back to Black 2025, less than a month away. If you enjoyed this run, the same exact category, same game is going to be Back to Black. It's on the first day. It's at 9. It's at 9 o'clock ish, I think. There's going to be a cool incentive, and I want that incentive to get like smashed. So please watch Back to Black. I'm Anarchy, and you'll literally see me again in like 5 minutes. So bye, team.
Welcome back, everybody, to the AGDQ 2025 bonus show. My name is still Jiggy. It was not changed during the break. I promise you. No one has told me I had to change it yet, so I'm gonna keep it as Jiggy, okay? All right. I just want to say thank you, everybody, during AGDQ for subscribing. I hope that you all like the emojis and you enjoy our ad-free viewing during the rest of our weekly content here. In fact, if you're not subbed, you should consider it, because your Prime Gaming subs and your gift subs, as well as your bits and cheers, go towards helping the GDQ channel survive. They go to supporting GDQ Hotfix. So if you enjoy watching speedruns, consider subscribing to the channel. You get access again to those emotes, like the bed one that we spammed during Glubber's Echoes of Wisdom race run during AGDQ. That was awesome. The chat was all beds. You also get access to chatting during our replays. Yeah, we're gonna be replaying AGDQ all week, so hopefully that all you subscribers out there will enjoy chatting. All right, I want to jump right back into this. Anarchy, are you ready for some backyard baseball?
I sure am. I love this game, first off, by the way. Backyard baseball. I didn't grow up in particular with this one. This is Backyard Baseball 97. This is the remake of the original Backyard Baseball by Playground Productions, Mega Cat Studios. And basically, it's the game, but it runs on modern hardware. So what we're going to do is we're going to do a pickup game. We're going to go to the pickup window, do a pickup game, 9 innings, and we're going to hope we get a good team. But essentially, there are a couple different speedruns. There's pickup games. There's also league play. League play is really, really long, though. So we're going to go to the pickup window. Before we do that, this game has, like, speed strats. So the first one is actually to turn the music off. We have no background music, no commentary. I think background sound needs to be turned on. We're going to turn off instant replay, and that should be that. So it is a valid speedrun. So the game is going to sound really quiet. We're just going to have these really goofy sounding sound effects. So first we're going to look for, before we get started, we're going to look for the 2 best fields in the game. For this are going to be Cement Gardens or Steel Stadium. We're gonna go with Steel Stadium. We're gonna go to our game options. This is gonna be a pickup game. We're gonna leave it at medium. We're gonna turn the pitch locator on. This does not do anything at all, but we're just gonna turn it on anyway. We're gonna do 9 innings, and we're gonna turn errors off. For sound, we're also gonna have all the cool stuff turned off, which is unfortunate. It makes the game faster. So no commentary, no Sunny Day, no Vinny the Gooch, which is so unfortunate, but we love them. And we're gonna make sure we have these on. So like I said, it's a valid speedrun. So essentially, we can either create a team or we can do play ball. Play ball is going to give you a random team. And essentially, if we get lucky and we get a good team, we'll be fine. I might reset it a few times, even with the timer going, just so we can see if we can get a better team. Mainly, there's a couple backyard kids we're going to be looking for. Mainly Pablo, Pete, Keisha, Stephanie, Jocinda. Along those lines, we're going to be looking for those kind of players. But I think without further ado, we set our things up. So I think it's time to play ball. So we're going to go ahead and go in 3, 2, 1, go. All right, so we have Pete, Keisha. Oh, this is a good team. This is a great team, actually. We do not need to reset, actually, at all. So we are going to put Pablo at pitcher. We're going to leave Pete in the outfield because he's really fast. We're going to put Dimitri here. We're going to put you there. Sure, we'll go with that. All right, so we're going to go ahead and go. So essentially, we want to pitch first because that means we have to play one last half of an inning. And essentially, what we're gonna do. So I'm just gonna pitch to the. I'm gonna pitch to the middle of them so they swing at it. And then we're gonna hit it, and then the goal is just to catch it and get them out faster. So Reese is gonna pick that up. That's our first out. Let's go. We're also gonna do timeout canceling, which is a mechanic where that first. Nice. Where essentially it is slow to watch the pitch throwback animation. Oh my goodness, that's not very good. Pete, go, catch it.
Let's go, Pete.
Let's go, Pete.
Pete hype in the chat. Let's go.
Pete hype. Well, I'll explain timeout canceling more when it comes time for that. Anyway, the goal of this is also to win. We need to win the game. Oh, he dropped it. Nice. We're not gonna keep going because Luann's kind of fast. But our team is kind of goated. They do have Kenny, which is unfortunate, but he's not pitching. I'm not really sure why. Kenny's like the best pitcher in the game. But like it's chill, I guess. Oh, I meant to do my batting order. Oopsie poopsie. That's okay though. Ernie's really, really slow. So this might be a double play here. Ernie's so slow. It's unfortunate.
Oof.
That's all right. One other little optimization we can do is... That is crazy. One other optimization we can do is we can change... We want to wait for them to throw the pitch before we change any of the kinds of swings we're going to do. Pete, no. Pete is really fast, but he can't make that. It's chill though.
I would actually think that you would want to like jump as like you'd want to go as fast as possible through the innings, right? Like it's okay if you get all 3 outs, right?
Yeah. So what I'm gonna try and do is I'm gonna pitch it right to them so they swing at it and just catch it and get them out. It's faster than just going for a strikeout, I feel like.
No, I'm saying when you're up to bat too, like it would be faster to try to get.
No, you're right. You are
It's
right.
okay if you get out.
We just need to get as long as we get 1 run. That's all we need to do. Ooh, that is really bad. Pete, go, go.
I don't know if Pete's getting that one.
Go.
Oh, Pete fell.
Pete, what are you doing? All right, we are going to trick the AI out to get her out. There we go. Okay, so that is kind of slow, but what I found that you can do is if they're at first base and they stop there, Mikey, please catch that, Mikey, please. Yes. Okay, so what you can do is if they're at first base and they like throw it to somewhere, and it's like somewhere. If you throw it to the outfield, it'll make them it'll make them run. So you can just use that to get them out. Nice job, Mikey. Run. He's so slow. It's still low. We're a little weak on the batting side, but it's fine. I also will hopefully do timeout canceling. I was gonna say I'll do it when I remember to do it. So essentially, if you press timeout, you can skip the throwing the pitch back animation. I think we're just gonna get Vicky out. Vicky is Kenny's little sister. She's just not very good, but it's chill. I think that's a ball. I think we are just gonna go for the strikeout though. We don't need to. We're not gonna hit a home run with Vicky out. We're not gonna do that. So, okay. Jacinda is a heavy hitter, so we're gonna maybe be a little strategic with where we place our balls at. Never mind, it worked out. She's very, very slow. She's a very big power hitter, but she's very slow. So that's chill. It's right down the line to first base. It's fine.
Perfect.
It's amazing. Or pitch this. Swing and miss. Foul ball. Okay. Okay, it's easy out. Nice. All right. Ooh, okay. It's a little slow. So one thing that there's 4 stats in this game. There's batting, running, fielding, and pitching. In one thing, when the backyard kid has a low batting stat, it makes the timing for when you swing it like really hard to hit. So this is Keisha. If we're gonna hit a home run with anybody, it's not Pablo, it's Keisha. Luann might catch that though, which is unfortunate.
Looking like an out there.
Looking like an out there, it's unfortunate. It's solo. Okay, well, that just happened. That's alright, we only need to get the 1 run, and we don't need to do that right now.
Exactly. You got all kinds of innings. You're fine.
We don't need, this is the longer category, so we don't need to do that right now. Please, 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 please. Yes. I was going for the slow ball there. Usually I try to go for, if not Pablo for pitching, I try to go with Kenny. Kenny's like the best pitcher in the game also. He's very, very good. So usually his best, so some of the kids, they have like pitches that they're like good at in particular. Kenny's is like, okay, never mind, I worked that. That was scary though. Kenny's in particular is a slow ball, but it's not so good for Pablo. Also the Blue All-Stars, by the way, if you didn't know. Please.
That's looking good. That's looking good. That's looking good. That's at least a 2.
Run. It's at least two.
Yeah. I don't know about 3. Nah.
Okay.
A nice 2.
We unfortunately do not have Mr. Clanky, by the way. We could, I think, if we picked teams, but it's slower to pick teams than it is to just get a random team. So no Mr. Clanky, unfortunately. I think it's over. I'm not gonna move Pablo.
Yeah,
I think
I would.
They might.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Sometimes they can trip on each other, like especially if there's 2 of them going for a ball. They can run into each other and trip and drop the ball. But I didn't want to have Pablo to have to run all the way back. I think we're gonna have him steal. See what we can do there.
They really did.
Pete?
Nintendo really
Pete!
just saw. Ooh.
Go,
Oh,
Pete.
huge.
Wait, we can bring Pablo home.
Yeah, Pablo's fine. He's good. There you go.
Go, Pete, go. Yes! Okay. Alright, we're locked in.
Nintendo
looking
really
good for
saw
us.
this game and said, what if Mario? And then made Mario Superstar Baseball.
Exactly. This is the blueprint.
Yeah. Mario Superstar Baseball is stupid in depth, by the way. I don't know if you've ever played it. It's a blast.
If I did, it was like a million years ago.
Yeah, it's a really, like they've done Mario Baseball post that, but the one on the GameCube, Superstar Baseball, is awesome. Run back.
Go. Yes.
Yeah, there
Alright,
you
so we're
go.
up 2. Alright, so I'm just gonna throw now. We've got our win condition. We just need to lose. We just need the game to end now. I will say, I love these games so much. I grew up playing the Wii games. So I played like 09 and 10. I played Backyard Baseball 09 and 10. I played Backyard Football a lot too. When I was a kid, the like PS2 one. I played that so much when I was a kid. And one of the reasons I think these games are great and they're so important is because of the diverse cast of backyard kids. I had like friend groups when I was a kid in my neighborhood, and we played sports like this outside. It was a whole bunch of kids. We had white kids, we had black kids, we had kids of all different races. And I think these games are so great because a whole bunch of kids can see themselves, in the backyard cast. You've got Kenny in a wheelchair. Ooh. Okay, never mind, we're chill. We've got like Kenny in a wheelchair. We've got Pablo who speaks no English. We've got like I said, we've got kids of different races. And this is amazing. This was 1997. This is a 1997 game. So it's kind of like my show Hidden Heroes. Just kind of
Yeah, why don't you Anarchy, for anybody that's new, if for people that that are just joining us here from AGDQ 2025, I'm just curious to know, why don't you give them a little bit of a rundown on the show that you host here on Hotfix? It comes back tomorrow, Hidden Heroes. Why don't you tell them a little bit about it?
Yeah, so Hidden Heroes is a show where we showcase. Oh my goodness, it's a foul. It's a, okay. Had to make sure. Had to log in right quick. Had to log in really quick. But Hidden Heroes is a show where we showcase minorities and underrepresented speedrunners in speedrunning. So people of color, people who are part of the LGBTQ plus community, people who might be disabled, play with alternate control schemes, things like that. Just because speedrunning as a wider community, sometimes you might look like me. You might not see a whole lot of people who look like yourself. And me personally, I had the Black GDQ events really open a lot of doors for me, and it's kind of the reason why I'm even here right now to begin with, speedrunning on the GDQ channel. So I wanted to have a show that opened doors for other people, just like those events opened doors for me. So if you are a hidden hero, you should definitely submit to be on the show. I would love to have anyone who wants to be on.
That's awesome. And the show comes back tomorrow night at 10 p.m. Eastern here on the GDQ channel. And you have you're starting off with Super Monkey Ball Deluxe, right?
Yeah.
Got it.
So
Peas.
Yeah, Peas is awesome. By the way, I love Peas.
We love Peas.
It's gonna be a preview show actually of Back to Black. So we're gonna be showcasing runs from the event. So we've got Super Monkey Ball Deluxe, which is a bonus game. I think on either day 1 or day 2. Oh, that's awesome. That's great. Not that it matters because, like I said, we've got our win con already. But yeah, we're gonna have Super Monkey Ball Deluxe. We're gonna have Resident Evil 2, Crow Country, and also some Castlevania by some awesome runners that are gonna be in the show. So very excited for that. Definitely tune in.
Again, tomorrow night, 10 p.m. Eastern, here on the GDQ channel. Hidden Heroes.
She's not gonna. Okay.
We actually, I had Peas on my Christmas Eve special. I did a special
sure did.
called Red Shells and Jingle Bells, and Peas played RNG ridden 48 track Mario Kart 8 DLC. Really fun. It was a crazy run.
That was really, really good. Oh, I mistimed that actually. Okay, we trolled a little bit. It might be Jover a little bit. I don't know if she gets to go. She gets to go home, so it's okay because it'll be 2-1. We've got 2, so it's all good. It was a misstep on my part. It's fine. We're at top of the 6th, by the way. We will be doing a 7th inning stretch, by the way. Got another inning before we get there. But this version, this is the remastered version. This is Backyard Baseball 97. It's out on Steam. It's only like $10. This game is like stupidly cheap. I think you all should play it. It's amazing. I love this game. I beat it within like the first week. I won the Super Ultra National Championship of the World, I think is what it's called. Run, please run, go. This is such a fun game. It's only like $10 on Steam. They're also working on remastering the other games. They're going to be doing... they also released Backyard Soccer a couple weeks ago. I have that one as well. That's a great game. And then they're also going to do Backyard Baseball 2001, Backyard Basketball 98, Backyard Hockey also 98, I think. And then I think one more. I'm pretty sure. I forgot. But yeah. This is a remake. Oh, don't do that. Go, go, go. What are you doing? Okay, we're gonna... Oh, she didn't take the bait. She didn't take the bait.
O1 was the one that I played growing up. That was, yeah. O1 was the one I
O1
did.
is a good one. O1 is a good one.
Yeah, they had the intro TV channel with the 2 hosts with the corn dog. Yeah, I'm trying to remember the. You had the junior wombats, right?
I might crash out, guys. The game is tied now. Oh my god, we're losing. Guys, we're losing. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, we have lost our win condition. We've lost our win condition.
You're fine. You can get 2 more runs, I believe.
Oh no.
You still have 3 more innings.
It's okay though. It's okay though. It's a lollipop, by the way. It's a lollipop. Tony Del Vecchio is just really aggressively Italian. Pete? Pete! Ernie! Ernie, no! Ernie! Oh, okay. We're trolling a little bit. Please catch us. Please. Yes, okay. Okay, chill. Alright. Pablo, lock in. Please lock in. That's a ball. I think it's over. I think they're catching that.
Bummer.
Unlucky. Oh, I forgot to change my lineup, but it's okay. Ernie's not very good. My batting order is a little messed up. I tried to change it, and then we were like, I couldn't change it, so. Ernie's also not very good. We have a couple. Okay, I don't know what that was. Pete, you're a saving grace. Pete and Keisha are gonna be the 2. It's a foul ball.
Come on, Pete.
Ernie, I need you to... Or Pete, I need you to log in. Log in. Please log in. It's unfortunate. Pete, please. Please, 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 please. Please, 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 please. There's a ball.
Anarchy, can you explain timeouts again?
Okay, yeah. So what we're doing...
Is it just... Yeah.
So we're doing timeout canceling. Essentially, it's slow to watch the pitch throwback animation. Is that good? Okay. Go back.
He's fast.
Yeah. Pete is very fast. But it's slow to watch. So when they pitch it and miss... I'll actually probably show an example of it right here. So the catcher has to throw the ball back, like they're gonna do right there. You can cancel that entirely if you just time out after they throw it. So like for example, there.
You do save a good amount of time with that, I would think.
Yeah. It's hard to remember to do it sometimes, but when I do remember, I try to do it. Reese Worthington is not very good. He's much better at football. But anyway, it's the 7th. It's the top of the 7th. I didn't skip it. It just went forward. So, I guess now would be, time to stretch or whatever. Or is it after the 7th? I don't know. I haven't been to a baseball game in a really long time. Ooh. Go, Pete. Go, 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 go. Okay, nice.
There we go.
They can't hit a touchdown. Oh my god, I'm losing my voice so bad. If I had my voice a little bit more, you can best believe I would be doing the best bit of my life. I did submit this game for Frost Fatalis 2025. And And the bit is that I'm a coach. I'm coaching this team to victory. This is not even league play. We're just doing this for the love of the game. I just showed up to their game and decided that I was gonna coach them to greatness. But I like can't talk right now, so we're just gonna lock in.
Speaking of fatales, can I get some faith pop in the chat? Because GDQ's next all-woman and femme speedrunning event, Frost Fatales 2025, will be live from March 9th through the 16th. It will be benefiting the National Women's Law Center. You can visit gamesdonequick.com/framefatales for more information on that event.
What is happening right now? I'm gonna crash out. I'm gonna crash out so bad.
Anarchy, you're just giving me all the awesome segues, you know? It works. It works. You're gonna win, and all of the segues.
I almost like crashed out right there. I do not know what was happening. It's almost really bad. They almost scored on us again. I don't know what happened to Pete. He like got stuck on the. They can get like stuck on the wall sometimes.
I'm pumped for Frost Fatales. It's gonna be a blast.
I'm also very, very excited. There we go.
Ooh.
Don't catch it. Don't catch it. Drop it. Drop it.
Oh.
Okay. It's still winnable.
Absolutely.
Maybe not with Vicky, but it's still winnable. Oh, that was a power pitch. I don't know which one, but you can get power-ups, like you can get special, like, better, you can get better pitches and better of the bats. Like you can get like the aluminum bat that goes really, really far. But we haven't got any of those. So, L, I guess. Dimitri's not very good either. I think this inning might be over. We might need to go for it in the 8th, maybe in the 9th if we have to. The goal is to the goal is that we only play 3 more innings after this, or 3 more half innings. We play the top of the 8th, the bottom of the 8th, and then we don't play the last part of the 9th inning, because what we did is we made it so that we batted last. Oh my goodness.
What?
Oh my goodness.
What?
Oh, almost. But that was really, really good,
but
right?
Still, massive run. I think you can get 2 out of that.
I wanted to go for 3, but that's good. Dimitri's locked in. He's locked in. That's good. Ooh,
Yeah,
Keisha brings him home.
Dimitri.
Keisha brings him home. This is okay. Wait, lock in. Or maybe not. Maybe. Okay.
Oh, so close. Oh, bummer.
That sucks.
I think you can slide in future games, right?
I don't know that I can make them slide, but they will do it sometimes on their own. They'll just like slide on a base. Also, while we're here, chat, I need you guys to tell me your favorite backyard kid. Which kid is your personal favorite? I'd like to know.
I don't know. Petey's growing on me. It's not just the
Petey's-
red hair either, you know? It's not...
He's good. He's good.
Yeah.
The obvious answer for a lot of people is Pablo. Pablo's just the best. He's just the best ever. Yeah. Pablo's good. Pablo, good answer. Pete, good answer. Sleeper choice. Oh. Okay, so. Sleeper answer is Stephanie Morgan. That is a good answer. That's a sleeper choice. Keisha also very, very good. Jocinda is also like low-key really, really good. She's so slow, but if you just like power hit and have her knock it out of the park, it doesn't even matter. So it's like chill. Ooh. Oh, guys, it's over.
Oh,
It's
that's
so
not
over.
looking good.
It is so over. I think it's over. Guys, we might not have a valid speedrun here. I think it's over.
I don't know
might
what
be
you're
over.
talking about.
Oh yeah. No, we can still win. No, we have.
I think we can still win.
No, it's chill. It's chill. It's chill. So we just need to lock in really, really hard. I will say I love Kenny. Unironically, Kenny is really good in backyard soccer. Like unironically, he's like one of the goats. Oh, also sleeper pick Amir and Ahmed. Ahmed especially. I can show you when we're finally done this run. I can show you guys my my league play team. Is full of goats. Yo, we're so back.
Huge.
Oh, yo, you can't homer off that. Are you kidding me? That was gone.
That's a shame.
It hit the truck. It hit the truck.
Okay, just get another homer. We'll be fine.
Dude, no. That's a ball. It's not very good. This might be a double play. I think it's over.
Might be, yeah. Double.
Team, I don't even have... We need to do this now. I don't even have a split. I don't even have a split for the bottom of the ninth. I don't... Usually we, you know, just win by then. It's gonna come... It's gonna... Or we might go to... Well, I don't... No, I don't think so. It's gonna come down to this ninth inning here. If we don't score in the bottom of the ninth, it is over. It is over. We need to lock in. I need all your luck. I need all of your Prime Gaming subscriptions. I need all of it. I need all of your energy.
Annie. Going crazy.
My stocks. The blue all-stars are cooked. We're cooked. It's over. Oh my goodness. We also lose time here because it takes... We lose a lot of time having to watch this blimp animation. They're cooking me. Maybe my strategy. They're cooking me. It's Jover. I cannot believe that just happened. The blue all-stars are washed. They're washed.
And this is where we just tell, you know, this is where we pull out the facade there, Anarchy, and say, you were actually playing for the Hornets the whole time.
The whole time.
I can't believe it. The whole time, Anarchy was actually playing for the Hornets to win. Sorry, chat. You got clowned on. Fooled.
A little bit. Just
Right?
a little bit. Genuinely, Kenny is a cheat code. He's also like one of the like low-key best characters in the game. Wait, we can make this work. We can make it 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 work. We're just gonna have Pete steal. Pete's gonna steal. He's so fast I can't catch him. It's chill. Run. Right, we're cooking. Please run. Oh, I trolled a little bit. Okay, it might be Jover. Mikey's also low-key a sleeper pick, but we'll see. I cannot believe I'm getting cooked like this. Mikey, please, 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 please. Oh, that is gone.
Good hit, good hit. Kimmy's a god.
Okay. All right. Whatever, I guess. We should have played on we should have played on the other one. I cannot believe that just happened. But I guess when we get out, that'll be time, I guess. Maybe no, Vicky, I believe in you. I believe in you. Wait, Loki.
Oh, what? Wait. Still in this.
I don't know who's next. Is it Pablo?
A homer could bring you back.
Okay, if Dimitri locks in, it might be fine. It might be fine. Okay, interesting pitch. Interesting.
Dimitri?
That was interesting. It's foul ball. Twin, I need you to lock in. I need him to lock in so hard right now. Lock in, please lock in. All right. Oh.
Wait. Oh my god! Post the hypest emotes in the chat. Oh my gosh! The upset of the century! The Hornets are so scared! Dimitri and Vicky still bring it back! This run's not over!
It's not over. It is not over.
Only here on the GDQ channel! Can you see this?
It is one run away. It is one home run away from over. We have 2 outs. Oh, this is going to be a walk-off home run. We need to lock in. Keisha, lock in. Oh my god. Lock in. What is that? Okay. Right. Chat, we need to log in. We are so overestimated, but it's chill. We need to log in. I don't even care anymore.
It's worth it.
Okay. It is so worth it. That is a ball. Okay. We need to log in. We need to log in. Don't get it. Drop it. Oh. Okay, well, I guess we're going to extra innings. I'm gonna just, we're gonna get them out really fast. I do really want to win. I don't want to go too overestimate, but I would like to win this game. We're gonna get 3 quick outs. We're gonna hit a home run off whoever's next. Loki, I think it's Ernie, which is really bad. Either Ernie or Reese, which is kind of bad. Ooh. Catch that. Pete!
It's good. You got Petey.
Pablo is running out of juice, so I might sub him out right quick. I'm so locked. I'm locked in. We need to clutch this so bad.
I believe.
Okay.
Nice. Here we go.
Okay, here we go. 1 run will do it. 1 run will do it. Okay.
Okay, all right. That's good.
We're not gonna make the second, but that'll do. Okay, Pablo. Pablo has the chance to end the game right now.
Looking good.
No.
Oh,
No.
Close.
No.
Wait, you could do it. You could do it.
Bubble, go, go,
All
go,
right,
go.
all right.
Okay, right, okay,
You're
okay.
good. 2 and 3, 2 and 3.
Ernie, I need Ernie to lock in. Ernie, lock in, dude. Wait. Oh, we did it! We did it! We did it! We did it! That's.
Let's go, let's go.
It doesn't even matter now. I'm just gonna throw. I'm just gonna throw now. So we can end the run. And that's time, I guess.
Let's go get the claps in the chat.
I don't know how we did that, but we did it. I don't know how we did it, but we did it.
The comeback of the century. That was
I don't know what
Worth it.
happened, but we did it. That was worth it. Oh my goodness.
absolutely worth it. That was amazing. Thank you so much, Anarchy, for showcasing some backyard baseball. You know, I get it. You know, you just want to cause a little drama after a GDQ.
Yeah,
I get it. Gotta showcase it. Anarchy, where can they find you? And what do you play on your show?
Right, so once again, my name is Anarchy of the ASF variety. I run Hidden Heroes on GDQ Hotfix. It's where we showcase underrepresented and marginalized speedrunners in the speedrunning community. Runners of color, runners who are part of the LGBT plus community, runners who might be disabled or play with alternative control schemes, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. People who kind of don't, fit the mold of, what we might usually see in speedrunning. So if you might be a hidden hero, of which I think a lot of you are, you should definitely submit to Hotfix and, submit to be on the show. I would love to have all of you. Otherwise, you can find me on social media anywhere, usually at Anarchy ASF. My blue sky is anarchyasf.com. You can also find me on the twitch.television. I'm going to be getting back into streaming this year. So twitch.television / Anarchy ASF. That's where you can find me if I'm not on the GDQ channel or anywhere else. But that has been the most emotional roller coaster backyard baseball game I think I've ever played. And I think I'm gonna go to bed now. So thank you all for watching both of my runs, and yeah, I'm gonna hand it back to you, Jiggy.
Yeah, thank you so much for showcasing it. I'm having a blast. That was so much fun. I really hope everybody in chat enjoyed that. And please go follow Anarchy. You can hover over her name in the title of the stream. If you're watching on PC, click that button, okay? It's also pinned in the Twitch chat. That's going to be it for the bonus stream, everybody. My name is Jiggy. I run the special events here. I run some special events here on the GDQ Hotfix channel. So you'll see me. I'll be here Wednesday. With Oops All Farming. So we're doing a whole 8 hours of farming simulators, really fun speed runs. I'm really excited about it. There's some Stardew Valley. We got some Fae Farm. There's a quad Stardew Valley Caves Rush. It's gonna be a lot of fun. So definitely do that. And I would love to see you there. You can find me on the internet if you are interested as well. I'll post in the chat that thing. But hey, once again, thank you very much for joining us here. If you missed out on a GDQ, don't worry. We got you. Stay tuned because we're going to be replaying the event in between all of our live Hotfix shows all week, okay? All week. So whenever we're not live here with an awesome new Hotfix show, we're going to be replaying a GDQ 2025. So you can relive the magic, chat with the chat, and hang out with us. Tune in tomorrow, though, starting 7 p.m. Eastern, because we'll be back live here on the GDQ channel with Perilous Paths and, of course, Anarchy show Hidden Heroes. So that's gonna be it for us, everybody. Thank you very much for joining us here for the AGDQ 2025 bonus stream. My name is Jiggy, and goodbye.